What is going on, everyone? Welcome in, boys, girls, young and old. We are here for the PUBG Mobile Super League North America Qualifier Finals, where we're going to see who the best of the PUBG Mobile North America region is. Without further ado, I got to welcome in a couple of my favorite broadcast talent. We've got none other than Mustache Dave and Enigma joining me on the desk today. My name is Power Bang. I'll be the host of the weekend's events. Dave, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. Happy Friday. I am feeling it. I am ready to go. We got 3 days, and a lot of these teams here, Power Bang, a lot's on the line if they want to make that next level, my man.
100%. Enigma, how you doing, brother?
I'm feeling great. Love seeing the competition year after year. It's always something new PUBG Mobile is able to bring to the table. And it's always kind of that flash to the past for me, being able to see people really kind of get out of their comfort zone and maybe even live their dreams moving on to the next stage.
Amazing. Well, I'm honored to be here as the host once again. Let's dive into the format of this weekend's events. Obviously, last weekend, as part of Phase 1 of our North America qualifiers, we had some action go down. And to summarize, we had 16 teams battling it out to make it to this weekend. The top 5 moved on. We'll talk about them here in just a moment. But let's talk this weekend. We've got the NA Finals to see who is going to go on to PMSL North America. Or PMSL Americas, rather. It can only be 3. The top 3 will advance. We're going to be playing over the course of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and we'll be playing 6 games per day. If we take a peek at the PMSL Americas tournament that'll be happening next month, you'll see that the North America region is the only region that does not have the slots predetermined at this moment in time. So we've got 3 slots to fill, and Hyper will be joining as a partnered team. But this is what we're playing for this weekend. Brazil and LATAM already have things all dialed in and figured out. So that is what's going down this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So let's take a peek at the point structure. It's pretty straightforward. It is your normal esports scoring, 10 points for first place, on down through 1 point if you make it into the top 8. And then as always, 1 point per elimination, so that aggressive play will be rewarded. We did talk to some folks over the course of this week to see how they were prepping for this weekend's events. And last weekend we had Phase 1 go down. I would love to pull up the action of what has already transpired because there were some notable storylines coming into this weekend. None other more notable than Titan Gaming absolutely dominating the competition last weekend. 245 points, Dave. 4 chicken dinners. I mean, is there anything crazier than that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like you said, we only got 3 spots to make it to that next round, and the next round is already stacked with some heavy contenders. So thankfully for the Titan Gaming NA, they put up a good showing in Phase 1. Hopefully they can continue that here this weekend, PB.
We'll talk a bit more about these teams in just a second, but it's notable that only the top 5 of this group moved on to this weekend. So let's take a peek at our qualified teams. We've got none other than Titan Gaming in first place. We got Super Lazy Reflex coming in second place last weekend. Straight out of Nepal with a clutch finish coming in third. Taco Lovers, probably my favorite logo in the tournament. Makes me hungry, am I right? So number 4, and then you got the Panthers coming in number 5. So they'll be joining a bunch of other teams that have already qualified through various means for our Phase 2 North American Finals. We'll take a peek at our teams participating in this weekend's action. Here they are on screen. And we've got a bunch of familiar faces, but also some new teams. And I got to highlight that there had been some roster changes, some purchases of team slots, and all kinds of things that have happened since last season's Esports is concluded. We'll try to walk you through those as the event progresses. But with this, Dave, I got to ask, as you take a peek of these teams, are there any that really kind of pique your interest? And, we got to keep our eye on somebody, right, as one of the top 3 teams to be moving on?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Titan Gaming, I think that squad's going to be in the conversation all weekend without a doubt. But I'm looking at Nemesis. They qualified, I believe, through the Campus Champions, so they got the direct invite. We got Fate, we got J7, we got Spec, and Berlin, and then Telly on the sideline. So all 4 of these players have a deep understanding of the game. They've watched the meta evolve over the years, And over the course of their playing here, they were able to develop a strong mental fortitude. And I think that's important to consider when we look at those teams in that next round here, PB.
Absolutely. I mean, Nemesis definitely is a team that has some players we have definitely seen around before. We're going to keep an eye on them as we progress. You mentioned kind of the low-hanging fruit in Titan Gaming as well.
Yes,
Curious to see if Enigma goes with them or someone else. I'll definitely have my eye on Titan, as they did show such dominance last weekend. But Enigma, we did kind of hype it up. Is it Titan, or are you keeping your eye on somebody else?
I'm looking at someone else. As much as I love Titan's kind of views and stuff like that, I'm looking at ICU Gaming. Dave made a good note of, previous experience and resumes with Nemesis, but ICU has been together essentially for the last year and a half as just this roster. They were previously Passion Fruit and stuff like that. Valak being the IGL of this team, with Juancho being that main seller fragger that I know Jukes absolutely loves seeing in these sort of matches. So this roster itself, to me, has proven that they're able to keep that sort of consistency as a squad because they've stayed consistent with this roster throughout the last year.
Fair points indeed. We watched them absolutely crush it in the Titan series, kind of leading up to the PMSL, and now here we are with a chance to move on to the PMSL Americas in Brazil starting next month. But I gotta take a magnifying glass and put it square on Super Lazy Reflex. This team is comprised of Hoshuan, Kyo, Kindness, and White Elegy, and these are some names that you should recognize. They have been around for quite some time in the esports circuit, and they've picked up some really notable players from the likes of, say, Enhyper, for example. With Kindness here, this is a team that has the talent, but also they're starting to gel. They finished second overall in Phase 1. They're the only team that won a map on each of the 3 different maps. So I really like SLR to do well over the course of this Phase 2 this weekend. We'll definitely take a peek at them. Again, I think that we could be surprised, though. I mean, we talked about a number of teams, but there's so many that have had roster shakeups, and we just haven't seen them on the battlegrounds before. Enigma, I would definitely love to talk about the maps and kind of get your thoughts on how this is all going to play out, because it's a little bit of a different format. We've got 6 different maps that we are playing today, and we'll be repeating those every single day. We're starting off on Sandhawk in the jungle, but then you see Erangel back to back matches 2 through 4, and then we wrap up bookending it with Miramar for matches 5 and 6. Enigma, tell me what you think this is going to do to the players' mindsets.
Well, I think Sandhawk, for the most part, it's a good little breather for them. Maybe they don't look forward to having that map sort of in the middle, kind of throwing them off, because Sandhawk's one of those things where every viewer, every caster loves it, but the players, a bit of it, are kind of that sort of, I guess, stalling on wanting to play that map. But when it comes to back-to-back Erangels, you're going to need to really have that mental fortitude, because if you get the same zone after you just went 16th, you do the same performance, you're looking back at your map schedule, and it's, okay, we've already played half the matches today. We only got 18 we can play throughout it all. You're going to need to make sure that you're able to kind of mental reset and go game by game, or else you're going to get lost in the sauce.
Lost in the sauce is not where you want to be, that's for sure. Dave, I've been around the esports circuit for a long time, dating back all the way to 2018 when things kicked off here in PUBG Mobile. And one thing I know is that the Big Mo plays such a huge factor in which teams do well, which teams advance, and obviously playing those maps back to back gives an opportunity for teams to build that momentum, or perhaps they aren't getting out of their heads, right? If there's a bad game, like Enigma was saying, it might be tough to get that reset. I mean, give me your thoughts here on how things are structured for this season. This looks to be the official esports format, maps-wise, as things roll out. What are you thinking is going to do to the action?
Yeah. I mean, the only team that does possibly want to get lost in the sauce are the taco lovers. You know, you always need that nice hot sauce on the top right there. But I kind of like Sandhawk as the first map because it gets you straight in the game, in the action, and gets you warmed up, ready to go for the rest of the evening, you know? In the past, we kind of had it as like the halftime show, which was also pretty good when it comes to resetting the mental fortitude that we were kind of chatting about here in that momentum. But it can go both ways here, PB. It really depends. Like, if you got a good game number 2 for Erangel, most likely the next one will be also up there at the top. But if it's bad, hopefully these teams don't start playing the blame game really early on, because then you're just going to have a rough night.
It's going to be a long weekend, Dave. It's going to be a very long weekend indeed. Who knows how things will shake out? A couple of other notable storylines that we saw from last weekend in our Phase 1 action. I got to shout out straight out of Nepal. I thought they were done. I thought they were cooked. I thought they were eliminated. They were sitting in 10th place halfway through day 3, which is obviously nowhere near the top 5 they needed to qualify. But somehow, some way, busting out a couple of wins and some big point games. They jumped from 10th all the way to 3rd in the standings. So straight out of Nepal, coming in on a bit of a hot streak here. So I'm definitely going to be watching them to see how things kind of progress. And there was also some really great action from some of our other teams as well. Dave, I got to give a little tip of the cap to the Golden Eagles as well. Is there anything that you remember from seeing them on the field? You know, Golden Eagles?
I'm just hoping I don't curse them here this season. You know, they got 3 days to make that next round. I know we got the cacao when they are doing good, but then when they're doing bad, they can't get out that slump, right? And that was my fear that we saw them in the past. So hopefully they were able to improve upon that here, PB.
Oh, I love it. Let's talk predictions a little bit, right? We've seen a little bit of a preview of the games. If we could throw the scoreboard up from last weekend a little bit, I want to cheat and kind of inform our opinions a little bit here. Maybe it informs our choices, but I want to see who did well kind of in phase number 1. So obviously our top 5 teams moved on. That's Titan Gaming, Super Lazy Reflex, straight out of Nepal, Taco Levers, Levers? That's probably not their name, but Taco Lovers and the Panthers, they did play last weekend in order to qualify here. But theoretically, they are the lower seeds, right? They had to play in just to make it to this point where our teams that are here already are the higher seeds that either won tournaments or placed highly in PMPL last year in order to be here. So we'll see how it shakes out. But coming to you, Enigma, I would love to have your pick for game 1 and see who you're thinking might do well in our first game of PMSL qualifiers.
Well, if we're going off just this graphic alone, I'd obviously be going with Titan Gaming. I mean, they have over 100-point lead, it seems, coming to second place. But it's like you said, these people had to compete in phase 1. They weren't in that phase 2, that higher ranking grouping. So if we're taking the whole sort of lobby together, I'm going to be looking at ICU Gaming taking the first map, the team that's been together the longest, that seems to me has the best sort of consistency and fragging potential compared to these other teams that just started to develop as a team this year.
I like to pick. ICU's got some studs on the roster. Again, we'll see how they do on Sandhawk. Dave, I will throw to you for your pick here on predictions. You always come with an off-the-wall pick, you know, not necessarily going with the front runners, but I will say, Dave, you seem to have good luck because you dig into the back pocket, you pick a team that no one's thinking is going to do hot, and then all of a sudden they win the tournament or do crazy things. So I'm coming to you. Who are you thinking is going to take the cake here in game number 1?
Yeah. Luck, though, PB, I'm offended, all right? I called the Zombie Boys for like 3 seasons of the Titan series, and they popped off. No one believed. So Zombie Boys not here, didn't qualify, so I'm going to swap it up to another kind of spicy pick. I'm going with 3 Sheep Gaming, and the reason being is because chatted with QZZ and Hollow just a little bit before the matches here today, and they told me, listen, Dave, the whole squad, we are all in. We're giving it our all here this weekend. And you know me, I love to see these teams, those players with that passion, that fire in their stomach here, PB.
I like the pick, Dave. I like the pick. And 3 Sheep Gaming, it just makes me want to do crazy things like, you know, like, I don't know. You might get a few of those from me. Last season's Titan series, it was Kaká with the Golden Eagles. We're going to get some Baz on the books here for 3 Sheep Gaming. For my prediction, though, it comes down a little bit to roster, I guess, I don't know. I'm losing the words, Dave. I don't know.
Chemistry.
The makeup of the roster, the players, you know, obviously the people that are on there. Comes down to that, but it comes down to map for me. We're starting off on Sandhawk. We're in the jungle, and I really want to take a peek at who is strong there. And for me, that's the same team that I highlighted on the way into this, and that's Super Lazy Reflex. They have some former N-Hyper players that have come over. Obviously, they've given some strats to the team, but they were a team that was already incredibly strong. So Super Lazy Reflex is my pick, and again, they had 3 chicken dinners in phase 1 last weekend. They didn't have quite the consistent performance that Titan Gaming did, but it was incredibly strong, and they were the only team to win on every single map. So again, I have high hopes for SLR coming into this weekend's action, and we'll see if they're able to deliver. So with that, the match predictions, you can see them on screen. We've got SLR for Powerbang, got Three Sheeps Gaming for Mustache Dave, and ICU Gaming for Enigma. We'll obviously keep track of this stuff as the event goes on. And, a little wager here, Dave, Enigma, you guys think you got enough to beat me when it comes to predictions?
I mean, you got facts, you got historical data behind yours. I'm just going off the fact that there are some sheep out here on the battlefield. So I don't know, PB.
Well, fair enough, Dave. It may not be scientific, but what I will say is I have been known to curse some teams. So SLR, I'm sorry in advance. Enigma, you got to be jumping into Sandhawk here on the first game. It's the smallest map. There's a lot of, I guess, I think the players prefer playing on, the traditional Aragel and the Mirabars. They might psych themselves out a little bit. Talk to me about some of your keys for battle here for this first game.
Listen, I mean, it's Sandhawk. You're going to have to start something strong. And with the whole sort of elimination format we're in now, Sandhawk's the best map for you to kind of break the ice, maybe shake off any sort of nerves or, I guess, wool if you're, Three Sheeps Gaming sort of thing for Dave and stuff like that. But I think you noted the best team outside of obviously my pick for match number one, because N Hyper, so to speak, where they had Koi, they had Kindness. That squad was such a dominant factor over the last year on PMPL NA in those Americas tournaments, and even in PMGC and stuff like that. They were able to really strive on Sandhawk. So hopefully they're able to show up here tonight. And like you said yourself, they're the only team from this previous phase where they were able to win on every single match. And that itself is a feat in itself, because you're going to need to learn how to play every map. It's not just the Erangel and the Miramars you need to get wins on.
I love it. Well, while we wait for some of these players to get out of the bathroom and onto the battlegrounds right now, I'd love to throw up the team list here in just a moment and talk about the journeys for some of these folks to get here, right? Obviously there was phase one last weekend where 5 teams we know played their way in, but we had some teams obviously already qualify and they're here. So as we take a peek at the list, we've got 4 bros that are participating. Again, they purchased a slot from Passion Fruit, who participated in the 2023 PMPL. Did obviously super well. We've got Black Mamba, which again, this was the Titan Series Season 4 Women's Champion, so that's super cool. They do have some men on the roster, but I believe their whole starting squad is still women here for this tournament. We've got Dauntless getting their way in through the Titan Series in Season 4's Premier Division, so that's how they made it in. Golden Eagles coming in through the PMPL in 2023. We've got ICU that made it through PMPL 2023. Same with KR Esports. We've got Nemesis. We have a direct invite that went out to Nemesis, so they are here and getting an opportunity to prove it on the battlegrounds. I feel like J7, Spec, Telly for Nemesis, they are going to have some pressure to prove that they belong. Some of these other teams might be looking at them like, hey, why are these guys here? But I'm excited. I think they definitely have that championship pedigree and should be here, right? Like, I think it's a great opportunity for them, though, to prove it on the battlegrounds. We have Reality, who is also coming in through PMPL North America in 2023. We also have Straight Outta Nepal. Again, they qualified this last phase. Strangers BD, no strangers to the battlegrounds. We've seen them running through the circuit in esports for a while in the region. They did qualify through PMPL 2023. SLR, again, made it through phase 1 along with Taco Lovers. We got Team Control coming in. They were previously known as Extreme Slayers, so for those of you guys that know Extreme Slayers, well, you might want to be rooting for Team Control this season. And then obviously the Panthers rocking a new roster. They did make it through phase 1. And then Three Sheep Gaming, led by, none other than QZZ over there. They also made it through PMPL 2023 in North America. And then Titan Gaming. These guys are studs. They made it through phase 1. And they have been smashing people. Again, Enigma, I'll throw it to you for here in just a second. But Titan Gaming absolutely crushed last weekend. Phase 1. They were so far out in front on day 1 and day 2 that they just kind of threw it on day 3, screwed around a little bit. I think they had 3 or 4 games where they got like 1 point or less. So not exactly a stellar performance on day 3. But they still led by, there was only one team within 100 points of them. That's got to do something to the psyche of some of these other teams. Talk to me a little bit about, what they might be looking at on Titan Gaming.
Well, Titan Gaming itself, it's kind of that sort of relief. You're able to take a step back and be like, we're still going to be able to have fun with this. I think they understand as well that even if they go over that 100-point mark, it's not going to help them coming into phase two. It's just other teams below them are going to really have to take their sort of notebook out and do notes on Titan Gaming, on all these other tier one teams that are in the second phase of the tournament, because like Nemesis, like ICU, they all coming in here with a game plan. They just got to watch you guys play all this sort of stuff. They're doing their research, and now you're having to go against essentially the Goliaths of NA. So if you're anyone other than Titan Gaming coming from phase one, I think you're going to really have to be worried and make sure that you're crossing all of your T's and dotting your I's to make sure that you don't look like a fool out there on the battlefield.
Absolutely. It makes tons of sense. I'm curious to see if they can keep it going, because it was such a dominant display over those first 3 days last weekend. Can they keep it up this weekend? We'll see if that's the case or not. I'm excited, though. I think that their fan base should be here in the chat. What's up, Titan Gaming's fan base? They always show out super strong. With that, Dave, again, any final thoughts here? I know the lobbies are loading up. We are just about to take off here for our first game on Sandhawk. Then these guys will be in the saddle, ready to go, ready to rock here for kicking off 2024 Esports. I'm super excited, but again, love to get some thoughts from you, Dave.
Yeah, super pumped up. I mean, there's a lot of pressure heading into this weekend. We got 3 days, 6 games per day, 18 games. And then after that next lobby, 250K is on the line. So this is a huge opportunity for a lot of these players. And I hope them all the best of luck here. Game one, so important to really get to a good start here in the weekend and kind of build that momentum, like you put it here, PB. And kind of going back to Enigma, I know we'll chat about it on cast here in a little bit here. I almost feel like the teams that played in phase one are a little more warmed up, a little more ready to go, and might even have slightly an advantage over those teams that didn't have the opportunity. But we'll see here very shortly, Enigma.
I'm excited. It sounds like the players are just about kitted up, ready to head into the game. So Dave and Enigma, I'm going to leave this bad boy with you. I'm super excited to be kicking off PUBG Mobile Esports for North America in 2024. Here we go. Game one is live. Dave, take it away.
Let's go. Game number one. We got 18 here this weekend, Enigma. The PUBG Mobile Super League North America 2024 qualifiers, baby. Let's get into it.
I mean, we always got to be into it. We're starting with the map that everyone loves to watch, because there's always mayhem off zone one, even off drop, to say the least. And I know, looking at some of the teams sending me screenshots and stuff like that, there was a lot of banter back and forth. There was a lot of different teams looking to take these sort of hot drops. I'm looking at Paradise. I'm looking at that southern side of the map for Sandhawk. At least each of the maps, of course, in the first day typically have those sort of contests, those hot drops from other teams. I'm interested to see who all is doing it here. But for the most part, the playing path's pretty nice for Sandhawk Day. We're going straight down from the north all the way down south, so everyone should be able to reach every part of the map. And for the most part, for game one, I'm really just looking to see who's able to actually warm up and get those elimination points going.
Yeah, I know we had a couple scrims going on here yesterday to kind of warm it up here, but that's scrims, this is the lobby.
Yeah.
This is where it counts, and of course you could be nice and kind of share your drop spot ahead of time as well, like you mentioned in that graphic. But sometimes teams do debate each other. Sandhawk, baby, match 1 of 18. So I gotta ask you, like, what are we expecting here this weekend, man? I mean, because you used to be on the battlefield back in the day. So
yeah.
Kind of talk me through like a player's mindset here, game number one.
I think for the most part, especially with game one, you're wanting to make sure that you're not the first player eliminated in the lobby, because every pro team is going to send you messages like, haha, you were the first team eliminated in the finals for qualifiers for a LAN event. I remember Carnage had received lots of DMs from PEC and stuff like that back in the day, being the first eliminated. Everyone's got that sort of track record in some way. And unfortunately, it looks like actually off screen during the drop, Black Mamba lost 2 players. So hopefully that team is able to maybe string a few elimination points. But back to what you asked me, these players need to come in with this new point format that's been here for the last year or so, these 10 points for first place. You need to make sure that you're at least getting some eliminations. Win those team fights.
Would be a good feeling too, right? Just to kind of get into game number one and leave with a ton of eliminations in the pocket. So let's see what will unfold. Looks like Dauntless already with 1 in the pocket, and they're not quite on out of it yet. That's going to be the Golden Eagles down there downrange as
Caw-caw!
Claw's going to be taking some shots over there. Looking for
Ooh.
some action, but underestimating the Golden Eagles spread right here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on. Maybe he thought it was a Black Mambas player. Payne obviously has an elimination earlier on, but I think they just kind of bit off more than they could chew, not recognizing where they all dropped. Because if you're dropping down, I mean, you're able to move so quickly in the parachute and kind of veer off. So maybe he thought they were clumped together more, being exposed, obviously getting knocked. And I think the rest of his team's not going to be able to save him at all. So this should be a free little elimination point for the Golden Eagles to start off game one.
Let's go, baby. So things are already heating up here. Like you said, players like to get into match number one, get some eliminations, really get it warmed up and ready to go. So Dauntless, yeah, Claw's probably going to bleed out over there. Trying to look around. Where are the teammates? Looks like Dauntless kind of went for a 2-2 split almost as a couple of their squad mates are in Camp Alpha. They're going to be safe for the time being, but they're going to be down a couple members. Here's Nemesis, though, looking to take the fight really early on. With the squad, Wiperino.
They're done, though.
Bros. Holy.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even lose a single player. Berlin with 2 of the elimination points on the Nemesis roster. And Forbros, you know, they were a team that made it to this point and stuff like that. And then you just have Nemesis, like you said, they were invited to this portion of the tournament, making it look easy on match number one. So if you're any of these sort of teams where you're maybe hoping Nemesis didn't have a solid game one, it looks like they're ready for today.
Listen, man, that experience coming in clutch, they know for a fact you want to come into match number one and, like you said, get a couple eliminations, good placements, and finish strong here to get that momentum, those juices flowing here. And, well, 4 eliminations right off the bat here, Enigma. That's a good start, man. That's a great start here, and I'm glad I highlighted them, all right? Gassing it up a little bit out here, just saying.
Hey, come on. ICU's going to come in later on.
All
Hopefully
right,
I'm
all
not
right.
Kaz or cursing them, but, you know, we've all got our picks saved. You got to let the match play out. I know
Let it play
PB's
out.
punching the air. You know, not seeing SLR get 4 free eliminations off the
Not
bat,
yet.
but we're still only game one. Still got a lot of games left today, but right now, I mean, the Taco Lovers are kind of favorite in terms of the logo and the name.
Yep.
Kind of just chilling over at boot camp, vibing for
Taco
the time
Thursday
being.
out here instead of Taco Tuesday. I see. Okay, we're starting a new
Are we
meta
on-
out here.
are we
Ooh,
on-
SLR in the
are we on
elimination
Friday, though?
feed onto Strangers BD. So SLR are going to be getting a good start here as well as we are going to be looking at Taco Thursday. Big chillin'. Getting some nice intel over here. I mean, this is a good spot. It looks like they're setting up for a nice little camperino, you know, center map, split around boot camp. A ton of sight lines here. And now those sight lines coming into play, playing in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, nice shots out of Dur. Excuse me if I said that wrong, but Dur now actually almost getting a second player knock. So elimination point already onto the KR Esports squad. Really kind of just downplaying, I guess, the squad's rotations and stuff like that. Taco Lovers, though, actually aggressing onto the hill on the KR Esports. I'm not sure if this is really going to be anything they want to take, Dave.
I don't know. I mean, Taco Thursday is feeling it out here. KR, they're going to be grouped up a little better over there. Looks like they're going to be tossing some smokes, though, because now Taco Thursday within grenade range. 24K on the off angle, trying to catch him off guard on that boulder. I mean, they got him locked down here. It looks like the Taco Lovers trying to capitalize on their advantage here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like 24K actually was able to prone up, cooking the nades. You could see it awesome. Spectate mode, by the way. But KR Esports, now they're down to 2 players. I think they're just going to have to cut the losses. They're leaving Wish down in the dirt. They're driving off away. And Taco Lovers being able to hold this southern part of boot camp on the hill, making it look easy on Sandhawk.
Making it look easy. Love to see it from the Taco Lovers here. Getting one elimination, but, you know, you could tell they're playing with confidence. You could tell that the team communication is flowing right now, just how they executed that one. And this one's good, too, because the team, from my knowledge, super new when it comes to working together, right? I mean, they all have experience when it comes to PMPLs in the past, but when it comes to actually playing as a unit, they're still trying to, you know, develop their style out here. So just the fact that the communication looked pretty clean right there on their execution, that's a good sign for Taco Lover fans.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's, like you said, developing their play style, because when you reach a certain level, You're wanting to be able to, you have a standard, what things should be happening. But at the end of the day, someone's going to have to make that decision themselves. So taco lovers finding their stride, it seems, in this match one already. We see the map as well shifting to this western side above ruins. The water, though, I've always hated seeing it because that means that it's essentially going to be a 50-50. You want to be as close as you can to the bridge or that crossing point, or else you're kind of going to be left in the dust from zone.
Yeah, Dauntless catching a break here too with the new circle. Going to be favoring their island for the most part. Yeah, we still got the mainland in play, but they got a nice little spread over there on the west side of those cliffs that we've seen be the end zone so many times here. So Dauntless, although they lost one, they got a nice little opportunity here to possibly get some eliminations on the approach from their opponents over here. But look at this. I mean, taco lovers, talk about commitment here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving it, to be honest. They know that KR Esports has been here ever since they got the 2 elimination points. They know taco lovers that it's going to be hard for them to get into the next zone. Let's make sure we can still pick up maybe 2, 3, 4 more elimination points. And if they squad wipe KR Esports, that's going to tell them that, hey, that's one less team we have to worry about in the lobby. If they paid attention to the elimination feed as well, we could see Titan Gaming and 4Bros out of the lobby as well. You've done the research, like I assume most of these teams have. You're going to know what parts of the map are going to be congested and what might kind of be free for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about the play, though, from Sheep? I feel like a little risky here. If they get caught off guard, there's not going to be any support from their 3 squad mates downrange, of course. But then also, if they get the 1v2, obviously you're going to be looking pretty good. Getting 2 eliminations onto KR Esports. I saw Blinky with an AUG. And Sheep with the M4, so we'll have to see how this one plays out.
I think it's a matter if you get the shots. That's what it always comes down to. If Sheep's here, as long as he doesn't overpeak and gets beamed from a drive-by, I guess you could say, in the car, KR Esports should at least be losing 1 player. There's no way KR Esports can be rotating, but straight on Nepal is going to be making their rotation. The Golden Eagle is taking some shots, not getting the back buggy tire out. You actually aim for that over anything else when it comes to people driving. A spin out's essentially a guaranteed elimination point for you. So getting by on the skin of their teeth, I guess you could say, but they know there's actually one trailing back, Dave. Trailing Nepal's kind of spread out too much.
Let's see what we can do here. I believe a couple of these squad mates are rocking that QBZ. Ooh, they are going to pull back here a little bit, not wait it out for that last straggler, like you mentioned, on the bridge approach here. Looking to prioritize the zone here. They're going to be right there on the edge, so they got a nice little position, especially if they kind of play Overwatch across the water. Like you mentioned, we got the taco lovers in boot camp, so if the next circle does shift west once again, well, the taco lovers, we might see them swimming here and getting soggy, so that's going to set it up for a nice little crossfire from the Golden Eagles.
Yeah, I'm also seeing as well a bit of a side screen of the map. I'm seeing some botations come out, the boat rotation. Some people are starting to drive up right next to the water. Golden Eagles as well, spotting that the cliffside is taken. And for these sort of squads, it's going to come down to kind of how this zone shifted for the time being. I believe it actually went southeast. So the Golden Eagles, who I thought had an amazing spot, even though on the edge of zone, going to have to try to fight their way in through maybe 1 or 2 squads. Going to have to deal with the Navy SEALs coming up out of the water and people kind of sending it off the cliffside into it.
Yeah, and it looks like Sheep did pull back with the taco lovers, finally giving up the duo from KR. They were straggling back there, so they're going to survive just a little longer. But like you mentioned, new circle shift is going to be going down there to the south here just a little. The south, extremely packed with squads. We're going to be looking over here, though. You were talking about the Golden Eagles. They have to now move, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, their necks are straight out of Nepal. They know that the water side is being camped by the taco lovers. Taco lovers, by the way, 3 eliminations to their name, being able to watch this sort of stuff. But the Golden Eagles, they had the 2 eliminations early on, but they kind of just stayed here. They didn't move in anymore. They didn't try to take space when they had this sort of coastline, I think, to themselves. So bit of a misplay maybe in my eyes. And straight out of Nepal, I think, is actually in the better position because we could see it in the back. They've got vehicles still. They're able to make the rotations, and you'd rather be giving yourself a chance getting eliminated out of the car rather than you dying to Daddy Blue Zone, I guess you could say.
Daddy Blue Zone. All
Daddy
right.
Blue Zone. I'm saying it like that.
Papa Blue, but
nope.
okay.
Daddy Blue Zone. Nope.
Never floats
the new gen. The new gen.
The new gen. Nemesis out here. Nice crossfire over there on their opponents, looking to relocate. I believe that's 3 sheep that they were taking shots at here moments ago. Nemesis now have to make their push into the zone. It is going to be closing on in. 3 sheep right there on the coastline. Nemesis, they need to be cautious, though, because if I'm not mistaken, we got SLR, we got Strangers BD, kind of all hovering in this southern area. And then to make matters worse, now you got some players in the blue who might be that surprise factor, the backstab from the blue.
Yeah, that's always the worst feeling too, is when you get eliminated in the back. It actually looks like Nemesis was able to find the last 2 players of STE being able to clear their backside, but I don't think they know that, KR Esports is back here. We've got SLR just to their side as well. So these squads, not only are you going to have to worry about getting into the zone, the people holding the edge of the zone, now you got to be watching your back. These teams are all going to be playing for the elimination points. The placement points are not going to be coming into effect just yet, really, for these squads. We have 13 teams live. So if you go out now, you're getting 0. You're not getting anything out of it.
0. No eliminations either. So that's why we see that solo player just trying to survive. But Dauntless Severe, Salty rocking the DBS, baby. Bringing it back. You love to see it. A little 3v3 action, as I can tell here with ICU setting up. This is your squad. Your pick here. Let's see how the setup is. Wancho is going to be cooking a grenade, looking to toss at those windows, possibly get the entry frag to make that push. Wancho, 6 more grenades. So I mean, we got plenty of grenades to go fishing out here.
Yeah, they've got enough time, I guess you could say, in terms of fighting this. But with it being a 3v3, if you take any longer, I know the zone shift shifted up towards them a bit, but it's 10 seconds on a revive. You've got other teams like the Golden Eagles coming in from zone. Black Mamba, I believe, as well, down the hillside. Everyone's going to be hearing this commotion going off. It's almost a question of, if you're ICU, do you honestly just tuck tail and try to play in the zone? But never mind. Wancho, big nade on the scene. Valak now trying to help the squad. Nate, of course, with the 3 eliminations. He's the one that's down in his team. And now ICO is going full aggression. They know he's in the building somewhere, taking the 1v1 itself. Zuko, big nade again out of Wancho. We're down to just a 1v3 Pain on the back foot. No other team's looking at this. And Zuko takes the 1v1. The drop shot. Getting it all done, Dave. ICU now with 8 eliminations to their name, keeping all 3 players up.
Yeah, and that's experience right there from ICU. They didn't all just rush the compound. They stayed on the outside and continued to toss in their grenades, their utility, their Molotovs to really flush them out and not risk it at all. I'm sure we'll get to that play on the break here, but beautiful play from ICU.
Yeah, Wancho itself, I think you had literally made note of it yourself. 6 frag grenades in his backpack. We know he's calling, just wait, let me throw it in there first, and at least beefing him up a bit. Never mind, he's just going to be knocking him himself. So all these other squads now, how to make him the move. 3 Sheets Gaming, 3 players trying to cook it maybe a bit too long, Dave, but this is the squad that we had eyes on at the beginning. Kind of on the back foot in my eyes.
Yeah, Scar with the fadeaway right there, tossing a grenade and allowing them to get behind this boulder and survive a little longer. It looks like QZZ was knocked out on the approach over here. Might be able to get picked up. Hooks, come on. Oh, but the blue zone is going to be applying that pressure. And both 3 Sheeps Gaming spending a little too much time before making their move here. This portion of the map, it is stacked, all right? I mean, there's a lot of squads holding it down, and 3 Sheep Gaming doing everything in their power to just survive. And well, looks like the blue zone is going to be applying a ton of damage. Last one alive from the squad.
Yeah, I mean, these players must have been playing dodgeball or something, and that sort of long-range practice, because we're seeing some crazy stuff go down in just match 1 with these frag grenades. Nemesis was actually the team kind of gatekeeping 3 Sheets Gaming alongside Control. So all these teams, they try to make the mad dash in, whether they lost 2 or 3 players or they just got straight up eliminated coming in the zone.
Yeah, it happens, man. It happens. Sanhok is a wild one, and the circle shifted down there towards the south too. So we still have a couple squads like ICU, like Reality, the Taco Lovers, who they need to make a play, man. They need to go across that water somehow, that broken bridge, and make it within the new circle essentially.
Yeah, and I mean, ICU, they know there's probably 1 or 2 players still on this northern side of the river. We see him right up there on the edge, straight out on the Paul. Wancho trying to make the move, but
midair.
Ayuya being able to scout everything essentially with that open cliffside he was running up. Now, I mean, it's a matter of, are you going to be swimming, or are you going to try to maybe play the rock? I think there's a little bit of the island in play they can maybe take. But at that point, you're kind of just setting yourself up for failure. How are you going to cross the water if you stay
Mm.
alive in the zone if you're on the north side?
We're going to be going for a possible
Oh,
elimination, but Robert GG said, nah, that's my teammate. You're taking shots at right there. Zuko tapped to the dome right there and confirmed. So Control doing just what their name says and taking full-on control of the shoreline over here. They need to be cautious, though, not to overextend, because we got Nemesis and at least one solo from SLR behind them. But Control, Enigma, only 2 eliminations, but they got a lot of intel flowing their way right now.
Yeah, and for the most part, a lot of these squads, if we're looking at SLR, we're looking at straight out of Nepal, all of them are down to solos. If you get eliminated now, you're only getting 1, 2 placement points. There's a lot of different solos, and 3 of the squads having all 3 players alive. We see it now, of course. Unfortunately, Real getting eliminated. ICU able to actually find a little bit of a weasel spot. I guess you could say on the north, but 3 full teams alive, 2 solos.
Oh, Valak behind that boulder over there, just trying to survive. Valak not in the next play zone, though, so Valak is going to need to, I don't know, hopefully they have some meds to med out the zone and possibly get an additional placement point, because honestly,
Yeah.
I don't see them surviving unless Team Control get distracted by the squads behind them. I think Valak might be done and dusted out there.
Yeah, I mean, their squad has 11 elimination points to their name. If he was able to get these extra 1 or 2 placement points, let's say Nemesis and SLR both get eliminated coming into zone, additional points for him. That's what he'd love to see. But for the most part, it seems like a lot of these squads are going to have to move after him. I don't see ICU, unfortunately, making out. But Taco Lovers, they have 10 eliminations to their name.
Let's go, baby.
They were the boot camp squad that we all thought, maybe they get held up at the water. They came over every adversity that came their way, and now they're in this final zone with all 4 players up.
Said Sandhawk is where teams come to get the sauce, and the Taco Lovers are soaking it up with 10 eliminations. The Panthers also a squad that just barely made it in phase 1, showing up in the late game here, game number 1. You'll love to see the hard work from these squads. We're really showing here to get that momentum going here, Enigma.
Yeah, we see it right now. The teams with the momentum is going to be these top 4 teams. Control, unfortunately, losing Remix. We see the Panthers holding the southeastern side, taking some shots at Nemesis. Spec now completely isolated on the tree. They don't know about Berlin, though. If he's wanting to save Spec, he's going to have to make a move and make it fast.
Oh, Berlin getting up close. Trying to get within grenade range over there. See a grenade in Berlin's hand. How far can they push it? 1 major grenade can take out at least 2, knock out at least 2 from the Panthers, and really open this up, honestly, for the Taco Lovers down here. Kind of just, eating their popcorn in the back line, waiting to see what unfolds over here.
Yeah, and they have the hill on their side. The Panthers are trying to get maybe an opening to move back down the hill, but Nemesis, you got to worry about, there's a snake coming up to you. Now he's having to make the move. I'm seeing Taco Lovers take the shots, Dave. They're not really connecting, though. Maybe they'll wait for the next zone, but the Panthers kind of getting away with this right now.
They are, and I'm surprised because they got a couple boulders, and those boulders are not in the next circle, so that blue zone is going to be right on their tail end here. And I'm looking at the utility. I don't even see any smokes here, so they're really going to need to hit these shots. The Taco Lovers are lasered in on their position. Fortunate for them, Nemesis looks like they were spotted in the back lines over there. And yep, talking about hitting them shots, that's exactly what they're doing right now, Enigma.
Yeah, and we're down to just Thursday now. I'm not sure what happened here, Dave, but every player kind of just taking 1v1s and losing it. Control, they were making that rotation from the west side, getting, I think, just squad wiped by Nemesis. So now we're down to this 4v1v1 situation, I think. These teams are really struggling to kind of control the zone.
Spec still 13 eliminations on Nemesis, by the way. Okay.
7 on Spec.
Okay. I mean, that's more points than a chicken dinner, but hey, who's keeping count here in game number 1? Rushy, though, looks like having some intel that Spec might be back here. Going to be using this compound for some hard cover, but immediately spotted by the Taco Lovers.
Yeah, we're seeing it now. Specs forced to run in the open, wins the 1v1 off the start, trying to get the second player, doesn't get it. We're down to a 2v1 situation, Dave. 24K is going to get the reset, and I know they have a rough idea where this last Panthers player is going to be. And unfortunately, the zone's to his back, Dave. He's going to have to stand up at some point.
Yeah, no meds, no grenades, no smokes, no Molotovs, nothing, man. Even the armor is pretty beat up as well. But we have a M4 and a dream here. Panther in the grass. The 1v2 situation, but the Taco Lovers immediately spotting the solo out there, taking game number 1, Enigma.
Game 1, I mean, they had the sauce ready for them, and they just absolutely devoured the competition. Taco Lovers, of course, with the 4 players, absolutely dominated. They dropped boot camp. They fought their way into every single zone, and every single zone, the team felt their demise. But PB, I got to get your opinion about it. Were you thinking the Taco Lovers were really going to pull something like this in game 1?
Yeah, they came out hungry, man. Obviously, they were, when you said Taco Thursday, Dave, I thought you were referring to the day of the week. And Nigma was like, You mean Friday? And I was thinking the same thing. And I looked at the player roster. I was like, that's cheeky. That's super cute there. But the Taco Lovers getting it done here in game number 1. I was actually super impressed with the play of Taco Lovers. You guys called out Nemesis and ICU Gaming. Both of them put up 12, 13 points, like crazy numbers in that round. So again, the teams that we predicted really did show out here in game number 1. I didn't have quite as strong of a prediction with SLR, but they still hit the top 5. So pretty excited about that. Overall, though, reaction was Sandhawk was chaotic as expected. I was a little sad to see the 3-team scrum there with Dauntless and Black Mamba off the drop, but ultimately they'll have a chance to give it a go there in game number 2. So ultimately, I mean, that was our first look at esports, right? 2024 for PUBG Mobile. Dave, what was your takeaway? What did you see out there?
Honestly, the unexpected, right? I'm not going to lie. I didn't think the Taco Lovers were going to come into game number 1 with a win. And even if they got that win, 15 eliminations. Like, come on. If you're in the chat right now, you're like, nah, we knew the Taco Lovers were going to clutch it out. You're lying. So GG's to them. I know Sheeps is the IGL. Sheeps was that player that we were kind of questioning, holding back for a long time in the early game. But now it kind of makes sense. Sheeps making sure that their squad mates are safe and secure over there while they'll kind of be like the sacrificial lamb, I guess you can say, on the edge of the zone. So respect to the Taco Lovers, honestly.
There's so many puns that are going to come out from this 3-sheep roster here. I'm not buying after that performance in game 1, but if they could pick up a dinner a little bit later today, you guarantee it. I'll be getting into that action for sure. Taco Lovers, though, I'm excited. Chat, if you're excited about the Taco Lovers in game number 1, I invite you to hit that taco emoji in the chat. Let's see how the support is for the Taco Lovers. Lord knows I love me a taco. Enigma, give me your breakdown of that first game. It was pretty incredible stuff. Lots of teams popping off. I'm curious, as the expert that you are, give us that rundown as we roll the replay package from match 1.
Well, for the most part, with Taco Lovers, we're coming to this idea of, it's kind of that unknown squad to us. They were able to not only be a force to reckon with near that middle of the end game, they had action zone 1. They weren't sitting back. They weren't doing nothing. They were taking the fights to people, and this is a crazy clip, by the way. I'm surprised we didn't catch that. Nemesis, another big frag grenade from earlier, but the Taco Lovers, they had the whole entire game in the palm of their hands from zone 1.
What was that guy's name again? Was it Dur?
What is his homie's name? Powerbang, I need you to kind of be the ref on that one. Is it D Dur? Like, I need confidence.
No, let me come in with the official translation here. From English to English, it's Dur. That's his name. We're going with that. It's published, and you know that's what he meant. You know it.
Enigma, that's on you here tonight, man. That's all you, all right?
I'll be saying it. Don't worry. We'll be cooking it up.
You love to see it.
Absolutely.
The ICU play, though, on to Dauntless, honestly, was like the play of the game for me personally, just because it kind of shows their experience when flushing out compounds. Like, normally a team would kind of just, get the knock, rush in, and look behind the walls, look behind the bathrooms and the doors, but ICU really impressed me with their usage of utility to secure that play right there on the edge.
Really nice job from Rushies there at the end to secure that second place finish. I thought he was dead in the water with the likes of Nemesis and Taco waiting for them in the final circle. Did a nice job picking up the second place finish. As you can see, Panthers, though, pretty quiet over the course of this one. Only 3 elims, but it will be enough for them to get second place. But really, the story is the 3 teams dropping all of them elims. Taco Lovers with 15 of them taking the first place spot after one match, and then obviously Nemesis and ICU gaining an Enigma. Those were the other 2 that really kind of popped off here. What's your take on the way things stand after game 1?
I mean, there's a reason why the second half of the leaderboard has only 4 combined points, because they were just absolutely frying everyone in the lobby. And I wouldn't even say it was on the zone. A lot of these fights were those early game fights that they just took the action to them. They didn't wait off just that one elimination point. We saw the Taco Lovers leaving Sheep back to try to pick up more elimination points on the KR Esports. And ultimately, that's kind of separating some of these teams that maybe they're having a mental block, not really thinking of teams taking that full-blown aggression that they're not used to seeing in tournament play.
That's one of the bigger point gaps, like group-wise, that I've seen after just one game of play. There were 6 teams that had 8 or more points. Every other team had 3 or less points. So there's already kind of a rift in the rankings. Obviously, we had the likes of Nemesis, ICU Gaming, and then obviously the Taco Lovers on top have already kind of separated themselves. But again, it is early. That Sandhawk, it's out of the way. It's a little bit of a wild card as a map. So now the teams are like, you know what? That was a good game to get the muzzles warmed up, to get that lead kind of flying straight. And now it's time to lock in for the original, the OG map. We've got Erangel coming up next. This is the one that everybody knows. They've got their strats, their drop spots, their locations. They know what is going on for this map. And we are playing 3 of these in a row, Dave. Taco Lovers wrapped up Sandhawk. But do you think they can get it done here on Erangel as we move to match 2?
Taco Lovers, big chillin'. All right, look at that little guy. He's happy, man. 15 eliminations, game number 1, plus the 10 points for the winner chicken dinner. I think, honestly, match number 2, I'm looking at Titan Gaming. All right, this team, 0 points in game number 1. We had a lot of hype coming into this weekend just because of their performance last week. So hopefully this squad, they can kind of get their head in the game. I know it's early, harsh to say, but if they can get it started here on Erangel, and now we got back-to-back Erangels, I can see them easily kind of climbing up the leaderboards. And hopefully, when it comes to the Taco Lovers, to answer your question, also, they just need to kind of maintain today, in my opinion. They already did good. They checked in, match number 1, chicken, plus 15 eliminations. They're big chillin', PB.
I don't know, Dave. It might be a little too soon for cruise control, my man. We're 1 match in out of 6, ladies and gents. Let me hear it for the Taco Lovers in chat. I'm curious, if the Taco Lovers lose, does that cute little smile on the logo like flip around upside down? That's kind of what I'm waiting to see. Totally. Get the little frowny face. The Taco Lovers come out and suck like Titan Gaming did in game number 1. Ooh, shots fired. Ooh. Titan, no. What's up? We crushed it in phase 1. We are looking for you to come back and win. I want to see a win right here in game number 2. They went out 15th in this first game, and I know chat's fired up after what I just said, and that was on purpose because I know they're putting butts in the seats. They got a great fan base. I'm excited to see it. I really think they'll bounce back here. We'll see. Erangel's their map, and they got 4 dubs over the course of phase 1. Again, Enigma, if we start thinking about Erangel, the standard rotations, I'm hoping for a crazy zone. That last game actually was a pretty solid zone with it being right on the break in the water. I'm hoping for like a military island finish or something here in game number 2. What are you rooting for here in this upcoming match?
I'm looking at Kameshki. I'm looking at George crates where everyone's hiding in the little metal crates at South George. I'm fine with that sort of Novo, military island finish, anything, as long as it's not near the center of the main island. Because any of that other stuff, the Taco Lovers, they've got those chicken tacos, I guess you could say, going on. They got the sauce already. Titan Gaming is going to need to step it up. In my eyes, this game, to be honest, are going to be looking at that Nemesis roster because they just had this dominant performance coming into these elimination points. We're talking the standard map. This team has the experienced players. They know every nook and cranny of Erangel on any part of the map. And for a team like them to show up and get those sort of guns warmed up, it's going to be looking like a cakewalk in my eyes.
Cakewalks are us, baby. Let's rapid fire some predictions here. You know, we did our first game predictions. Dave, I'm going to have you start us off this time. Who's going to be taking game number 2 for the PMSL NA Quals?
I'm going with Titan Gaming, baby. It's time to show up and clock in and get some work done here, PB.
You got it, brother. Enigma, coming to you. What are we thinking for game number 2?
Just said it, Nemesis, baby. They got the history, they got the gun skill, they got it all.
All right, I like it. I was a little disappointed with Dauntless in game number 1, as well as Titan Gaming, but I think both of those teams are going to turn around strong performances in game 2. Dauntless is the pick, though, for me, coming in to win game number 2 on the back of a ridiculous performance by Klaus. So I got my eyes on you, Klaus. Let's see if Dauntless can get it done. Chat, get hyped up for game number 2. The lobby is loading right now. The plane is greasing its wheels on the runway, and we're about to hit the battlegrounds of Erangel, the classic tried and true map for game 2. Dave, Enigma, take it away. Match number 2 starts now.
Match number 2, Erangel, we are ready to go. Taco lovers locked in. Enigma, Nemesis locked in. ICU locked in. We got 3 squads feeling really good after game number 1. Dauntless, that's a good pick. An interesting one too, because when it comes to Dauntless, and I really want to get your take on this here, chatting with Pain and Laggy Panda, they told me the team has no dedicated roles and everybody kind of just goes with the flow, and what works and what doesn't work. So, I mean,
yeah,
I got to get your take on that. Like, no roles.
I think it's more so, you know, if every player has that sort of standard, I guess you could say, in terms of game knowledge, as long as there's no one, you know, overlapping decisions and everyone's on the same wavelength, I mean, I think that's perfect in my eyes, because that means everyone's comfortable with shooting, everyone's comfortable with making calls for the squad, because maybe you have your best gunner isolated. He sees a spot, he sees a third-party potential. We need to do this, we need to do this now. It's not the IGL, well, you know, kind of second-guessing it. It's no, we're going for it. Dauntless, if they're able to pull off that sort of team synergy aspect, they're definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with this weekend.
Love to see it. Hopefully they can do that. I mean, game number 1, they lost one of their players really early on, and hopefully that doesn't come down to like not having those roles and someone like telling people where to go.
Yeah.
But you know, they're the players in the game and they know what works best, obviously. So circle number 1. You say Kameshki, all right? Power Bang won in a crazy zone. I mean, it's in Stalber up there. So I mean, we got some hope. We got some hope for some crazy zones here in the late game.
Well, Stalber's got all those like cliff sides and stuff, and you got to be really kind of going up the mountain like you're in the Lord of the Rings or something, I guess you could say. Like, you're doing it all. So I'm hoping that these teams maybe make those rotations early, or at least take those fights early enough to free up the edge of zone for them to rotate. As we saw Sandhawk, it's a small map. It's hard for you to rotate because you're essentially going to be 150, 200 meters max. A lot of these pros are going to be able to beam you straight out of cars like Taco Lovers did. With Erangel, though, you're going to be a bit more spaced out. And actually, we're seeing an ICU knocking a player on rotation with the DP.
From Nemesis.
That's Nemesis.
Wow.
You hate to see it.
Starting a rival here early on the weekend. You love it. Hey, that's you versus me right there. Hey, Enigma. Yeah, hey. Doing it.
Watch yourself.
I see you. Nice little point right there on to Nemesis. Both of these teams obviously doing pretty good when it comes to the overall leaderboards. Yes, we only got 1 game deep, but if they can kind of just continue showcasing their skill sets here like they did in game number 1, I can see them easily going pretty far here in the lobby over the course of the weekend. But you never know. I mean, losing a player that early on, it could tilt you as well, right? Because like, where's my team? You're like, what? You know what I'm saying? Start playing the blame game. Hopefully that's not the case. I don't think it is, because all these players are veterans at this point on those 2 squads. But still, you know, they're going to be sitting on the sidelines waiting at least 20 minutes now, right, Enigma?
Yeah. I mean, maybe even 40 or so into the next lobby. But, you know, we're talking Nemesis. I think what happened there was Seven went for that sort of car drop got beat out to the driver's seat. He's having a strafe around the tree. The rest of ICU comes in with their guns next to the shacks and pick up a little freebie. So nice play from ICU. You actually like seeing that where these dominant teams kind of go head to head early on, preventing Nemesis hopefully of getting another huge point game, because ICU now, they got one elimination of their name. They've got a prime position in zone. It's a matter of their pickings on where they want to take in zone to get these sort of more elimination points. And Black Mamba actually trying to put some shots down, a little bit of a drive-by. TP looks like they're actually maybe going to stop. Never mind, they're driving away, Dave. I would have loved to see TP take this sort of aggro action onto the Black Mamba. And wait, never mind, they're coming back.
They might be. Yeah, they're circling their prey over here. They're recognizing, hey, it's just a solo from the looks of it. Some are out here posturing, definitely trying to scare them off, but the Panther is not fooled, taking out Summer here. So the Black Mambas, once again, going to be losing one early on in match number 2.
Yeah, and this is, in my eyes, a pretty good spot in zone. It was up towards Stalber and stuff like that on the north side of the lake of Yasnaya, more in that central spot. And the Panthers, I think they kind of recognized, they heard those shots and the player immediately tucked away, giving that telltale sign of, hey, this person is just trying to play loud. They're trying to scare us, when in actuality it's just one person. So great play from the Panthers. Nice little elimination point for them. They keep all 4 players up, and now they got a prime spot in zone.
Prime spot. My thing is, though, is it too early to be getting a prime spot? You know, because I do like this position, and of course, if the zones continue to favor it, I can easily see this being in the late game, right? But when it comes to just like the utility, the ammo, your armor, you know, what's your take on that? Like, when's the right time to hit up the prime spot and lock it down?
Well, I think if you're early like this, if you're the Panthers, you're wanting to spread out a bit. You can hold maybe multiple prime positions if you're able to have the gun skill and put the pressure enough on some of these squads. Because if you're holed up in one spot and it ships off you, who's going to care if you're in that spot in zone 3 or 4 if you're not in zone anymore? You're kind of wasting that potential. So what a lot of experienced teams like to do is they try to kind of fan out their wings and take more of this map in play. And now I think there's another squad pulling up. Taco Lovers, though, actually stopping their rotation to take on SLR.
Oh, okay.
Taking the 4v4 to them.
Okay, Taco Lovers feeling it here. Looks like kind of drawing a wedge between SLR. Looks like 2 of their players are going to be in these compounds right here trying to lock it down. The Taco Lovers recognizing that, driving on by, taking some shots, trying to get a better angle possibly here. Oh, yeah, we see the other members of SLR trying to roll up to their squad mates here. And Taco Lovers just kind of being a pain right now. Just taking some shots, trying to pop some tires, trying to get some damage on the board. Sheep, wow, really close over here. Going to be tossing out some smokes, possibly trying to get the retreat going. Did get chunked down pretty low.
Yeah, the scary thing, though, for SLR was 24K in the passenger seat of this car. He could have knocked one, but now Dur getting beamed from Koi on SLR. This is what you hate to see, is when you're the one being aggression, not being able to get the knocks yourself. Now you're kind of out of position. Your team's struggling to make these sort of plays, and SLR recognizing how spread out, how disorganized that team is, getting the first elimination point.
Ooh, yeah, almost a little too confident, you know? I get it. Game 1, you guys dominated, but you got to keep your squad mates alive here and survive that late game without a doubt. And after losing that member, Taco Lovers just saying, see ya, you know, just rotating up towards Yasnaya. Yeah, they don't want no smoke anymore. So a small little W right there for SLR. Now it looks like they're also going to be kind of hitting that reset, popping in their vehicles and traveling up north here, trailing the Taco Lovers essentially.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad as well. I think while this was going on, ICU lost a player on rotation. I'm not sure where. I believe it was to that Panthers compound we were just talking about, questioning their play. So teams kind of getting lackadaisical with scouting, it seems, maybe on their pushes after that game 1, forgetting that everyone's experienced on this map. Everyone knows every nook and cranny, every angle that people like to push. And if you do it wrong, you're going to get punished for it.
Looking around here, Nemesis, remember they lost one really early on. Looks like the teammates finally now going to decide to kind of group up. I saw Berlin, Luton, Kameshki, and Fate up there on the top of the mountain of Stalber. So they're going to be grouping up. Dauntless all the way up there on the coastline, kind of just the best spot to wedge their way into this new circle. Wancho from ICU. So this is North Yesnaya. Taking them shots down range, I believe, on Black Mamba. Looks like Black Mamba, ICU, and the Taco Lovers are going to be in Yesnaya for the time being.
And I think they're gonna, ICU is thinking that maybe this sort of western side spree, they're trying to scramble at least to the southern apartments, it seems. Trying to get a bit more central to the zone, because the zone shifted, Dave. It went to the south side of Yasnaya Lake here. So just to the west here is going to be that central spot for zone number 2. All these teams, unfortunately, it's going to be unplayable area for the time being. We got the water, we've got the open Yasnaya fields, and you've got the open hillside towards Rozhok. A lot of these teams, I think you're going to have to opt taking fights early, because if you're trying to do those fights later in the game, you're just going to get third-partied and pieced out.
Third, fourth-partied, fifth-partied, who knows? 10. It gets wild. Yeah, it gets wild out here. So the water, like you mentioned, going to be a major feature, at least for the time being, moving forward. Meanwhile, we got a couple squads just kind of fighting for that piece of the pie up there in the north. Remember, we got the Panthers in that prime position. I believe it's still in play, so they might be looking like, hey, Dave, you're questioning our judgment. Well, we got the loot being delivered to us if they could get some nice squad wipes on their opponents' rotations, essentially. So we'll see.
One key note, though, Dave, I want to make is this next zone shift, that's going to be the real key takeaway, because it's 50-50 if it's on the north or south side of the river. We've got the Yasnaya field, like I mentioned. A lot of these teams are going to opt to rotate right on the edge of zone, maybe even go out of zone to the bridges, kind of towards ruins and stuff like that, maybe into Rozhok as well. You're going to have to really be careful, because if you have some of these experienced teams camping those rotations, it's going to be free pickings for anyone. So I'm interested to see which of these teams are actually able to make it into the next zone shift and which ones are kind of going to get caught lackadaisical.
Yeah, kind of looking around here myself. Team Control doing just that once again. Another game that they are just, spreading their wings, I guess you could say. Not what the Golden Eagles are doing, but they got a duo, a 2-2 split essentially on both sides, like you mentioned, of that coin flip of the water. So they are taking a lot of control here and really setting up for success, regardless of where this next circle favors on the water. So you'll have to see it from Team Control. Really looking ahead here. Yep, thank you. Oh, and look at that. Look at that. Team Control. Beautiful.
They get a spot in. That's what you wanted. Even if it does a hard shift like that, you're able to play that sort of gas station spot. You're able to play on the water. And I think they're actually looking to take the hill south of them, right next to SLR. These other teams start flooding in behind them. The Four Bros already consuming the old compound. I'm seeing someone, though, it looks like, who's that? Strangers BD. No, it's the Golden Eagles, Dave. Actually catching the rotation early on the Four Bros.
Bentley scan is something else too. Four Bros looks like they're trying to redeem themselves. This was the first team eliminated in game number 1. They are going to be making the pull up and then quickly pulling back because Gatsby down there, knocked out. Maybe a little miscommunication from the Four Bros and losing one of their squad mates right there, unfortunately. But hey, they're going to be pulling back now on themselves in that gas station that we were complimenting Control for holding down moments ago.
Yeah, Strangers BD now turning their eyes. They actually third party that Four Bros fight. Maybe that's why they got kind of lackadaisical with Four Bros. But now taking this sort of 4v4 fight, Mori is going to be the one knocked on ST. And you really got to be careful here, because Strangers BD, if you let them take up that wall on the outside of the gas station, they're actually able to shoot underneath it. So you're not even going to be able to get into your vehicles and stuff like that. Like Golden Eagles is trying to kind of just back up a bit, give them the breathing room to make the rotation. But the Panthers, though,
over here, the Panthers pulling up over here onto the Four Bros. Illusion, trying to take out them toes. Now going to be looking for the underhand grenade to flush out the two Bros in the compound. Nice little grenade right there. Now the pre-fire through the window with the UMP. Nice little trade right there. Oh, Illusion.
Wow.
Bursted, unfortunately, right there. Panthers, they're not going to let this one slide. Yeah, Panthers going to be taking out the Four Bros, but losing Illusion right there. That hurt them just a little bit.
Strangers
They're going to
BD,
get the
though.
reset. But look at this. Strangers BD now looking like they might be pulling up
Oh!
over here for the third party.
Yeah, I mean, they know there was a knock and a thirst here. They're just going to be sending it in. Free knocks.
No.
They're out. They're out of the game, Dave.
Mm.
Strangers BD. They get the gas station spot now. This is the thing I was talking about. And, you know, I think it's kind of shifted hands, what, 3 or 4 times now? 4 teams now taking this spot. But I think this is going to be the last group to play here. They only have 20 seconds left, essentially, on this zone shift before they have to see if they need to move or not. All of the southern side, though, I'm looking at the map on the side of my screen, Dave. South side's completely free. Everyone's hugging this sort of western central side just south of Strangers BD. And everyone else is on this eastern end, kind of just waiting. And it shifts back up to the gas station.
Wow.
Controls dead center.
Yes.
With SLR holding their hand. All these teams on the eastern side are now forced to go into that Yasnaya field.
This is huge for Strangers BD right here. I mean, they don't really have to move. They could big chill. They can loot all the crates, get the heals, pop them off, and really set up for that late game, honestly, because I don't see anybody rotating through that bridge at this point in the game. So really, they can just look forward. Control, we saw their rotation 2 circles ago. Looks like they're going to be in a really solid spot in the center, kind of sharing it like you mentioned with SLR. So we got 3 squads that are really set up for a late game right now, Enigma.
Yeah, my only concern with the Strangers BD spot is if they let that northern riverside stay open, the part that's on there sort of across the street, because that spot you're able to completely peek over into the gas station, kind of pigeonholing Strangers BD. We see ICU starting to try to make a move on a Black Mamba, but getting caught out, it seems now it's a 2v2 situation on this east side. And the team that I thought ICU was going to be this game, really kind of falling through to the Black Mamba squad.
Yeah, it happens, and the thing is, like, kind of the nail in the potential coffin, I guess you can say, for ICUs. We can see on that mini map in the top right-hand corner, there's another team down there, Reality as well, who might be possibly backstabbing ICU on their push out of Yasnaya. It looks like Zuko is going to be recognizing that. yeah, Zuko. No. There's people here. There's people here now, so retreating back their squad mates. So yeah, it's going to be very difficult up there in the north. And talking about having a difficult go of things, 24K in the smokes, popping those heals, trying to survive a little longer.
Yeah, only 2 players up for the Taco Lovers, beaming one on what it seems to be an FPP angle. They know that there's players trying to play their spot now at this little sniper tower. People posting up above, and we see Titan Gaming actually is the team that holds the southern side, kind of driving in and out, putting a bit of a scare in. But going back to ICU, you kind of almost feel bad because you know that Zuko was driving up because Valek's given the call, wait, we need to hold this before a team comes back just a second or two too late. You're having to see them kind of forfeit the position. And then you wonder, you know, what happens if you play that position yourself?
My dude's running across the field and going
no
for
one's
the loot.
seeing him?
He's going for the loot.
He's taking forever out here.
Oh my goodness, going for the loot. But somehow Taco Thursday's like, listen, I got you. All right, popping that door open, and 24K is like, yeah, we're good to go now. Right there on the edge. Right there on the edge. I see in the YouTube chat, by the way, some taco emotes. Yeah, keep it coming. Keep it coming. PB wasn't wrong. We got some taco lover supporters in the chat here tonight, and talking about supporting who and whatnot. Titan Gaming for eliminations here. Great start to the back-to-back angle that we are going to be having here this evening. This is going to be the first one, kind of that reset after their performance on the Sandhawk map that we just completed. So let's see. I mean, we still got a ton of teams alive. 11 teams. 36 altogether, so there's a ton of action still to be had, of course, but just the fact that the Titan Gamers still alive as a 4-man team, that's exactly where they want to see themselves here in the mid-game.
Yeah, now, I mean, we're kind of exiting that mid-game, Dave. We're getting into the late game. All these edge teams, there was kind of quiet for the most part other than those bridge shenanigans. Yes, Naya had a bit of action, but these teams now, the Golden Eagles, they're able to kind of post up on this Rozhawk side, forced to move in. Titan Gaming is grouping up for this push onto straight out of Nepal, in my eyes. A lot of these teams are going to have to kind of start forcing themselves either onto the hillsides or into the compounds of these other teams.
That green bodysuit, though. When you think that you're camouflaging into the terrain, you're not, because that thing is lime green. That thing is a highlighted green. Never seen a bush look that green. We'll see what happens with that player over there. But the Taco Lovers now need to make the push. Trying to look around. At least one of these vehicles has to be
good enough.
Active. Yeah, good enough, with all 4 tires. Looks like this is going to be the one here. Where are we sending it? We're going to be sending it across the field.
5 feet?
5 feet. Using the crate. I mean, we're still not in the zone, unfortunately, here. And just open terrain, essentially, ahead of them. They have little divots to work with when it comes to the hill, kind of sloping. But I believe SLR, they have the advantage when it comes to the high ground.
Yeah, they might be able to rat it out there, but reality was the team in Yasnaya. They're driving up onto this compound hillside and just getting kind of lasered out of their minds. Now it's down to just a solo Thotty trying to keep his, I guess, bearing, sort of speaks, on this haystack, but he's still not even in zone here. The Taco Lovers as well. Kind of know it in Juancho.
Wow.
How did they get there?
From downtown. My dude got him from downtown. Not done yet. M4 6 times. I mean, you were talking about lasering. Homie's out here doing just that across the field.
Yeah, and I'm surprised ICU even was able to get to this position, Dave. We saw him holding those little, I guess, ticket booths at Yasnaya.
Oh, no.
Reality.
Oh, no. Another laser across the field. Titan Gaming, look at that. Getting ultra aggressive over there, trying to get the runovers on the Taco Lovers. I believe that's going to be it for the Taco Lovers. They're going to be done here. So 2 different squads looking for those elimination points in the fields out there.
Yeah, but look at the spacing, Dave. We're seeing Titan Gaming. Not only did they take that fight to Taco Lovers, they sent a player right underneath the compound, having that bit of Overwatch, but Zuko now actually being able to see him on the haystack. I like the effort made by Titan Gaming, but now they're just forced to run it into zone.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if this is really working out. Oh, no.
That's an F in the chat right there. You got to give it to Zuko and Juancho, though, with their M4s. They're applying so much pressure and putting in so much damage from their compound here on those squads in the fields across the way. I mean, they're keeping them at bay for only a duo.
And look at that as well. I think Valek's calling for Juancho, smoke your backside. Make sure that control Strangers BD can't shoot you while you go for these elimination points. But right now, we're going to see the zone shift, Dave. It's going to be a matter of which teams kind of get it. And it centers towards SLR. Titan Gaming just needs to get to Crow. But unfortunately, with no vehicle, I think it might come down to the solo mission. All these teams on this western side now going to have to start picking fights. And hopefully soon.
I don't see it happening. Best of luck, though. We'll see. Maybe they can prove me wrong. Because Juancho and Zuko, I believe that compound right there on the edge, as we can see. So they might actually have to push out just a little bit. I do see Control out there on the hilltops, Frady. But the MG3, baby.
Oh, gosh.
Lock and loaded. Fresh crate. Fresh level 3. Team Control setting up for a pretty solid late game. Looks like they are going to have Strangers BD in their crosshairs up there towards the north, who need to make their push into the zone. But I also see the Sheeps out there on the edge. I mean, they are playing really slow, really trying to make the call and figure out what the best route in here is going to be. But honestly, Team Control, nothing but sightlines right now on both those squads. So let's see what they can do here.
Yeah, the scary thing is Strangers BD was holding them as well. So it's not even 4 players. You have to worry about 6, if not 8 people. Hooks getting flushed out by the last few little, I guess, stragglers of Strangers BD, getting those elimination points. I don't even think they have vehicles on Cheap's game. They're just forced to make this sort of run in onto the hillside. And I mean, it's going to be a world of hurt for them.
Yeah, I mean, you're totally right. They're all piled up behind that boulder, and they're like, you go first. No, you go first. You got this. And looks like they're trying to make a little smoke tunnel, trying to dodge and duck the bullets out here from Team Control, but it is not working out.
Yeah, I mean, we're down to just the one. Gets caught through the smoke. Remix getting that last elimination points, but straight out on Nepal, kind of getting a bit of aggressive on this, maybe a little bit too late in my eyes. Strangers BD tried rotating in onto this other side of the hill in the north. I believe they have lost 2 players. 7 eliminations, though, to their name. We're seeing 3 full squads save the rest of them down to just solos and duos.
SLR still really healthy. 3 eliminations, 4 alive, and they got some hard cover to work with there in the circle. So they are playing for that late game here. Strangers BD, like you mentioned, losing 2 on that push, but they do have 7 eliminations, so they're feeling pretty good with their performance here so far. Anything else will just be the cherry on top here. It looks like Robert catching a grenade, almost getting knocked out right there. Going to be pulling back for the potential heal.
Oh, here we go.
Backing up to possibly get the pickup on a flash god, but I do see some bullets getting tossed this way, and just in time. Just in time. But look at this, Strangers BD in a very difficult situation here. At least 2 different teams have the intel on where they are.
Yeah, I'm seeing the smokes come down as well, so hopefully they'll be able to at least ride that vehicle in 5-6 feet. Oh, but the peek over.
Yeah.
Robert heard it. He heard that vehicle rotation. Flash God now the only one up on the squad, having to force the reset. And the scary thing is, you know, the nade's going to start rolling in. 1 HP. You're going to have to wait for the next one. Thankfully for them. Straight on to Paul is kind of doing shots, but now ICU's kind of coming in, trying to throw nades of their own.
Everyone wants a piece of this, man. I mean, the struggle is real right here. Looking at smokes, no more smokes to be had, so they are just hoping that their opponents are going to be distracted, and that might be the case because straight out into Paul, trying to get some runovers here.
Sending it
On the team control with the full send over there. 2 runovers confirmed. I mean, this is a blessing in disguise from Strangers BD, who might actually be able to pop up from behind and third party, but Huyuya is going to be behind the tree with Robert, trying to hold it down. Yes, Strangers BD, they are getting their revenge after all here, Enigma.
Yeah, but is the revenge going to be short-lived? Straight on to Paul has all 4 players up. I guess you can get these 2 eliminations, 3 maybe, under control, but the zone's starting to move in. It shifted to that eastern side of the road, right onto SLR all game, it seems. These teams are going to kind of have to choose. Are we going to go in, or are we going to just take these elimination points? Brady now getting caught out. He's the one with the MG, Dave. I would love to see him in the zone with it, but Strangers BD now. Meta, I think he has 6 eliminations to his name. He's kind of popping off for the squad, so I'm wanting to see him make it into the zone, but
no heals.
Now
there we go. One more to go. But my dudes are out here struggling, and now here comes the blue zone as well to apply the additional pressure here, Enigma.
Oh,
it looks like team control. What do they got? 1 player left with like 50% health.
Something light.
They're gone.
Something there at least.
See you later.
Never mind.
See you later. Strangers BD, though. Talk about a blessing right there. Straight out of Nepal. Really saving their game, too, honestly.
Yeah. And
Top
ICU.
4. What is that? 4 points? Did they get taken out right here?
4 plus, yeah. And ICU, they just barely didn't make it on that top 4 range. They finished 5th there. Thankfully for Strangers BD, Crow is able to move up onto the compound a bit, I think, kind of drawing SLR's attention away. Trying to Paul, though, they're holding the southern side of the hill. And in my eyes, I'm just seeing as SLR gets free pickings on every fight. They went for the solo play on the Crow. We're down as the top 3 teams. They have an SLR. They have all 4 players up still.
Power bang, big smile right now. I mean, he called it. SLR, a team to watch here. And well, they are definitely firing on all cylinders here, and they're going to play cleanup here. Everybody needs to push towards them, essentially. They got that 2-2 split going on as well, making sure to take out any backline stragglers. Straight out of Nepal, really passive, though, on their game number 2. Right there on the edge. It's all one of their players were able to pick up the MG3 and talk about a beautiful grenade right there from SLR. Flash guy, where's he at, though? Can't see him. He's in the bush.
The bush, Gilly. The bush, Gilly. He's got it in the hair and stuff, the helmet. But SLR, though, they're looking at straight on Nepal. I think SON is in just on the edge there. Hopefully they have a vehicle to rotate in because I don't think they're ever going to spot Flash God here. He's kind of just vibing, Dave.
Yeah,
and he's trying. Oh, see, now I don't know about this. His teammate,
he's
going
to
to give
Go the other way. Do not crawl to the
bush. No.
That's how you give it away. Oh, man. They know for a fact.
I'm not seeing the nades pulled yet. Maybe they don't know.
I don't know, man. That's too obvious. That is too obvious. We'll see what happens, though. We'll see what happens. Looks like pretty much both squads, Straight Outta Nepal and SLR, kind of just waiting to see what unfolds here. Straight Outta Nepal have a little ridge to work with. They're getting pumped up.
Yeah,
but though, clutching it out. Now we got 2 members in the bush.
He told him, "You're not making the run up to the to the compound anymore. You're staying in the bush with me, and we're gonna
This is
peek
your life
nothing."
now.
Yeah.
This is your life
Oh,
now.
but here, now they're coming. Gotta
Oh,
go
they
for
hear
it.
that.
Oh
They
no.
hear that. The smokes, though. Beautiful smoke.
Oh,
from
they
SLR.
did it!
We're gonna be
Oh!
popping our heads out from the bush, and yep, SLR. They knew. They knew.
I had
Now they're
faith.
trying to clean house. They're trying to get the winner chicken dinner. They're gonna be pushing over the hill, checking all the bushes, mowing down the grass right there. But look at this, Straight Outta Nepal. They sent King up to the compound that SLR were holding down. Kindness found out the hard way, but now they know exactly where the last remaining member, the last opponent is on the battlefield here, Enigma.
Yeah, but we see it as well. White Eulogy is knocked. It is a 1v2 situation. I'm not going to discount King just yet, but if the nades are coming like that, I mean, he's already down to 1 HP. Koi's just running up to group. They're going to force a 1v2 situation. And in my eyes, I'm seeing SLR put this right in their backpack.
Without a doubt. Now 3v1. Let's see what King can do here. Going for those last minute meds. He still avoid the grenades, so that one hurt. Here comes the cleanup. There it is. SLR. Winner, chicken dinner. Game number 2, baby. With 13, if I'm not mistaken, eliminations.
Yeah, and I mean, just kind of a masterclass performance out of them. Thankfully for them, they did get a lot of the zone pulled their way. I believe they had that compound from zone 2. With their previous fight on the edge with the taco lovers, they were able to kind of back out and get their prime position in the zone shifts. But the squad itself, you got to make note, they took that push out of the compound to Titan Gaming and stuff like that. Powerbank, I want to get your idea about it. Do you feel like SLR was gifted that game, or do you think they still had to work for it in the end?
There's no gifts in PUBG.
Fighting words.
Come on, yeah, they had to earn that stuff. After all, they could have crawled into an inconspicuous bush, right? I mean, we saw Strangers BD with a man down, crawled across a seemingly endless expanse into a bush, where obviously his team was hiding, and that would have been cool to kind of see that one fall out. And Dave, I heard you say Straight Outta Nepal was playing passive. What were those runovers, bro? They had the cavalry of vehicles zooming in there. I love to see it. Yeah, you're probably right. But I will say that was an exciting game. A lot of parity, honestly, on the battlegrounds. There wasn't one team that was just really popping off towards the end. You saw 5, 6, 7 different teams really jockeying for position in the zone. Ultimately, though, SLR did get gifted the circle, but I would imagine that other teams will get those gifts later on. But SLR able to take advantage, use the high ground, use the walls and the fortress that they had set up. That truly is one of the best compounds in the game, and ultimately walking away with a chicken dinner here in game number 2. Not a surprise for me, honestly. I was going to pick them to go back-to-back. I gave the nod to Dauntless, who promptly went out in 14th place. But, Caster Curse is real. Dave, your takeaways here in game number 2.
Yeah, I guess kind of touching on it because shots are fired out here with Straight Outta Nepal. That runover play was flashy, yes, but honestly, I think the biggest winner from that play actually wasn't Straight Outta Nepal. I think they got maybe one elimination from that, but it was Strangers BD, because that was the time that they were kind of going back and forth with the revives, getting knocked, getting the pickup, getting knocked again. No more smokes, right? And then that's when Straight Outta Nepal went for that runover, and that kind of allowed Strangers BD to be like, oh, no one's looking at us anymore, and they pushed into that bush that we saw in the late game. So they got some solid placement points because of that play from Straight Outta Nepal.
I have no doubts that will show up here on our replay package here shortly. We take a peek into our Game 2 action here. Getting started early, Juancho able to pick up J7 off the drop. Unfortunate for him. And is getting mowed down early as well. Enigma, you're going to have to say that name properly. This play here, though, from Illusion, what a fantastic entry. But ultimately, he chunks down Lau, but Lau with the comeback takes him down. And this really hurt the Panthers' chances.
Yeah, and I mean, the Panthers themselves, they had it, but then we can't forget it was Strangers BD that just comes in afterwards. We were thinking it was almost Sandhawk with these third, fourth, fifth parties. No, it wasn't that. All of these teams had their eyes set on the compound. We see it as well. KR Esports on top of Nemesis. We're looking at this eastern little sniper tower that Taco Lovers was holding. All of these teams decided to make these plays one after another, and ultimately the team that waited the longest took their time making these plays and coming out with the fruits of the basket.
Absolutely. Dave, this was a great fight here. No one seemed to have vehicles in order to get themselves to zone.
Yeah.
TSG getting picked apart. Control had a really nice little battle here. They were going up against Strangers BD. You saw straight out on Nepal with the runovers. Here they come. Wolf up into your living room. Remix goes down, and just like that, Strangers BD gets a second win. Dave, walk us through what happened from here.
Yeah, I mean, this is perfect for Strangers BD, and they had a list, and they were checking off their opponents who were giving them a rough time. Moment to go over here, so they were able to get a couple more eliminations in the pocket, push up a little further into the zone, find that bush, and survive, as now we're kind of looking at the mayhem. When it comes to SLR, really taking advantage of their position, right, with the high ground, essentially, that allowed them to get these beautiful grenades out here on the battlefield.
Absolutely. We saw Matana out in the middle of the field getting naded. And, you know, I gotta give a shout out, though. Matana picking up 6 elims that game as we take a peek at our match rankings. Super lazy reflex. Putting up big points, 23, coming in clutch there at the top of the standings in Game 2. Straight out of Nepal, though, flexing their muscles, finishing in that second place spot. The Strangers BD, given a second life, they were able to make the most of it, picking up 9 elims, 14 overall. So a lot more parity, as we mentioned. Even looking down at the bottom of the standings here, Dave, the Panthers picking up 4 elims despite going out in 15th place, or 4 points rather. But, you know, impressive stuff all the way around from these teams in this game.
Yeah, let's check out the overall here. So SLR, if that last match, able to clutch the #1 position as of now. Only 2 games deep. Taco Lovers going to be in second place. ICU and Nemesis kind of going back and forth here, Enigma. That's our squads that we got our eyes on here this evening.
Yeah, I mean, they both battled it out in that second match. We see it, though. ICU, they had lost a player early on as well, being able to get those elimination points, getting that double-digit range on that first Erangel match tonight. Nemesis only getting 3 elimination points. They're able to stay up there in contention. But ICU having the most elimination points in the lobby is showing that they're getting comfortable in this position. And we look at the latter half, PB. I'm seeing, unfortunately, some names I wouldn't want to be. Titan Gaming in 9th place, just 10 points.
Yeah, definitely some teams need to get on the board still. I'm looking at Black Mamba. We got to get it going. But again, I will say 3 out of the top 4 are the teams we chose at the beginning of the broadcast. We'll keep our eyes on how they progress in games 3 through 6. We're going to take a short break, get the back half of the show queued up. We'll see you guys in just a minute for game number 3. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League North America qualifiers for Spring 2024. We are a third of the way through tonight's action. Remember, we're here for 3 days this weekend to complete Phase 2, our North America Finals, to figure out which teams will be moving on to PMSL Americas in Brazil starting next month. Remember, for that tournament, $250,000 is on the line, and only 3 teams from this region will be moving on to have a shot at it. So far, so good for a few of the teams that we predicted early on, the likes of ICU Gaming, Nemesis, Super Lazy Reflex, and throw in some taco lovers to the mix. And we have ourselves some standout teams through 2 games. Dave, who else are you looking at that maybe can make a dent on the top of the leaderboard?
We have to say Titan Gaming, right? I mean, Phase 1 dominating. I think you mentioned they ended their games with like 100 points plus ahead of second place. This has been a squad, a brand in the scene for some good time now. And just kind of chatting with some of the Chads from the squad, they're looking at putting NA on their back, essentially, here, and representing North America when it comes to the Americas, with all those other squads in Brazil that you just mentioned. If that's the goal, 2 games deep, it's still early, but now's the time to start picking up the steam here, PB.
Alrighty, well, hey, if we can do some rapid-fire predictions, Dave, I will lead it off. I am going to go, let's see here, Titan Gaming. They gotta make a dent here. So, Dave, coming to you, who you got?
Titan Gaming 2. I'm going with you. Two people calling Titan Gaming. Come on.
Oof, Enigma, rapid fire, baby.
Nope. Ruining
Titan
it.
Gaming.
Strangers BD.
Fair enough. Well, that is it. Game 3. We are live. I'm tossing it over to you, Dave, for the action. Have fun, and we'll see you afterwards.
Thank you, sir. Game number 3, Enigma, out of 18. So, yeah, we only played 2 games, and it is really early on in the tournament still, but we're already starting to see some squads that are definitely a little more prepared, right, than other teams here. And what I mean by that is just they're playing consistent in their first 2 games, and momentum is a big thing, especially in PUBG Mobile. So if you already got 2 games of consistent points in the pocket, you have to assume that momentum is going to continue to flow throughout the evening until someone puts a stop to it here, man.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, the momentum's going to carry over even more compared to tournaments in the past because we're playing Erangel back to back to back. You get a good zone that first game, you come into it, maybe you get something similar. You just played that. You know exactly what spots teams are looking to play. Obviously, the playing path's a lot more unfavorable for these squads. It's only covering essentially a third of the map on the southern side. A lot of these teams going to be contesting spots, and we already see a Dauntless going up against Strangers BD, the zone as well, going to the north side of North George. These teams are kind of just punching the air. The playing path isn't even in the zone.
I know. This is crazy. I'm blaming Clint on this one. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty spicy. Dauntless over here looking for a comeback here to start their evening. Banger 17 tossing a grenade, cooking it to perfection, but that lip of the ridge going to be saving the Strangers BD player downrange over there. So we're going to have, what is this, 3v4. Strangers BD, they should be able to get their squad mate up. Payne out here struggling. He got a pistol and a dream. Salty already getting tagged up over here with that UMP. But Payne's going for it.
He's got the auto. I mean, he's got the red dot with it. Only a 2 vest, though. No helmet to his name. It's kind of just fighting with scraps here. And I was worried because Dauntless wasn't making the aggressive push on the first knock, trying to make it a 3v3. Thankfully, Banger was able to get that return knock, now bringing it back to this sort of even playing field. But it's all going to come down to who's able to land the nades. Flash God, unfortunately, missing it. And now it's you know, who makes that first mistake? Who's going to give that opening knock for the other team? And Salty, unfortunately, Dave, it was kind of
No
like last
meds.
game at the end. No meds.
No meds. We see them scrambling, trying to go from room to room to find anything that can kind of help the cause out here, but not finding any luck over there. Payne finally able to swap out the auto pistol, like you mentioned, finding themselves a shotgun. Banger kind of playing oversight right now, making sure that Payne doesn't get pushed over there between the two buildings. No helmet. Needs to be careful. Boltex with the Bison across the way. Trying to keep tabs on the duo from Dauntless over here in the compound still. Oh no, don't do it.
Imagine though.
That would be crazy. That would be crazy.
I think that'd be better than any crossbow or melee pan play we've ever seen. Because if you're throwing and knocking someone, I know
Especially
for
from
a
this
fact the player's
distance,
gonna
right?
be
Like,
mad.
just give them the win, right? Give 'em
Well,
the
there
win
was a
at that point.
Dave, there was a crazy scrimmage that happened a year ago or so where I was playing with XSET and stuff like that. And we had fought off drop on Miramar, and I had throwing macheted a player.
You
And
did.
he, yeah.
I
And
need proof, man.
and
What?
I've got the clip on my
Okay.
Instagram, Dave. You can pull it up.
Okay.
This player immediately messaged afterwards a player from his team and said he just raged so hard that you throwing meleeed him, and he had a weapon. I think he had an
boy.
AK or something. So if he pulls it off here, I'm posting it everywhere. That's going to be the biggest clip of
Just add 'em.
qualifiers for sure.
Yeah, just add 'em. The concern, Payne taking out the pan, Payne with the pan. My concern here for these two squads, how they are kind of deadlocked essentially, is those teams to the south who will eventually be possibly rotating through this area, right? Because we do see that circle up there in the north. They're going to have some easy pickings because both these teams, they're not going to have anything to their name.
Yeah.
Essentially, and it looks like Strangers BD is starting to realize like we are spending way too much time over here. Gonna be sending one of their players up here to push the compound with Payne, and Payne not a lot of ammunition when it comes to slugs and the shotgun, but we see them rocking the auto pistol. See what they can accomplish.
Ooh.
Nice little slug through the doorway, but the grenade from Flash God.
Yeah, I mean, he
Taking him
had
out
him
right
1
there.
HP, Dave. He almost had it, but unfortunately not connecting enough. And Salty, I think, tried to help him out as well, getting tagged up to 1 HP again. Dauntless now on the back foot. If you're STE, you're feeling this fight in the bag
It's
and
rough.
that sort of thing, but I'm looking to the east now, and unfortunately, it's kind of looking bad. I'm seeing Golden Eagles off to the east, maybe hearing this commotion could potentially pick up 2, 3, 4 elimination points just because these teams decided to gridlock themselves at the
Yeah.
compound.
At what point do you just call it what it is and try to evacuate the area, you know, and just try to survive? And I believe that's what Banger might be considering in this smoke, but that smoke, that bloom is going to be gone here any moment now. Looks like Banger is going to be holding this one out, actually, and not using that window to kind of hit that retreat and go for placement.
I mean, if you retreat, you got 1 elimination point. You're going to have to assume that every team you run into after this is a full format. Are you really feeling comfortable taking that fight, or would you rather try to finish this and then try to snake, go for the third parties behind teams because they're struggling? They got no meds. Both of these teams have pistols in their pockets for a reason. And it's a matter of what these teams are able to do now, or else later on, you're just going to be shooting yourself in the foot if you even have the ammo for that.
I mean, have you seen my gameplay? All right, I know how to snake it out, right? If that was me, I am running to the shoreline. I'm finding a bush, and I'm just going from bush to bush and trying to survive till the late game. And I'm telling you, it's possible. It's called the insurance policy, all right?
The insurance policy.
Teams out there looking for that insurance policy. The pro, hit me up later. I've learned from the best sixlets back in the day. I remember being that insurance policy for a lot of the squads. So let's see, though. Dauntless, Salty, still no meds here, Enigma. So it's not looking good, man. And then Banger immediately one tap to the dome right there. And yep, this is going to be it for Dauntless here.
That's what happens. No helmet. He had that roof angle, but it doesn't matter if you get 1 tap. Strangers BD, you're here in the BM. I don't blame him, but I wouldn't really be shooting too much because you got to get in the zone at some point.
We're celebrating a little too early here, fellas.
300 meters out, you know there's going to be a million heads in front of you, or at least the 52 other in the lobby in front of you. But for the most part. Strangers BD, they do get the 4 eliminations. They only lost 1 player, which is a blessing in my eyes. But now you got to worry about the rest of the game. Stage 1 is over. We're coming into the zone 2.
So I think Dauntless, after 3 games, only 2 points, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
Altogether. We're going to have a replay over here.
Ooh.
Okay, suppressed too. I mean, nice shots, nice teamwork.
Look at that. I mean, imagine if he knocked him there with the shotgun. Flash God, it would be a 1-for-1 trade. Salty maybe could have pushed, but at the end of it all, that's kind of the nail in the coffin for the team. Banger maybe could have done something, but no helmet, 1
Banger
HP
ran
teammate.
away, man. I'm going to stand by that. Banger had the opportunity to just kind of retreat. And while this whole Clown Fiesta was going on, I believe the Taco Lovers, they took out the Panthers, if I'm not mistaken.
They're popping off. I mean,
Taco
we're
Lovers.
seeing them right now. They're right there in Pachinki. The zone shift does happen as well. It goes mostly towards Severny. It's not going to be a Zarky game, unfortunately. Wish it was Kameshki last time as well. But Severny being a spot that a lot of these teams are kind of used to congesting into, it's a great prime position. Wild card, we used to actually drop there for, I believe, a year and a half is our competitive drop spot. So you got to know the ins and outs of all those buildings and really know what's kind of prone to getting taken and what might kind of be a sleeper spot for you to play.
You know what's so interesting is I believe I saw a care package in Zarky too, and I used to be of the camp of, I think Bayo Wolf back in the day used to say, if a care package drops this circle, the next one will kind of be in that area. Obviously not the case anymore, but just interesting.
I think back in the day,
all the way out there.
All of us had our little ideas
strats,
or
secret
rituals.
Strats.
Maybe now with the zone change and stuff, we've developed so much over the last few years of competitive, whether it's point systems, teams, zone timers, gun metas. I mean, everything has changed for a reason, and that's to have the most competitive experience.
But what's your
for these
secret
squads,
strat, though? If you had one to
the Yeti
call
outfit.
The
Yeti outfit.
The zone.
Oh,
whisperer.
the zone. Well,
I know you got some, man.
Well, the main thing was, if you know where Beowulf's at, try to play near him. That was our strat. Play next to him because he must be doing something right. He's got that magic ball, like the 8-ball with different spots on the map. He just shakes it and it gives it to him. But everyone had their own idea. I wasn't the main IGL for the squad. I did more supporting work. But Spring himself, he had his own weird things going on. You'd bring a banana with him or something when he'd play. He was doing something. And fortunately for us, he worked out a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, not to rehash old memories, but I remember you guys actually got the nickname of Zone Card back in the day because of how well you were able to kind of pinpoint it down. I guess with that banana that you're talking here.
It was the banana, I'm telling you. But at some point, the banana gets, it's not ripe anymore. Kind of gets its use out of it, and unfortunately, that was kind of the case. But no, we were definitely called Zone Card for a reason.
Yeah,
I know. Spring
that's good.
hated
That's how you get points. That's how you get points. Kind of talking about the zone and some strategies out here. We saw it last game from Titan Gaming. They had the zone, but then we saw them push out to take out the Taco Lovers pretty much outside of zone almost. Then we saw they kind of, obviously didn't make the right call because then they were immediately taken out in the process out there in the field. So Titan Gaming, are they a little too aggressive? I guess that's kind of my question that I was posing towards you. Because I feel like they might be playing catch up at this point. I know it's really early on. But they are an aggressive squad, right? So do you see that kind of harming them here?
I mean, for the most part, they have the 2 elimination points. Obviously, we've only played 1 air and go. I'm wanting to see them be able to kind of show up here, get those few elimination points like last game, maybe a bit more, maybe 1 or 2 extra placement points, because after this, we're at the halfway mark at day 1. Doesn't matter what you did in the previous 3 games, you're going to need to suck it up and say, we're 40 points back potentially if Taco Lovers is in that top 5 finish here. So Titan Gaming, I think they're playing it how they want to be. They're not letting Sandhawk affect them too much. And obviously last game, they must have been doing something right.
Love to see it. What they don't love to see is the next zone did shift out there on the west side. Hard shift, by the way. So it looks like Control are going to be somewhat center. SLR, once again, back-to-back games. Really solid positioning when it comes to holding down these mid to late game circles. Over here, though, talking about the struggles KR out here and their vehicles getting shot by Titan Gaming and I believe 4 Bros as well. So all 3 of these squads trying to really maneuver and avoid any sightlines at all costs here. Black Mamba. Ooh. Oh, dude, just got annihilated by your favorite player from the Taco Lovers here, but Black Mamba fully committing. Now with only 2, looks like we're gonna have a little grenade battle back and forth here in Severny.
Yeah, and I mean, you got a full commit to it at this point. It's just down to Summer. Taco Lovers has the idea. Good nade out of Summer, but it's more than just one player. A little bit of a jump shot over the wall. Nice little squad wipe for the Taco Lovers. They actually keep all 4 players up. This is another game, Dave. They've got 7 eliminations. All 4 players left alive.
This is crazy. Yeah, this is early. This is early, too. And it kind of goes back to our pre-show. I feel like some of these teams that qualified through phase 1, they're a little more warmed up, man.
Yeah.
You can kind of tell they're a little more warmed up here when it comes to today. But talk about being warmed up. Nate going for a nice long grenade. Once again, the Sheeps just stacked on top of each other like we saw last game on the shoreline. Oh my goodness, popping that vehicle, pushing it just a little bit. Looks like QZZ was picked up by hooks. But ICU, man, they want this.
Yeah, this is the hard part, though, is Nate getting knocked forces ICU is holding this magnificent spread to go back for Nate. And look at this, they recognize it. 3 Sheeps Gaming taking the aggression to Zuko. It's just the 1v3 situation. Valak has a bit of Overwatch, but if Zuko doesn't play this right, he gives him the opening and has 2 players knocked on the cliff. Valak getting the knock, Dave, and now 3 Sheeps Gaming. I think QZZ fell down the cliff.
Yeah, QZZ sent it a little too far down the cliff side right there and really doesn't have any ability to help their squad right here, unfortunately. So now Zuko is going to be able to pull back and get the revive.
That was
a little too much gas right there on the send.
That was a big win because he tried to take out the Overwatch player, Juancho, maybe getting a few tags in, but Valak ultimately winning the 1v1. 3 Sheeps Gaming making the correct play, but fumbling in the end. ICU able to keep the 4 players alive, and I don't think they understand just yet that TSG's solo players on the cliffside, but the zone shift happened. They're still able to play this spot, Dave, but there's other teams now looking at the scene.
Yeah, for a moment there, I thought Nemesis, they heard those shots and it looked like they were kind of looking to take on the shoreline, but then they pulled back and they're going to be holding out the edge because there's going to be another squad, the Golden Eagles, right behind them. So smart play from Nemesis to not overcommit. But like you said, QZZ over here, overshooting it. Going to be in the water.
This is the bush strat, Dave, you were just talking about. You must have given some coaching to him. These sort of plays here right now.
Don't make a sound, though, QZ. I mean, if you want to survive, 13 teams still alive, so if they get spotted, that's 0 placement points going alongside their 0 eliminations. QZZ's got a smoke in their hand.
Yeah, but I think his saving grace, kind of like last game for Strange BD, Taco Lovers coming on the backside, trying to contest the coastline. Nate, I don't think really realized he was exposed to it, but everyone else, this is that shooting range. They're all sending it.
Wolf OP with the DBS, missing a couple shots right there. Oh, no. Doing a great little pickup. Going to be retreating back to their cave. Titan Gaming now going to be holding them down from above ground as Wolf OP, the last one alive for straight out of Nepal.
Yeah, no elimination points. Titan Gaming has the top side. He's essentially just, a little mouse in this cave. Going to be caught at some point. But Titan Gaming, I'm not really sure how much you want to commit to this because you are on the edge of zone at the bottom of shooting range. You're going to need to kind of get that prime positioning in. And I don't know what happened here, but SLR, Koi, I think, maybe just pulled off like a 1v2 situation or something. 2 eliminations to his name. Unfortunately, a solo for SLR, but the Golden Eagles were eliminated on the shack.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants his shack right here in the dead center. Unfortunately, though, you got 4 members from Team Control looking at the door of the shack. So, Koi going to be hunkering down for a little bit here. They're going to be tossing some smokes, maybe looking to retreat the death shack, I'm going to call it out here. But honestly, I mean, we're in circle. So,
hey, listen, it's only the death shack if you die at it. Well, Koi hasn't died yet. So, you know, he's still, it's the living shack for him.
The living shack.
Nemesis, though, they were fighting. I believe it was 4 bros wiping him out, but KR Esports now taking the fight to them, trying to catch him on rotation, but I'm not really seeing any damage go down. KR Esports maybe missing an opportunity in my eyes, letting them live on the other side of the hill. We do have 3 seconds, though, left on the zone, Dave, and I think it's going to be a big shift for some of these teams.
Oof. Yeah, I was getting nervous because the taco lovers, they were looking up there towards the north and the shoreline, and you mentioned it, they were taking shots at ICU, right? QZZ, whoa, what? QZZ went out to the zone right there. Hello. But major fight right here. Nate with 3 grenades left, had a massive grenade right there on the 24K, and I do see in the back line, I believe Thursday also on their knees, bleeding on out. Nate might be able to get the squad wipe out here.
Yeah, but look at that. Zuko had fallen in the water, I think, knocked to the zone essentially while swimming. Really a 1v1 situation. And the nade?
Oh, I saw some damage. Some damage numbers.
No reset yet.
There goes Nate. It's a 1v1. Wancho getting the heal.
Oh, I'm seeing the nade cook, Dave. I think he's got it this time. This fight's taking too long. Wancho with him and get away!
Right there.
Oh,
able to save the day.
He's got to leave him. It's just a 1 player live. I thought ICU was going to make more of this kind of happen, but maybe he could put Valak in the car. He's crawling in his zone, but he's leaving him. It's just going to be Wancho. They have 6 eliminations to their name. There's a lot of people that are kind of down to these solo duo teams, but we're talking 8th place right now. If you're to go out, Dave, that's only 1 placement point for the squad.
Yeah, 1 placement point, but those 6 eliminations, that's the equivalent to a 2nd place, right? So if you already got 6 eliminations at this point in the game as a solo, everything else is just kind of an added bonus here, in my opinion. Teams that really need to clutch this one out and take advantage of the amount of solos on the battlefield. I'm looking at Titan Gaming without a doubt, right? It's KR as well. Yeah, they lost 1, but remember, Blinky was able to get that level 3 gear, the MG3. They're going to be right here on the edge. So Titan Gaming and Control, 4 up still. Two juggernauts in the lobby, in my opinion. We've seen them perform in the past. Let's see what they can clutch out here in game number 3.
Yeah, and we're seeing a Titan Gaming's kind of got this spot halfway down the hill from the shooting range side. KR Esports, even though there were 3 players up, had kind of the best position in my eyes. They had the highest position on that western side. Maybe being able to pick off the solos that come in from the north, like ICU and stuff like that. But for the most part, it seems like there's a lot of open space. People are kind of just testing the waters of what they can and can't play. Pro not being able to get the knock there, unfortunately. But I think a lot of this stuff's kind of going to get to a bit of a standstill in the zone until the zone completely closes in.
Let me ask you, I need a hot take real quick. Koi, do you see them being top 3? Top 3
Top
from
3?
The living shack, as you called it.
5 at best. Nope. 5 at best. I'm not seeing the top 3 here. I'm not seeing the top 3.
Okay. You heard it, ladies and gentlemen.
I think it's shifting off. You know, I'm actually going to call it right now.
Whoa. Hold on. Are you changing it?
No. I'm calling it now. I think the zone's shifting to the south side, and Titan Gaming is going to be the one to dominate. We're seeing it here. I'm picturing it. Right on the south side.
Where's it going to go? Titan Gaming already heading down towards the south here, looking to take out Reality. So it looks like the circle does favor the living shack, as you called it, but Titan Gaming trying to flush out their opponents from behind. Reality getting caught in their own shack over here, and Titan Gaming cleaning house.
Well, you know, at least they won the fight. They've got all 4 players up, and other than them, it's just Control, who have been pretty quiet this game, having the 4 players alive now. My next site would be that shack where Koi's at, or you're going to take the fight on the western side of zone. But a lot of these teams are starting to get picked off. It's down to just 6 teams now, Dave, coming into the Sage 6 zone.
Yeah, I look at Titan Gaming, their aggression definitely paying off and in their favor now, right? So we kind of saw them sleeping in the first 2 maps, but now here they're being proactive as heck. And, well, 10 eliminations, so that's already equivalent to a first place winner chicken dinner. So let's see what they can accomplish here in the south. Pretty much the only team in the south now that they cleared out Reality. So we got KR in the north. Looks like Control might be clashing with KR here very shortly. Took out Flash God probably in a bush to solo from Strangers BD with 4 eliminations, and then SLR solo with 4 eliminations. So we got a couple snakes out here still.
I want to say, Dave, is I'm not sure if we can get a view on Nemesis's solo player, but I think all 3 of the solos are in their own little living shacks right now. They're all kind of just they're all in the living shacks.
Living shacks. Let's see how long will they be able to live, because now Titan Gaming are looking for the eliminations out here. Nice little pre-fire through the smokes. I appreciate it. Long toss right there. KR are going to be splitting apart here. Meanwhile, Flash God between the 2 boulders, just seeing these grenades get chucked out there in the distance, like, whoo, thank goodness they're not chucking them my way. Don't even look. No one's between these rocks, all right?
We've been seeing it. Last 3 games have been just essentially, or I guess last 2, this game as well. The nades from some of these players have been phenomenal. Landing basically right on the bullseye for the most part, getting these knocks. Titan Gaming now, it looks like one of their players getting knocked on top of the hillside, maybe getting a little too aggressive. Still a lot of time left on the zone shift. Crow did get up, but a lot of these teams now, they're kind of getting angled out. KR Esports losing a player. Looks like a second one as well. We're actually down to just Wish being a solo.
Wish here. Here comes Titan Gaming to confirm the knock over here. Wish, though, getting a nice little trade onto Ren in the back line. Inactive. Cooking the grenade. Looking for the confirm, possibly. Even flushing out their opponent, the last member from KR. But Titan Gaming, they're getting shot from multiple angles right now, Enigma. They need to be cautious not to throw this one out the bag.
Yeah, the main thing is going to be what happens to Ren and Crow in this situation. It looks like they're able to get a bit of a reset with the smokes. They know Wish is getting, I guess, tied down on the vehicle from the nade pressure from inactive and stuff. But the struggle is, as you're looking at 13 remaining, you're not thinking it's 3 solos. You're praying to God almost. Is someone going to shoot Titan Gaming at some point? The zone shift, we can see it on the top right as well, basically centers up. And unfortunately, KR Esports, the last player, is going to be outside of it. So it's only going to be a matter of time for him.
They got him locked. Oh, here they are trying to get the final elimination. Crow with the drive-by right there. We'll take that, they said. 13 eliminations. Now Flash God's like, oh, don't look between these boulders. There is nobody here. I believe Titan Gaming, they might have a feeling deep in their stomach that there's still a solo out here near them at least. But honestly, I think the biggest winner is Team Control across the way, who have been just big chilling while Titan Gaming have been putting in a lot of work here on the west side.
Yeah, Control was actually able to flush out Coy, the last player of SLR. He did make it in that top 5, so I'm definitely putting my eggs in the right basket, so to speak. But Strangers BD, they were kind of struggling early on in this game with all the fighting they were having to take, blessing themselves with these sort of placements. 4th place is still something, but Titan Gaming, we're looking at 13 elimination points. And for the most part, I could see them getting another 3 or 4 minimum.
I love Flash God's playstyle, by the way. I was talking about what I like to do, the insurance policy.
Yeah.
Back-to-back games right there from Flash God, just kind of surviving and thriving out here. 4 teams to go. Crow from across the way. A ton of bullets in the M4, so they can just spray across the map for days here. Trying to get some shots out there in the distance onto Control. There's still a player from Nemesis alive, though. Berlin. Definitely curious to see what Berlin could bring to the table in the late game.
Yeah, we saw him, I believe, get a 2-piece last Erangel just himself when his squad needed it the most. He's in a shack, though. Control's already sniffed out one little shack rat. I'm not sure if they're thinking of this one being occupied, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to this sort of 8th zone. 13 seconds left on it showing, and for the most part, Nemesis, they another kind of rough game, but this time at least they're getting the placement points to their name, and it's only going to be a matter of time in my
Berlin could definitely see 2 different squads on both sides of the shack with a little window at the top.
And then they peek in.
Berlin's hoping that they fight each other, right? And not look into the shack, obviously, because everybody knows there's someone in that shack. Oh, they got him with a grenade. But
look at that. Crow just taking it instantly. I think he saw the smoke through the window of Berlin's kind of I guess, death box showing through.
Oh, now
so,
it's a death box? Come on.
oh,
It's a
come on.
living shack.
The
It's a
living shack.
I
Well,
don't think,
someone's
I don't
living
think
at it
Titan
right
know
now.
about Flash God.
I think they know maybe someone's on that right side, thinking it's a 4v4v1, but it's a matter of where. And if Robert, if Control gets the opening knock, aggresses with Robert in the open, he might be able to even up the fight for Titan Gaming. So I could see this going a lot of different ways. It's a matter of how Control moves. And here we go.
Oh,
Along the
they're
south
moving to the
side, they're
south.
wanting to take the road side down here.
Gonna be giving up the high ground right here. Robert with some good cover fire to allow their squad mates to get some more intel out here.
He was able to get a thirst as well, Dave. It's now actually a 3-man on the Titan Gaming
Up.
squad. Big nades coming in. Actually, they just kind of laid it down themselves, but Ayuya getting traded out by Crow. All these people, wait, Flash God knocking Rin
taking
on
out
the
Rin.
backside.
That's huge. That is huge right there. Crow chunked down pretty low, trying to toss out their grenades, trying to get the confirm. Robert calling to their squad mate to come over here so they can get the revive. Couple more grenades to go, but now Titan Gaming, they're aware that there is that solo, like you mentioned, behind them. And there goes Flash God. So we got 2 teams left here in match number 3.
Yeah, I got down to a 2v2v1, but Robert, unfortunately, not getting the reset on the teammate. Now just a 2v2 situation. I'm liking Titan's spot, having kind of Robert pinned down to this tree, but it's more of a concern of if Crow gets knocked or not going for the shots. Because whenever you get damage on someone, Dave, you want to be that person to finish it. Don't want to overpeak and give them the free entry.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Crow used all their grenades too, trying to flush out Robert moments ago. But Robert has like 1 HP right there on the edge. Inactive, though, does have 1 more grenade to their name. I see Robert's little pixel head out there in the distance and also knows where Frady is behind the crate. Gonna be tossing that one up, going far, going long. Oh! Missing the mark, though. Frady dodging that one. But Inactive knows exactly where Frady is.
Yeah, and we saw it. He looked up the tree to mark it. Both players are going to be shooting him. Not really getting the damage, though, onto Frady, making it in the open.
Oh, my goodness.
Kind of butchering it, and Robert's still playing spoiler on the edge. You have to get the knock. Hopefully, Titan doesn't get too over-aggressive on this. The nades coming in, not hitting the mark either. It's getting a little too sketchy for me right now, Dave. I'm not sure if Titan's going to fumble this.
Frady, level 3 gear, too, is looking good. Looking good. Here comes the return grenades. That one not cooked to perfection. Robert gonna be popping up with the AKM, the spray down from across the way onto Inactive. But just in time, Crow saving the day for Titan Gaming NA, baby. Game number 3, winner, chicken dinner. 18 eliminations as well for Titan Gaming here on this game number 3.
We've seen, what, 15 and like 16? And I mean, every game
15,
it's going up.
13, yeah. So this is the highest elimination count right now so far.
I feel like we're gonna be reaching 20 elimination points almost here, Dave, in one of these games. PB, are you thinking we're breaking the 20 elimination mark today, or are you thinking that's kind of for one of the other days?
I think it's inevitable. The way these teams are playing, it's inevitable. That somebody's going to drop some big boy performance. They're going to get blessed by the zone. It's all about the action early on in my eyes. Team picking up a quick 4 kind of off the drop, which we've seen teams eager to fight early on today. And unfortunately, on the losing end, a lot of those has been Black Mamba. I'm still looking for them to score their first point. Game number 4, I'm watching Black Mamba to do well here. But ultimately, at the end of that one, guys, that was a nail biter. Team Control almost came back from the jaws of death there to take that one, but Titan Gaming just squeaking it out ultimately because Control ran out of meds. They couldn't heal up, but we saw the gridlock early on, as you guys mentioned here. This really was the nail in the coffin for both these squads. Neither team had loot, nor had ammo, nor had heals. Really, really bad spot for both of them. You got to look at them to disengage here, Dave. What do you think?
Yeah, listen, bad spot. I was really hoping that they would pull off, but there was a winner, and that was Flash God, the insurance policy, that whole conversation we were chatting about the other game. Flash God was able to secure some really good placement points for Strangers BD. You're really keeping them in the runnings here after 3 maps. But Powerbang, all right, listen, settle the debate. Living Shack or Death Shack? I gotta know.
Well, Kind of like the ring of Living Shack, you know. It just seems it's kind of got some I don't know, some life to it, you know. I was really liking this fight here on the cliff side. You saw Nate kind of up top, and you had people hiding out down below. And then when Nate got knocked, and I saw him crawling towards the cliff, I was like, is he gonna jump off to try to get revived down there and then reveal the other team? I don't know. I thought that was kind of funny. But ultimately here, Control getting into it with ICU Gaming and coming out with the better for it. So nice shots here from them. Lots of elims coming in from Control here. Really good performance overall, but no more than Titan Gaming, man. Titan Gaming picking up 18 elims that round. Just ridiculous performance from them. We called it, Dave. You and I said Titan Gaming were going to come storming back this round, and storming back they did. I think they're going to be right in the top 3 after this one, despite a poor first 2 games. So, Enigma, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that Titan Gaming was able to brush off Sandhawk with ease. The second match, the first Erangel they played, they had a few elimination points, maybe a few kind of struggle remarks in their eyes, but the match rankings this time around, they show it and they say it in, I guess, the best way possible. 18 eliminations, 28 total points to their name. Obviously, Team Control, they got in that second place spot, but only 4 eliminations. A lot of these teams just let Titan Gaming roam around free, and that's one of those squads kind of elbow to elbow with Nemesis if you don't want to give them the freedom of being able to take these 4v4 fights because they're dominating over virtually everyone in the lobby.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we take a look at the match rankings here. The biggest thing that I see is that gap, right? Titan Gaming, 18 points more than anyone else in the lobby, and this is what you need. So we want to see how this affects the overall standings here after 3 games of play. We're at the halfway mark of day number 1. We got a tie for first. Titan Gaming coming all the way back, and the elim points will break the tie and put them on top right now. 38 points. Them and Super Lazy Reflex both sitting on top right now. And I gotta say, it's a nice little bunch here. We've got 24 points from 7th place on up, and any of those will be enough to put a team in the running. As we saw, the point gap in just 1 game, 18 points right there. And that is really anybody's game here on the first page. So let's take a peek at the second page now and see who has their work cut out for them. Big gap right there between 8th and 9th, and then obviously the bottom side of this leaderboard. I'm looking at 4 Bros, Black Mamba, 3 Sheep Gaming, Dauntless. They really have to pick it up, as only the top 3 teams from this weekend will move on. So, Dave, you do not want to see this point gap getting any larger.
No, not at all here, and I'm really getting concerned for these bottom teams. Yeah, they got a couple more days to go and a lot more games to be had, but, you know, how long can you really keep telling yourself that, right? And, you know, talking to Payne from Dauntless, he was telling me that the chemistry on the squad really feeling good. And that's what you like to see, because when there are moments like this, when they're so far on the leaderboards, you need the team to really have each other's back to make that comeback performance here. Powerbang.
Definitely. We want to see aggression, right? You can only have those bad games and brush them off so many times because, again, with only 3 teams moving on, I think there's got to be a sense of urgency from right now until the end of the tournament, because ultimately, even if you're not placing super high, you've got to chip away and get those elim points as this tournament progresses. Otherwise, it's just going to be too far of a long shot as the tournament goes on, and you're going to miss the boat. So anyway, Enigma, we've seen really good performances from several teams so far in this tournament. A lot of the favorites that we had kind of looked at early on before we started, they are doing pretty well. Titan Gaming has joined them. Their performance in phase 1 last weekend, that seemingly has started to carry through. They shook off maybe a little of the jitters there in Sandhawk that first game. Are we going to see more of Titan Gaming? Is that momentum going to be building here as, again, we're back to Erangel next map?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a standard of play that Titan Game is going to hold themselves accountable to. But for the most part, we're not going to have it like you brought up at the start of the broadcast. They're not going to have any sort of freebie day. The lobby itself is still neck and neck coming into the 3rd round. And that whole first page, in my eyes, still has contention of taking first place after a game performance like Titan Gaming did. 18 eliminations. Any of these teams have it in them. Maybe during phase 1, there weren't as many, I guess, notable competition or foes for them to go against. But in this lobby, you're going to have the gas on every single game, and you're not going to get any freebies anymore.
Absolutely. So we mentioned just a moment ago that we are halfway through tonight's action. We played a couple of games on Erangel, And it's time for one more here in just a moment. We've got match 4 coming up next. But the thing that I'm liking is we've got a different winner for every game right now. And I am noticing that despite, teams having a standout performance on a particular map, there's a lot of parity, it seems like, in the region. There's definitely like an upper half and bottom half of the group. But like you were saying, anyone on that first page right now is in contention right now. And the likes of Straight Out of Nepal, they came back from 10th place to 3rd place in just a few games last weekend. They're going to have to do it again this weekend. So they're sitting in, I believe, 8th place right now overall. But the cool thing is they've done it already. They know what it takes. And I'm excited to see if these teams here are able to keep it close as today goes on, or if we're going to start seeing the SLRs, the Titan Gaming, start to kind of creep out up ahead. I have no idea, but gentlemen, I want to get some predictions here going for match number 4. Again, we've seen honestly, I gotta give a little pat on the back, right? To the whole desk. I have never been on a broadcast where more predictions have come through. Enigma, SLRs in the Death Shack. They're going to go out in 5th place. And he called it like 20 minutes in advance, and sure enough, that happened. Honestly, normally I call a prediction. The team finishes dead last. So let's go ahead and roll it. Enigma, you can lead us off here. Who do we think is going to take home the crown in game number 4?
I'm going back to back. I'm thinking Titan Gaming's going to run the lobby again and get another winner chicken dinner.
I like the pick. Titan Gaming starting to pick up steam here. We'll see if that is indeed going to be the truth. Dave, who you got here for game number 4?
Exactly what I was thinking. I mean, you pointed out that we had different winners throughout the first 3 maps, but if there was a team that could pull off the back-to-back, it is 100% Titan Gaming. And the thing that sets Titan Gaming apart from everybody else, just kind of chatting with the players, is when they talk to me, they're talking to me about them going to the Worlds. So they're looking ahead, not just the next lobby, but the one after that. And I don't even think any of these other teams even have like that mindset where they're looking so far ahead. I think that's what sets Titan Gaming apart from everybody else.
That's right, that foresight. You know what I'm saying? I will say that, Dave, you are 100% correct that we will have our first double map winner coming in after game number 4. But it's not going to be Titan Gaming. It's going to be the Taco Lovers, baby. They are eating good. Taco Lovers have the most elims in the tournament right now. They've got 26 after 3 games of play. They are the most aggressive right now. They're hitting their shots, and they are going to finish on top here in game number 4 on Aaron Go. Mark my words, it's already cemented. I've read the script. So there it is. Taco Lovers going to be your first 2-game winner. We are getting ready here for game number 4 in just a moment. We've got our predictions locked in. Aaron Gell for a 3rd game in a row, though, Enigma. I love the insight that you're bringing to the table about the former pro days and whatnot. What do teams need to be concerned with going into game number 4, especially those that have maybe finished towards the bottom of the table? I'm looking at the Black Mambas, the 4 Bros, the 3 Sheep Gaming. What do they got to do to turn things around?
I mean, you got to have a mindset like Titan Gaming. Dave literally just said that they're thinking of past this and even the next stage of competition. You need to be able to really put yourself in the mindset of my stuff doesn't stink. I'm able to dominate the lobby. And it seems like 3 Sheeps Gaming, 4 Bros, they're not developing that mindset early enough. Maybe they're even doubting themselves in these sort of matches, and doing that on day 1 where you maybe have a bit of wiggle room on the games. It's not a good sight to see. These teams, I'm hoping, at least in this match number 4, are able to kind of start getting their gears rolling, so to speak.
We've seen some goofy games today as far as the zones. I like the zone last game, right? We were thinking, are we going to see a Zarky circle? Like, are you kidding me? But the southern plane path, right? Like going over Military Island, and then to have a northern zone pop up where it's 600 meters before anyone from the plane can even get to the circles. So you saw those long rotations. I will say that I was expecting, given their position in the circle, for 3 Sheep to actually perform a bit better. They were the only ones in circle for quite a bit, but the circles have been goofy. Are we going to see something kind of centered up here? I want a little side bet, Dave, if you will. Are we going to see another extreme shift in game number 4, or is this going to be kind of centered up like we normally see on Aaron Gell?
I feel like the zone gods are going to be a little easier on some of these teams here, as this is the final Aaron goal of the evening, right? So I'm looking for a nice plane path, kind of going right up the middle, circle, being right there on Rozhawk. Nice and smooth sailing is what I'm thinking here. I got a feeling. I got a feeling, PB.
All right, Enigma, what do you think? Zone, where are we hitting this game? Where's the final
I was
circle going to
feeling
be?
Rostock as well, but I'm going to go a little bit more south. We're looking at Pachinki, so to speak, maybe on that potato hill across the field to the east, somewhere around that central part of the map where everyone gets their pickings of zones and everyone's used to that part of the map.
I got you covered. I like it. I'm calling a Stallber finish on this one. We're going up to the top of the mountain, baby. We've got game 4 loading in now. I'm so excited to see who is going to take home the chicken dinner in this one. Remember, it is going to be the Taco Lovers, but obviously we got to play that out on the field. Chat, if you are digging the Taco Lovers pick, let's see the emojis for tacos in the chat. Other than that, though, if you're rooting for somebody else, tell us who you're rooting for. And also, if you guys haven't followed the Esports account for PUBG Mobile, definitely check them out. Esports, PUBGM, NA on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it these days. I'm sure they would enjoy your follow, and you can get all of the updates for the latest esports action that is going down here this week. And remember, this is the first day of Phase 2. It'll be going for 3 days. We've got, 12, 13, 14 more games, or maybe 15, actually, if we include this next one here, to see who's going to be crowned the NA champ. And we are sending 3 more teams to Americas, which is going down in May. So that will be happening in Brazil at a LAN tournament. I'm so excited to see which 3 teams we send and who will be joining N-Hyper from the region. But that being said, we are just about to kick things off. Erangel, game number 4 of the PUBG Mobile Super League Americas Qualifier North America. Guys, take it away.
Let's go. Game number 4, day 1 here, Enigma. Listen, Enigma, if the Taco Lovers win this next game, I also want to send Powerbank to Brazil. I just want to see Powerbank in Brazil, all right?
Yeah.
Listen, the guy's got the crystal ball of the Taco Lovers win.
Yeah.
Taco Lovers, they've been doing a great job here. And Powerbank asked you a great question, like, what are these teams at the bottom leaderboard? Like, what should they be focusing on? And that kind of sparked something in my mind. If I'm one of these bottom teams, I'm going to start to think about how I could kind of put a stop to the momentum to the top teams, right? Because we've seen lobbies that once when a team like Titan Gaming, we'll throw Taco Lovers in the mix. Once when they start really popping off, it becomes a snowball effect almost.
Yeah.
And Nemesis, ICU, these are squads that I could definitely see them snowballing the lobby, right? Essentially. So if I'm one of these bottom teams, I'm gonna have that in the back of my mind. Like, how do we prevent the snowball from taking effect here in these lobbies?
I think you almost take a page out of their playbook, so to speak, because it's evident that something you're doing just isn't really working right now. You're talking about Black Mamba, 4 Bros, 0, 1, 3, 4 points, whatever number they're at. It's not even in the double-digit range. You're not on that first page. All these other teams are dropping double-digit elimination points per game, especially Taco Lovers. They've essentially been dropping 5, 6, 8 eliminations a game, whatever that number is. And these other teams like TSG and stuff like that, 4 Bros, they're needing to kind of get back into the sense of things of like, hey, you know, like, we've been able to go toe-to-toe with these guys in the scrims, previous events and stuff like that. Why can't we do it right now? You got to hit that mental reset button, look at what they're doing that you're not, and remind yourself that there's a reason why you're here in this Phase 2 tournament. It's your goal to move on to that PMSL LAN event against the other top talent. And I want to make note, especially of what you said again with Titan Gaming. They've got it into the bag, but Nate lost in the sauce. What the heck's going on? Shout out to PB, though. Black Mamba picking up their first point of the day against ICU. Nate, the main gunner of that squad, getting caught out in the open.
Yeah, I mean, that one hurts. Once again, another game where you're going to have to wait 40 minutes to get back to that next match, and really just kind of puts a halt. I mean, when we talk about putting a halt to teams' momentum, I think right there is a prime example on how to do so. You know, take out one of their squad mates really early on. That's already going to set them back here at the very start, at the jump of the game here. I'm not going to lie, Enigma, I was just thinking to myself, like, the amount of times we've been screaming, like, Taco Lovers. My neighbors, they must be like, this guy loves tacos. Like, that's all he's been talking about. They might even get jealous. Like, he's got a taco party going on next door. But, yeah, I mean, Taco Lovers doing a great job here tonight when it comes to just maintaining their score, right? And last game, they had 9 eliminations. I think 0 placement points, right? But the fact that they were able to get so many eliminations, it just keeps them afloat, right? And it kind of goes to show you like how important, and I know you kind of touched on this in the pre-show, eliminations are going to play a factor here in the scoring, right?
Yeah, and I think Taco Lovers, in terms of those phase one teams, we obviously knew Titan Gaming was one of those teams where we expected them to have a dominant performance. We saw it last game, but Taco Lovers was kind of that edge mark team from phase one coming into phase two. The rest of phase one teams kind of struggling to find their stride. The phase two teams now kind of getting put in the dirt by Taco Lovers. They're getting 6, 8, 10 elimination points sometimes in some of these games. And you sit back and wonder, okay, like, did we count this team out too early before we even went against them in the lobby? And I liked how you said, you kind of made me eat my own words about it, of these phase one teams are kind of warmed up a bit. They're used to the competition, kind of how this tournament's going to play out. Titan Gaming and Taco Lovers proving you right with that, while our own picks of SLR, Nemesis, and ICU Gaming having some star seller performances in the first 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a double-edged sword when it comes to that. I mean, you made a great point on the topic as well. Like, these other squads are able to kind of review your VODs, your rotations or whatnot. But I'm still, like, I believe more in the fact that just these teams who did play in phase one, they're going to be a lot more warmed up. And especially when it comes to, like, a real lobby with some good competition compared to just, like, watching the team in VODs and maybe playing a scrim here, a scrim there, and then classics as well, right? Like, you're just going to be locked in when it comes to competitive PUBG Mobile. So who cares who's reviewing your footage, honestly, at that point? Like, you still have, in my opinion, like a slight advantage over those teams who they might not have played in a competitive lobby for a couple weeks, you know?
Yeah, and that's the beauty of PUBG Mobile, right? Is we've even seen it at PMGC and stuff like that. All of these teams and that sort of stuff have just been able to honestly overtake some Goliaths that we thought were going to perform well. Different regions, different teams, different levels of teams, whether you thought they were a tier 2 team, maybe even a tier 2 region, as some like to say. I think every team is able to perform well given the right circumstances and mindsets. But right now in the lobby, we're seeing it. Some of these teams are still able to keep that mindset afloat, while others like ICU, they had a star seller game 1, kind of letting it go through their fingers right now on these Erangel matches.
See ya. Oh, yeah, I like that compound. No, I don't like that compound. I'm out of here.
Well, he's hating it now.
Dauntless with a nice little knock right there. Get that confidence flowing. Reality. Just going to leave their squad mate out there to bleed. Yeah, they got flushed out immediately. Kind of going, is it too early to call Titan Gaming being top 3? I'm going to do it anyways. All right.
You're saying it?
They're top 3. Yeah. I think if there's ever time to be like, yeah, I called top 3 on the last day, like now is the time. You got to do it early, right?
Yeah.
2 games, really rough. But then that last match was really the game that proved to me, like, okay, this is who they are, right?
Yeah.
And now they're finally feeling it, and they're just playing the game how they normally do. Maybe they were a little nervous, right, in games 1, game 2. And all it takes is that one really good game to kind of get your confidence going. And then after that, I mean, I'm still going back to the topic of snowballing. Titan Gaming all day, right? Snowball effect is real. So I'm calling it, man. Top 3. And just the fact that, like, they're not even fazed by the 250K prize pool in the next lobby. Sure, it's great. Sure, it's amazing. It's life-changing. But they're like, yeah, we're focused on Worlds. Like, that to me, like, I get goosebumps, right? Like, what are you guys talking about? We got this weekend and then a whole other, like, 2 months. But just the fact that, like, that's where their mind is, that's a global team, in my opinion, here in Enigma.
That's just an experience and a mindset that is hard to come by, to say the least. Even when we had played back in the day, you're only looking at maybe naming 3 or 4 teams of having that mindset. Obviously, what comes to mind for me is the N-Hyper roster. They've got Zfon on it. They've got a long history and experience making those international competitions. Titan Gaming, like you said, you just talked to them. They have that mindset afterwards. It's the ICU Gaming roster. I'm looking at Nemesis because they've played internationally. Outside of that, I feel like a lot of these teams have that mindset of, yeah, we're good enough to make Americas, but these people are thinking, we're good enough to go against the best in the world.
Yeah.
That's how they're able to pull themselves out of the trenches, out of those Sandhawks and stuff like that, and be able to put themselves back in the shoes and say, hey, we're here for a reason. We're going to make sure something like this is going to happen. And the zone shift, we see it, Dave, is going right towards Mount Everest. Golden Eagles has a bit of an edge on it, but no one's really up top of the mountain. All these teams are going to start having to congest around this part of the map.
Yeah, I'm looking at Taco Lovers and Straight Out Nepal. Like, they are clashing. Taco Lovers, they were leaving and heading towards the zone, and then I believe they saw the rotation from their opponents out there, and they immediately kind of doubled back. So very interesting from them, kind of put you in the mindset of like, hey, they're looking for some eliminations to kind of continue that play style that we've been seeing from them here tonight.
Yeah, and it looks like Straight Out Nepal setting up for the fight, but I believe as well, before we shifted off the map, Titan Gaming was coming in from the eastern side all the way out in blue zone. So Taco Lovers, if they kind of forget about the rest of the map, they might get caught with their pants down, so to speak. King, though, isolated across the street, kind of chilling for now, but Sheep getting the pressure down, 1 HP. He might be getting knocked here. Good shots out of WDN, but
I think you're right. Titan Gaming are definitely going to play a factor in this because they're trying to get to the zone as quickly as possible, and this is the path to make it to the zone, right? And both these teams kind of locked in the edge right here. Sheep with a couple smokes to provide that soft cover, but they got him pinned down. And look at that, Titan Gaming from behind. Oh my goodness, playing spoiler to the Taco Lovers right now.
Yeah, and look at that. I mean, 24K was caught out. Dirt now, unfortunately, being the second player out of it. Sheep, though, has, you know, the other team looking at him from the compound. So Straight Out Nepal, they understand that they just got third-partied. There's a solo on the tree. Taco Lovers might be out in 16th this game.
Sheep. It is just Sheep, the IGL from the squad. And it's still really early on in the match, so the meds, the boost, not all there.
I mean, maybe we used our caster's luck already in the first day because PB was thinking they were going to do the back-to-back, right? If memory serves me right. So, unfortunately, down to just the solo. And, I mean, free pickings for Titan Gaming.
We're going to crawl out here, all right? They're not going to see it coming.
Army crawl. Worm it out.
But we do have that UAZ right there. It's smoking a little bit, but that might be the play. Just jump in that bad boy and just pray that they're not looking over here. And it looks like they're going to be pulling off here. So Straight Out Nepal recognizing, okay, there's 1 point in front of us. Sure, that's good. But we also want to survive. And the longer they spend out here in the blue, the less their chances of surviving will become. So Sheep going to survive a little longer here.
Yeah, and I think Straight Out Nepal might just give it up.
Oh, it's
running away. Where's the rest of Straight Out Nepal, though? It's only 2 of them here. Oh, this might be free knocks for him. Going in the open. I think he's going to go for it. Here we go. Big shots coming down, and he gets him 1 HP. Now they know. I'm expecting Straight Out Nepal. Everyone turn around. Let's get the free point. And never mind. They're letting him live.
Let him live.
The saving grace.
Pressure is definitely on, and meanwhile, while these two teams were kind of going at it, Titan Gaming kind of just breezing on by, getting that 1 elimination, if I'm not mistaken, and then going right to the next play zone to gatekeep both of these teams, essentially, right? So it's that foresight, man. It's that looking ahead, not trying to get bogged down here on the edge in the blue, dipping into your med reserves here this early on.
Yeah, and we saw.
Will Sheep survive, though?
I don't think he had any. And we got it.
Oh, no, we're so close. Okay. We got it.
Thank goodness.
We got it. Yeah. And we're totally not watching this either. I mean, that's what they're hoping, right? No, we're watching it.
Hopefully they didn't.
Have you ever had that play happen to you? Like when you're a competitive player?
Yeah.
Like, I hope no one saw this. But
the biggest thing is either if you're in a buggy or if it's Miramar in a Murado. Because the Murado, you go over the hills and then you just get stranded in those little dips. And then it's like, well, I need a pickup. And your teammate goes, did you get it stuck? And you're like, yeah. And they're like, okay. And then they have to turn around. But now, who needs a car when you're TSG taking the fight to 4 bros? Just a solo. Good little bit of pre-fire coming out, but it's 3 members he's got to deal with. Really struggling to find the shots, but gets Scar not being able to get the finish. We've seen a lot of teams not be able to finish their food. Scar getting in 1 HP. Someone's got to oh my goodness. Dave, they didn't get the revive on him. I'd be yelling at him. I'd be yelling at my teammates.
Well, listen, the name is 3 Sheep. Just saying. Just saying.
I respect them.
Yeah, respect it. At least they're starting to show up too. I mean, they've been one of these squads that have been really passive. We still see them kind of playing the edge, but at least they're being a little more proactive when it comes to trying to get these elimination points. Same could be said from Black Mamba here, trying to gatekeep them for the time being up here in the north.
Yeah, the sad thing though is like they take that aggression, Three Sheeps Gaming, but they only get one elimination point out of it. You're hoping that's kind of a 3 or 4 man. You get a few extra points, but you essentially just went 1 for 1. Black Mamba now catching that it's your squad here, and they're the ones in zone. They're the ones on the edge, not having to worry about blue zone taking you down. We are seeing obviously Control and Titan Gaming rotate around the map here on the north side, but a lot of these teams, they're going to kind of start getting caught out of like, hey, we know you rotate on this part of the map. We're going to hold you this time around in the tournament. We held out in scrims to let you get comfortable to it. And now this is the time for us to expose that weakness.
I'm still just shocked that the solo from the Taco Lovers, the sheep, the IGL is still alive, deep in Pachinki. I mean, we are far now. The next circle pops. It's going to be favoring the mountain top right here. And we see Remix all the way up here, trying to use gravity to their advantage, dropping missiles down there with the bounce. Okay, I respect that. Now Hayuya going to be joining in on the fun from above.
I'm hoping he kept one at least, because if you're throwing all your grenades like that, I don't see you ever really getting a knock. But we're seeing Nemesis. They actually lost J7, it seems, down to just the 3-man. And, I mean, this isn't a terrible spot. I'll give it to Nemesis. But if you let Control spread out on Mount Everest, you're going to be in for a world of hurt. Because then you're trapped in this little bowl. You've got the vehicles, but if you're going to have to rotate, go up the mountain, look at this. It's completely in the open if you were to make the move. And as much as we'd like to think that, you know, Spec has pulled off those shots in the past, which he has, can you replicate it again? And 9 times out of 10, unfortunately, it's going to be a no.
That's a great point. And they also have to be thinking, like, who might be on the west side as well. And there's a duo from the Golden Eagles as well, right? That they might be looking to wrap up there and kind of play the safer routes, right? When using the mountaintop for cover, essentially, or the mountainside. Dauntless down there below, I do like their position. We've seen that be a really hot spot for a lot of squads here, setting up for circles similar to this one. And, well, they're going to be in a prime spot to potentially gatekeep KR, SLR, Strangers BD, a couple squads who might be using this portion of the zone to rotate into this new circle.
Yeah, and the scary thing is it seems like it's always a different team kind of having their sort of moments in the match, but this one's looking like a repeat of Titan Gaming. Already 5 eliminations, them and Black Mamba cleaned up, 3 Sheeps Gaming, So they're going to be eliminated in 15th with only 1 elimination point to their name. So a lot of these squads this time around on the last Erangel of the night, taking some losses either on rotate or taking the fights. But Titan Gaming, Dauntless being able to show up and really keep that 4-man strong.
Yeah, Titan Gaming. They're on the east side. I think they have 2 care packages in their sightlines. So if they needed some additional support, they're going to have 2 players with level 3 gear and whatever weapon might be accompanied in those crates. So we'll keep tabs on them. As I do believe our solo from the Taco Lovers finally spotted, tagged, and bagged, as we're going to be looking at Dauntless over here. We're going to be trying to hold down this compound that we were mentioning moments ago. SLR, so they're going to be fighting on the ridge line up against KR out there in the distance. And you can tell Salty's just itching to get any type of intel, to take some shots in third party from their hard cover.
Yeah, any sort of helmet, any sort of elbow kind of poking out through the grass. They're wanting to get a piece of it because that could be free points for them. It's just a matter if you do it at the right time. Straight out of Paul, taking the fight to the other squad, and now they're getting eliminated. But that southern side, I'm wanting to see that sort of action because those squads are still battling it out. That hillside has not yet been cleaned up. Kindness now, he has 1 pinned. It's just, I think it's just 1 solo player on KR. It's a matter of if they can get the point themselves. Oh!
Watch out for that one.
Oh my. And Klaus, we were talking about it. One of those players was just dying for an angle. I think he actually got up on the roof. That's a 2nd knock. 2 knocks on the super lazy reflex. And look at this. Dauntless, he won the 1v1.
See ya.
KR Esports holding it off, and now it's just Dauntless. I think they're looking at least for the 1 free elimination point.
Yes, sir. Here we are.
if you're SLR, you sit back and wonder what the heck just happened. How did
Yeah.
we go from 4 up with one solo player to getting eliminated before him?
Yeah. The thing is, even for KR too, I mean, Dauntless definitely kind of playing spoiler, right? Because KR only walked away with 2 of those eliminations during the unfortunate third party from Dauntless, depending on how you look at it. So, someone just get hit by a pan. I just heard that. Who are they hitting with the pan out here? But shout out to the production team, by the way, working hard, getting some beautiful camera angles here tonight, Enigma.
I'm loving it. Especially with these pan shots too of the mountain, because you actually get to see everything that goes on, not just the player doing 180s because he's worried about a side angle. We actually get a focus on it. And now we're seeing it. Nemesis is making the move up the mountain. Control's trying to hold them, but they're kind of doing a poor job of it. Dauntless, though, they held that compound here, Dave. They're sending it into reality, taking the fight to them. Unfortunately, giving the first knock from Pain.
Yeah, and they're using this this cliff to their advantage, right, to avoid those sight lines from straight on Paul and maybe even those squads fighting for those hilltops. You know, that allows them to really have a nice little angle to flush out reality. Let's see if they can connect the mark here when it comes to utility, when it comes to Molotovs, when it comes to grenades. They might be able to find themselves a nice little home for the time being. They were able to pick up Pain. Pain was knocked in the process on this push, so the revive was successful. You see the Panthers, or at least the duo, all the way down there in the south, just trying to survive, honestly, in the fields. But Dauntless, I like what we're seeing from here on this final angle match of the evening. I mean, now they're showing up, essentially. Right? I mean, they're working together. They're taking fight to fight, you know, kind of leapfrogging from here to there, and well, they're making it look like they're finally working as a unit here.
One key takeaway, though, is reality actually decided to go down into the 1 stack down below. Pain wasn't trying to hold all of Dauntless back. He gave up the compound because at the end of the day, he saw TP getting an opening knock on one of his teammates. He wanted to make sure he could regroup so they don't give an opening for the others, because at the end of the day, they might actually just end up sharing this compound for the next zone. They both might have to move out of the buildings and stuff like that. And we're already seeing it. All these teams are struggling to find spots in zone. Nemesis realizing that Control is kind of in this pickle end spot, so to speak. Spec 4 nades in the backpack, needs to find some connections here.
Oh yeah, we got one of the players from a Control all the way up there on the high ground as well. Spec with a couple grenades. Okay, Remix is gonna be really low. Looks like they're trying to toss grenades back and forth. Spec dip into cover as Freddy popped right over that hilltop, taking some nice shots. Spec with the scar in hand, trying to avoid the missiles from above here in the front lines. 2 more grenades to go. Spec is looking to make a play. We got Berlin in the back line, kind of playing that guardian angel, allowing Spec to have some room to work with up here in the front.
Yeah, but the issue is there's a reality on the downside. Everyone's turning their eyes to him, and Berlin can't even get shots down. He's having to worry about every other angle, and this isn't even in the next zone, Dave. They're going to have to make their own rotation in and Control. As much as Nemesis gave themselves a chance in terms of fighting them, ultimately just letting Control get too much control themselves on that part of the mountain, losing the fight. So Berlin, the solo, not even up anymore, going out 10th place, not even a placement point, and we're talking zone 6 coming up.
Yeah, that's rough. And while that whole skirmish was happening at Dauntless and straight on Paul, both those teams kind of taking shots up here up north, you know, trying to third party, fourth party. So definitely kind of playing nice for the time being and just trying to get these eliminations with these squads who are no longer favored. So inactive, a grenade onto Wancho from ICU. So we almost forgot about Titan Gaming because they were out there on the east side. Well, they're still 4 up. They got 8 eliminations, and they got ICU in their crosshairs right now.
Yeah, and I think ICU is actually in the basement right now. They're not even in the first floor of the building. Valak stuck across the street trying to, I think, backstab Black Mambas and controlling them, but not being able to hold them out. And Titan Gaming essentially just ran up for free. And the rest of these teams having to take these little ridges on the edge of zone. Black Mamba, though, big nade. I think that's 3-4 total eliminations to Summer alone. So Black Mamba having a pretty good performance now, getting into that placement point range I'm interested to see how many more placements they're able to get with fights like ICU versus Titan Gaming.
Yes, sir. Looking forward to seeing what Summer can accomplish. Zuko trying to reposition right there, immediately spotted. And there goes another one for Titan Gaming. Now they're going to continue to push their way into the zone here. Oh, no, they're going to catch Summer, aren't they? They're going to catch Summer. They're just complimenting this player. But now they got the swarm of Titan Gaming right on top of them here. And there it is, flushing them out. GG's though, I mean, Summer with a phenomenal double peak grenade right there moments ago. So able to secure their squad some additional points.
Yeah, but I mean, when you have Titan Gaming, 12 eliminations, 13, excuse me, they're just adding it as soon as we say the numbers, so to speak. But rotating around the edge, we're seeing them make every sort of play in cars. And that's something that a lot of these experienced teams do now is they're abusing every sort of angle they can with that sort of car TPP angle. You get to see a bit more. They're able to spot virtually anything. All of these pros have the experience with it. And it's a matter of if they're able to make it work now. And look at this. The Panthers, wait, they were in the field earlier, Dave, and they still have someone alive.
Yeah, really kind of just playing it nice and slow, kind of backfilling where the Titans were previously like holding down, essentially. So you love to see it when it comes to the solo player perspective. Just being able to survive. But Titan Gaming, they are not done. Pulling up on straight out of Nepal. A little third-party action right there from Dauntless. But honestly, Titan Gaming, man, nothing's stopping them here. Enigma.
Yeah, and the sad thing is that Dauntless in reality can't third-party the fight because they decided to hold hands the whole time. They opt to take the fight together now, but that gives Titan Gaming all of the control in zone as long as Crow does not get out. As long as Crow does not get knocked, they hold all the zone in their power. Titan now forced in this 3v4 situation, having to kind of recover the spot.
Dauntless really giving us a run for our money because you and I believe called Titan back-to-back wins here. Looks like Inactive might be trying to pick up Crow, who's still bleeding out over there in the distance. Salty recognizing that. Not taking the shots. Dauntless, they got their eye on the prize here, and that's getting this win, securing it. Looks like Titan Gaming trying to group back up with Crow's position. Oh, Salty with a huge knock right there.
Yeah, and that's the key factor is Titan Gaming, they're not in zone where Ren was at. They wanted to rotate all the way around to the top, just reset the fight, but Dauntless knows there's a solo on the edge, and you know the rest of them are up top, and Klaus isn't letting Ren live right here. Missing the shots. He peeks over, getting a bit tagged up. He's got to win the 1v1. Both of them 1 HP. Come on, you got to clean this up, Klaus. And both 1 HP. Peeks over. Klaus wins it, and I think he's going to be able to get the heal off. Titan Gaming 3v4 situation. We do have the top of the hillside, but is the player advantage going to be enough?
Yeah, Ren was able to buy them some more time here in the north to get the pickup, essentially. So now it's going to be 3v3. Crow back up and in it. Titan Gaming going to be holding it on the hilltop, looking down upon Dauntless in a final zone. 3v3 Enigma.
Yeah, and we're talking Titan Gaming's currently 17 eliminations. I wanted to see the double digits. If Titan Gaming was to win this match and get all 3 elimination points, they'd be breaking that 20-point mark.
Oh, who dropped this here? An unlooted care package.
I'll take it. Thank you very much.
Not only is it hardcover, but you also got the level 3 gear. But let's see. Banger knows for a fact that Inactive's there. And huge knock right there with the UMP, the snake in the grass, saying that's my care package. I'll take that. Thank you very much.
And that's the big thing is Banger knew that Titan was going to be split, knowing that one of them had rotated on the car. He's holding the bottom side, but Red actually winning the 1v1 fight. Kane maybe forgetting about Crow. It's a 2v2 fight. The Gilly,
the P90.
The P90.
Look at the bullets, though.
Oh, never mind. He had some ammo.
Okay, we're good. That's it. P90 all day. Honestly, my favorite weapon. But GG's to Titan Gaming right there. A massive amount of kills. But Dauntless showing up here. Winner. Chicken dinner, baby.
Yeah, they were the squad that we were talking about. You know, we need to see you do some performance-based stuff. We had seen them previously in Titan series. That's how they were able to reach this phase 2 action for their chance at PMSL Americas and stuff like that. And PB, we all had our eyes set on certain teams, but unfortunately, this game was going to the Dauntless squad.
Well, I gotta say, Dauntless look just angry in their photo. Smile, boys. It's good out there, man. Getting chicken dinners, getting things lined up here. Dauntless, though, coming in clutch. I called them to win last game. This was the performance that I was expecting them to drop on Aaron Gill. I'm happy to see that they turned it around and got that performance. Big thank you to Klaus. You saw that clutch 1v1 with the Titan Gaming player on the flank, and he was up against a close-range shotgun right there and still managed to get the win with the M4. So Klaus clutching up, Dauntless taking the chicken dinner. We almost saw the 30 bomb, ladies and gents. We almost saw it. Titan Gaming putting up 1 million kills, it seems like, and unfortunately for them, they just couldn't quite finish it off there. But a brilliant performance, Dave.
Yeah, that's the thing we were talking about. Like, now that Titan Gaming had the game 3 in the pocket, they are just feeling good, and they're going to continue that here tonight. And a bunch of kills in his last match, but not getting the win here. So it's going to sting just a little bit, but great start for Dauntless, who truly needed this win to kind of build back up that confidence here in the lobby.
Definitely, you know, Dauntless had quite a few elims themselves that round. We'll see the scores in just a moment. Obviously, Titan Gaming was the notable one because they got it rolling early and kept that momentum going all the way till the final circles. Was really happy also to see Black Mamba get on the board. Summer leading the way there, picking up some nade elims. Really nicely done there from her. And ultimately, we saw a few teams as well not quite come back and snap back that we were hoping. Again, 4 Bros, one of the first teams eliminated. I think I got to put the clock on them. That is the third 16th place finish from 4 Bros. Wow. They've got to turn it around next game or I'm writing them off. So that is kind of where things are at as we see that 1v1 right here from Klaus getting it done in the 1v1 situation. Ultimately, Titan, they had great off angles here, but unfortunately, every single flank player kept getting knocked. You can see Inactive here getting picked away, and ultimately, Dauntless proving to be too much in the final circles for Titan Gaming.
P90 OP.
I mean, the P90, we don't really see it much, actually, to be honest, but the match rankings are here, guys. We obviously see the elimination points essentially just accumulated by the top 2 teams, Dauntless with 13 of them and Titan Gaming with 17. But the team that I'm kind of looking at that I'm surprised in seeing up here is going to be Reality. They finished 4th place. They got, obviously, it's only 6 points, but something's better than nothing. And we're going to need to start getting the ball rolling at some point.
Absolutely. Ball rolling right now. Let's check the overall. After 4 games of play, Titan Gaming starting to stretch out the lead a little bit. This is looking an awful lot like Phase 1. Titan Gaming proving that they belong, and following them up is Super Lazy Reflex in 2nd place. Taco Lovers coming in 3rd place. That is your cutoff for right now. If things ended right this moment, those would be the 3 teams moving on. But you can see the scores are relatively close here, Dave. Look at how tightly packed this first page is.
Yeah, huge come up for Dauntless here this match. If I'm not mistaken, before this game, they only had 2 points, and that was from 2 eliminations that they're able to acquire. So one really good game from them, put them right there on that first page, now in the conversation, essentially. And kind of going back to what you were talking about, PB, we got Black Mamba NA, we got 4 Bros, 3 Sheep Gaming. They're at the bottom. You know, now is the time on Miramar to maybe flip the script and end day 1 on a high note.
Absolutely. If this is the script, we got to flip it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
We got to just flip that script. Anyways, guys, we're through 4 games out of our 6 today. We've got 2 more left. But before we get there, we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a moment. Keep it locked right here. And we're getting ready for game number 5. We are back for the PUBG Mobile Super League qualifiers for North America Spring. We are getting ready to see which 3 teams will be moving on from the region to join the big boys at PMSL Americas going on next month in Brazil. Remember, the top 3 after today and tomorrow and Sunday's games will be moving on. And right now, Dave, I think 4 teams have really stood out to me. I've got the likes of Titan Gaming, we've got Super Laser Reflex, we got Taco Lovers, and we got ICU Gaming. Those are the 4 that I feel like, from their elim counts and all that, are looking really strong. We are getting ready to head into the fun part of the broadcast. Miramar, baby. I'm so pumped for it, but here is the overall standings. And as you can see, those elim numbers, again, the top 4 have kind of set themselves apart. ICU just need to start ranking, and they'll be all right. But other than that, we got to start looking at the desert, baby. We got some predictions to get in here before Game 5 starts. Dave, going to come to you first. Who are you looking at performing super well on Miramar?
Yeah, kind of the flip end on what you're saying. I'm looking at Team Control. This is a team that they've been showing up almost every single late game, just not really popping off when it comes to those eliminations, right? And hey, no shade in your game. You know, whatever it takes to get top 3, I'm all for it. But with we're gonna have 2 more Miramars to go. I would want to see Control kind of, you know, crank that dial just a little higher to get some eliminations to go along with their phenomenal placement points here this evening.
Absolutely. They're doing really good on placement points right now. 14 of them to boot. That's really, that's number 3 overall, but they just got to get the elims rolling. And I like the pick, Dave. Control, though, is Dave's choice for Miramar. Let's go with Enigma. Who are you choosing to do well here in Game 5?
I'm still feeling it's going to be not the back-to-back, but someone's doubling up. I'm going to have to cook my hit with SLR.
SLR. That's a good choice.
SLR.
That's a good choice.
Yeah, SLR.
I like that one. SLR, 26 elim points so far. They've been pretty active, and I feel like, honestly, SLR is a team that probably could have greater momentum going right now, but I feel like they've gotten into a couple of mid-game fights over the last few games where they either lost a player, like you saw them in that last game where it was like everything was going their way. They were 4 up against a solo, and then all of a sudden they were wiped. Like they got third-partied from a player beyond the solo, and it was just like unfortunate, right? Caught a nade, at an unexpected time, and just like that, their run comes to an end. But despite that, still sitting in second place overall right now at 42 points. I'm concerned, though, that Titan Gaming is going to start to run away with things. They showed that they could do this in Phase 1. Again, over the first 2 days, having like a 100-point lead over the competition. They're already up 19 on second place. And again, it happens to be Super Lazy Reflex. Both of these teams participated in Phase 1. And Dave, you gotta think that the reps that they got in last weekend are certainly helping them today.
Yeah, Enigma definitely throwing a curveball my way. I thought he was going to say Titan Gaming getting another win here tonight. But anyway, with SLR, I see Titan Gaming being that squad that gets 2 chickens here tonight, as we saw on that nice graphic below. Averaging 10.5 points, I believe, per game is what that stat said. And that's remarkable, too, because remember, Games 1, Games 2, they were nowhere to be found. So just the fact that they're able to bounce back 2 back-to-back really solid performances, I don't see anything slowing them down anytime soon here. So Titan Gaming, if I had to pick a squad that can get 2 chickens in one day, Titan Gaming is my squad to go with that here, PP.
10.25 elims per game. Forget about it. Titan Gaming. Okay, let's stop right here, right? If you were to tell me, and I'm competing in professional esports, if you're telling me that I could average 10 points per game, right? If we play 18 games and I'm going to get 180 points, I like my chances to move on. I'm actually pretty thrilled with 10 points a game. They're doing that without any rank points, right? They're getting over 10 elims per game. So Titan Gaming is just absolutely murking people out there. You can see Ren on the approach right now. This is just Titan Gaming right now on screen. And I mean, the nades are on point. The shots are on point, except for these ones inactive whiffed of here on Freddy. But that's all right. They got the job done anyway with the P90, which you don't always see. But Titan Gaming just really, really on point here, Dave.
Yeah, and I was kind of questioning the play in Game 2 that we saw at the beginning of this highlight package, where they kind of pushed outside of zone to go for those Taco Lovers eliminations. But at the end of the day, like, that's just their play style, now that I'm looking at how they did in the last 2 games. Like, they're a team that they like to get the elimination. So when they see a nice, easy target all the way over there in the open field, they're going to take it, right? Except for in that situation, it didn't work out in their favor. But now that they're feeling it, they're going to continue to do that. I mean, that's what we see. Every time I look at the mini-map, Titan Gaming's over here. I turn my head, next thing you know, they're over there. And that's just because they're going from point A to point B to point C, just taking all the fights, and that's why we're seeing them with so many eliminations.
Yeah, we actually saw that, as you mentioned last game. Enigma, I want to get your thoughts on that, where it was Taco Lovers kind of at the top of that hill, just as the southeast of Pachinki, looking down into the village. And, straight out of Nepal is chilling down there. And they've got a nice little fight going on, kind of trapped. And then all of a sudden, Titan Gaming rolls up behind them. Yeah. And then before you know it, the one player that's stuck on Taco Lovers, he's the last guy left. And, ultimately he survives a little bit longer there. But Titan Gaming, when they sense an opportunity, they are not afraid to hop in their vehicles and just head towards the action. It's like, it reminds me of early days PUBG Mobile, where you hear shots and you run at them. That seems to be their MO.
And the main thing for me is that team just looks like they're super methodical when it comes to those paired plays. We're seeing them in that whole entire match where they're sending players up, 2 of them, one driving next to each other, Overwatch over the top. Unfortunately, at the end, it seemed like those solo players kind of started getting picked off in the end, an error that Titan Gaming seems to have over and over again. But for the most part, when this squad is kind of intertwined together, getting those sort of 2v2 play actions going on with the squad, they look like they're unstoppable.
They really do. I like the call out there with, they kind of seem to start drifting from one another. They all kind of see red, it feels like, right? They see some movement, they smell blood in the water, and they attack. And I really like the play style. And I honestly think that the scoring system, right, really favors that type of play style, because the more eliminations these teams are able to pick up, it's very, very difficult to earn those points back via rank, because the top place only gets 10 points instead of the 15 of years past. And second place is down to 6 elims. So really, if you're able to go wipe a squad, I mean, that's really, really valuable. And Titan Gaming is doing plenty of that. So definitely got to keep our eyes on them. I'm going to roll it back to predictions here for just a moment. Dave, did you lock in Titan as your choice here for game number 5?
I locked in Titan as top 3, all right, come Sunday.
Snap!
Yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at their gameplay and honestly just looking ahead at that next lobby. Like, they're playing a lot like those Brazilian teams, like Alpha 7, Influence Rage, and even Team Liquid. Like, all those players, you got Mythic, Riho, like Mafioso. Like, it's a super aggressive region, right? And when we look at what we're watching now, Titan Gaming is the only squad that's really shown up with the aggression, right? So when we look at the 3 teams that we're going to send to that next lobby, they have to be playing on par, essentially. And when I look at these other squads, like, Taco Lovers, they're doing good, but they're not doing Titan Gaming good, right? So Titan Gaming all day, baby. I'm a fan, all right? I forgot where I was in game 1 of the pre-show, but now I recognize, okay, Titan Gaming, top 3, easy all day.
That is a really
exposed.
Yeah, not the Golden Eagles. We're no Kakas here this time around. But Dave, I gotta say, I like that call out of the style really matches the the influence, the loops, the Alpha 7s from the Brazilian region. And if you rewind it back to the last few global tournaments where we see kind of all the teams squaring off, the teams from China have lost a step on the Brazilian teams. Now, granted, they're still super competitive, but Brazil has really shown that they are kind of the cream of the crop globally, where that wasn't always the case. So I think seeing Titan Gaming come in and play very similarly to the teams in this other region, I think that's going to set them up well if they are fortunate enough to move on. So we'll keep an eye on that moving in, but I'm going to lock in my pick here for game number 5. Again, it's Miramar, and we've seen one team perform incredibly well from a elims perspective, but they're just not quite getting the rank. And I think it's high time that ICU Gaming finishes on top here. That is my pick for game 5. We're locking it in for Miramar. I'm not going to guarantee it this time. Last time I did that, they finished in the bottom 3. So we're not going to guarantee it. But I am leaning towards ICU Gaming, non-guaranteed for the win in game number 5. So we are just about ready for our 5th match on Miramar. Remember, we are playing 18 total matches over today, tomorrow, and Sunday. So make sure you guys are bookmarking the PUBG Mobile Esports channel and showing up to support your favorite esports team from the North American region as they try to punch their ticket to PMSL Americas going down next month. There is your social handles down below. Esports, PUBGM, NA, on all social platforms. So make sure you guys go drop a follow there to get up to date on all of the latest esports news from the region. And I am so excited to get in to game number 5. Again, Enigma, I'm going to ask for your final thoughts on strategy. What do the teams need to do here up in the desert?
Well, it's going to be similar to that Erangel play style, but for the most part, it's going to be more of that map rotation. Erangel is about execution, and we saw Titan Gaming absolutely steamrolling people after that first Erangel match. So here, I'm wanting to see these teams make sure they're not rushing things, isolating players out, and making sure that they're getting those squad wipes without losing players in the process.
Well, here it is. Valak, Nate, Juancho, Zuko. Get going, boys. ICU Gaming, you're my pick in game number 5. Dave, take it away.
Poncho! Let's see what they can do here. Miramar, the first of 2 to wrap up day number 1. We will be sending it to the desert, Enigma. And, you know, it could be an opportunity for one of these second page teams to kind of make that comeback and end day 1 on a high note. Or it could just be a continuation of what we've been seeing throughout the evening when, you know, we got teams now really popping off and feeling themselves. I think that last game was definitely a confidence booster for Dauntless without a fact.
Yeah.
I mean, without a doubt, because they had only 2 eliminations, 2 points before that last match. So that one chicken could definitely set them up for success here on day number 1.
Yeah, and I think if you're Titan Gaming, you almost wished you had won that match and stuff like that, because now with other teams like Black Mamba and stuff, seeing Dauntless going from 2 points up there to that first half of the page in the first day, you're kind of giving that little bit of a breathing, that sort of light for those bottom end teams like Four Bros, like Three Sheeps Gaming, to be like, hey, you know, we just have to go one game at a time, and Miramar is that sort of reset factor for us. But it's like I said earlier. Oh, what's going on here?
Sent to the ICU. ICU and Nemesis. These 2 teams, they got it out for each other here, Enigma.
I'm not liking it, because these are the 2 powerhouses that you and I were thinking they're making that top 3 and moving on. If you're fighting each other every time off drop, Titan Gaming's going to have less competition to deal with in the lobby. Spec, J7, Fate, all those sorts of players are the ones that I picture as taking those early engagements to Titan Gaming. But now when you're losing players and stuff like that, ICU especially being the one to lose the player on this end of it, you're kind of just really struggling. Taco Lovers, excuse me, actually is the team losing a player, but these squads, it's always that sort of mental factor, Dave. We talk about it a lot, where if you lose that player early on, you're having to sit in that lobby for 30 plus minutes.
And like, who's really winning? I mean, you made a great point. Like Nemesis, ICU, yeah, sure, we don't like each other. Get out of here, they're saying. But at the end of the day, like, who's really winning? And I think it's Titan Gaming, right?
Yeah.
Because they're going to be able to take advantage of the fact that 2 really experienced teams in the lobbies are versing each other, you know, and poking the bear essentially and hurting each other and, you know, setting them up to fail essentially when it comes to that late game. So, yeah, Titan Gaming just laughing it up as these 2 juggernauts continue to fight each other early game every match.
Yeah, and as long as Titan Gaming has some sort of performance similar to the last 2 matches, they're going to be able to show up and kind of have those sort of elimination points themselves, even if they have that
Let's
sort
go,
of...
Sheeps. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you out, but that's a highlight from the Sheeps right there, all right? A punch-out early game, Enigma.
Well, they're needing every point they can get, Dave. I'm not going to be putting them on the high horse just yet, because they got 1 point when they already had, what was it, 3 or 4?
Oh, they're top 3 after that.
They're top 3?
No, only Titan Gaming.
Well, we're not mathematicians here, okay? So maybe they do, maybe they don't. I believe it's Sarah right now. Four Bros kind of weaving it through the tents. I'm surprised he actually didn't crash it all there, but Four Bros being able to rotate into the compound earlier. We're seeing Golden Eagles, though. They actually have a player isolated on the hill. Does he even have a weapon? Oh, no. You hate to see it. Lau getting caught out. Golden Eagles just full throttle aggression on the squad. And now they're having, I believe it's just Gatsby ratting it out in the building. What happened here on the drop?
Yeah, Four Bros kind of in the slumps here. But you know, they still got 2 more days to go. Gatsby, though, not done. AKM in hand. Only thing is there's at least 2 Golden Eagles right in front of him. So let's see. Oh, and then a third one out there on the off angle. So Gatsby, a little pre-fire right there, popping their head through the door, taking some shots. Only 5 more bullets to go, and the Golden Eagles surrounding Gatsby. Unfortunately for them, there goes another one of the 4 bros taken out here early on, leaving just 2 on this first Miramar map of the weekend.
Yeah, and Golden Eagles, they were kind of struggling as well in terms of points. Them being able to take this fight and pick up 2 eliminations against 4 bros, not losing any players, is definitely putting a bit of wind in their sails, so to speak. Golden Eagles, I think it looks like they're trying to make sure no one else is ratting them out or trying to come up to grief them, so to speak. But the rest of these teams in the lobby, I mean, I think everyone's got their eyes set of when Titan Gaming loses a player. You don't want to see them get any more points on the day, because they're making me eat my words. And I was saying, you know, they're not going to have to, like, you know, get a freebie of a day. But if they keep having performances like the last 2 days, they're essentially going to be able to just goof off in the last day. They're going to have such a point factor above second place that they just need to show up.
Show up. Show out. Yeah, because the goal here is just top 3. Like, it doesn't matter if you're in first, second, or third. As long as you're top 3, you will be punching your ticket to join N-Hyper. Moving to the Americas, coming May 22nd through June 16th. And well, that's going to be an offline event in Brazil. So, I mean, that's a completely different environment. And to add some additional pressure, $250,000 is the prize pool. That's a lot of money.
I mean, any of that money is going to be nice if you can get a piece of it. But for the most part, my big thing of it is, you know, we talked about PMPLs and stuff like that. We had PMCOs in the past where those were qualifications for international tournaments. PUBG Mobile really wanted to have those sort of international events with PMPL, but COVID unfortunately delaying that a bit. Now, PUBG Mobile has come out and said, we're pulling the trigger. We're switching this to a Super League format where we're having month-long LAN events. A lot of these players in our region, other than maybe Zfon and the specs of our region, have never even played international. They've never played face-to-face, elbow-to-elbow with a team that maybe you just squad wiped. There's instances where people are standing up, staring at people across the stage, you know. You're getting the cameras in front of you to the point where if you make a stellar play, this is the moment for you to get recognized. Everything online, you can have some moments and stuff like that, but it's those face-to-face interactions that really set the tone for teams that have that mindset. Like you said, the Titan Games, they want to make it to the international stage, not just Americas, while other people maybe are going to be too intimidated by that idea.
Oof, it's salty. What happened? But yeah, I mean, totally agree. Like that's where you make a name for yourself, essentially, you know, and get that fan base going and starting that legacy. Dauntless over here. I was just complimenting them on their ability to get that win in the pocket. But Strangers BD just straight up sending the monster trucks out here. Oh, the BM honk, like get in. To get some eliminations.
Wait a second.
New wall. That wall wasn't there last patch.
Yeah, they just added it.
I don't. Marauder for monster truck. I love the monster truck.
The monster truck. It's growing on me. It's growing on me a lot. I mean, we just saw him go over the wall.
Yeah,
with the monster truck
right there, jumped out.
How are you gonna beat that? Like you slam a compound, the wall doesn't matter. The wheels.
Tires are easier to pop, though. I will give them that. But still, I mean, you're just riding in style. So the Panthers now back against the wall, down to just a solo. Hey, that punch out from the Sheeps. I'm telling you, that punch out, that early game punch out. Now the Sheeps are just full on sending it on top of everybody.
Oh, I think they're gonna save him too. I don't think he was gonna be able to thirst that last member. So 4 for 0.
Sheeps, we stick together. All right, Enigma.
A herd.
The herd.
Even though their name is 3. It's like the 3 Musketeers, but there's really 4.
Should be 4 Sheeps, but it's okay. Well, let's maybe one is the Shepherd. That's what's happening.
The IGL.
The IGL.
We need to know. Does anyone know? Goodness. Do you know who the IGL is for 3 Sheeps? The guess? Any guess? Who's taking? The Shepherd and the 3 Sheep.
From the Sheeps.
We'll have to ask him.
I believe Hollow.
Hollow. So Hollow's the Shepherd. And the other 3 are the Sheep. And I didn't know Sheep could really pop off in the desert, but here we are.
Their
Think the
best map.
grass would
You
be
know why?
yeah,
Because they're hungry. There's no grass to graze on. So now they're focused.
I'm liking it.
Yeah, it all adds up.
But what about if it's 4 bros, though? They haven't really been finding their stride, unfortunately, here, Dave, in these last 4 matches. Now we're going to kind of make it 5 with them only being down to a duo. So a little bit of a struggle coming out of some of
Yeah,
these teams.
it comes to the early game, right? I
Yeah.
feel like if you're one of these
Oh,
squads in what is this, game 5, where you just really can't make it out of the early game, you kind of got to think to yourself, like, what can we do differently, right? And when it comes to the 4, we're seeing a lot of crazy car action right now. I'm not gonna lie, getting me sidetracked. When it comes to the early game, if you can't survive past that and make it to mid game, I think you just got to dial it back a little bit. Maybe just drop. Honestly, it sounds weird, but like just straight up drop on the edge of the map and just try to play the game a little longer, survive as a 4-person team. You know, get the loot, get the gear, and just play it really slow. And honestly, just try to avoid any fight possible, at least when it comes to early game, because obviously it's just not working out, and maybe that's kind of getting to their mental just a little bit, right? So
yeah.
I think just having the ability to just play the game a little longer could definitely help in that area.
It seems like as well, they're not even getting a chance to really shoot their guns and stuff like that. They're forced into these early rotations where maybe they think it works out and they're just getting lasered out of their
Yeah,
cars. So I think
it's
waiting,
tough competition.
kind of pulling that Titan gaming strat like we saw in game 1, kind of just eat blue zone. Start using some meds early on. Make sure that you're able to get in the zone and really take your time to make sure that, hey, we're not going to get camped on the
Yeah.
edge of zone here. And we're seeing it right now. Some of these other teams around these edges of the maps, we just saw Nemesis actually kind of driving down the squad of, I
Get some
believe.
minutes in the game. You know,
Yeah.
you get some time in the game, get it going. You know, get the team comms flowing, because obviously, if you're losing half your team in the first 5 minutes, you're not gonna have team comms, right?
Yeah.
You know, you have 2 people, just 2 bros, hanging out the whole time. So I think just getting some game time underneath their belt here will definitely help them out moving forward into the next 2 days.
I think the scary thing as well is you talked about communication. If the squad starts going silent, you know there's probably an
It's
issue.
done. Yeah, it's done.
Like it's just mental shut off. Everyone's playing themselves. Maybe the IGL is too tilted to really think about that sort of squad formation, or if someone gets knocked, it's instantly pointing fingers instead of capitalizing on that timing he maybe gave you. So interested to see what kind of dynamic these teams have. Obviously, we're online, so we don't get to have a listen in just yet for these squads, but we do see the zone shift. We're seeing some people out of play, and a lot of it's shifting down more to the south side, straight on Nepal, actually getting a little bit beamed up from other squads, but fortunately not losing any players yet.
Comes Black Mamba down to just solo here.
Oh,
Kaboom! Goes the dynamite. Nemesis right there. Taking out the last member of Black Mamba. 2 teams, Black Mamba and the Panthers, will be eliminated here on our first Miramar map of the weekend. So Nemesis, 5 eliminations in the pocket so far for this squad. Nemesis, one of the teams that I've noticed like to play edge, like to play it nice and slow here, Enigma.
I think a lot of that comes down to their IGL of Fate. He was with Execute and a little bit with YKG at the time, where they played that aggro edge style, getting those eliminations early on. And if you know there's one of those lower end, latter half of the leaderboard kind of teams near you, you're confident in taking that fight, especially with someone like Spec at the helm of it all, kind of spearheading your way into those knocks. It's showing that they've already picked up 5 elimination points. We're barely into this match, it seems like, and we're already seeing full teams losing their whole roster, if not 1 or 2 people on rotation. So them, in terms of them versus Titan Gaming, I see both of them being able to possibly start wiping a lot of the edge of the lobby, so to speak.
Yeah.
But it's going to come down to when these 2 teams finally get face to face with each other.
You see Titan Gaming split, so interesting. They got 2 right here, and then they got Red Ox in the north, and then Crow in the south, kind of making sure that this duo that we're looking at don't get backstabbed, essentially. What an interesting split from this squad.
And maybe it's kind of that idea of that 2-2 mindset. Maybe 2 of them like playing that aggro playmaking ability, looking for those elimination points, like how they are in control. Maybe the other 2 are those sort of reserved. We're going to always be playing Overwatch and directing you guys when to come in and out, so to speak, of these fights.
making sure their backside is clear. Meanwhile, Robert has been just crawling. I like to call people on Miramar not snakes but worms. You know, worms in the dirt. Been trying to make that a thing for the past 3 years. Maybe this will
We're
be
making
the year, but Robert has been worming it over here, almost within grenade range. I'm not sure Titan Gaming are aware. Robert hasn't made a sound yet, and yeah, let's see what Robert can do here. Pulling the pin. Oh man, Robert.
He's looking for it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm impressed.
That was pretty close, but
that was a close one. Popping up though, Robert with the AKM, taking some shots right there, missing them. Gonna be popping in their buggy, trying to regroup with their teammates, but was taken out in the buggy. Unfortunate for that worm in the dirt.
yeah, but Team Control, Frady, I believe, was the one that actually got a return knock on a Titan Gaming. Does look like actually 2 of them are knocked, one of them being 1 HP, so a little bit of a spin on its head. Reality now, looking down from the south side on top of the hill. A lot of these teams are kind of getting into it with each other on the edge, and the zone shift, it's only a few meters away, just over 100 to their west, but it's 3 teams. Not all of you are going to fit on this part of the map, and it's like Titan Gaming starting to kind of cut their losses. Unfortunately, losing Redox in the process, and it looks like they're trying to just cut their losses and rotate out of there.
Here's that player you're talking about from Reality behind the hay bale, just trying to kind of poke them out there in the distance. Hayuya also trying to make a play from Control to the north of Titan Gaming. So Titan Gaming, they need to be mindful not to get locked out of the zone here. Next circle did pop, and well, it doesn't favor them any more, so they are going to have to make a play happen here. And we were talking about Control. They have been demonstrating their control on these circles, and they've been showing up in the mid to late game almost every single match. But one area that they definitely need to kind of crank that down a little bit has to be the eliminations, the aggression, to kind of balance out where they get their points from. And just saw right there in the elimination feed, Hayuya was able to get a knock, but then Frady immediately traded on their side. So Reality making some plays happen out here, Enigma.
Yeah, I'm liking it. Reality is really opting to hold both of these teams out. Even if you only get 1 or 2 of each of the squads, that's still freebies in my eyes for you to take. And Titan Gaming looks like they're able to get the reset off on the knock, but not even anymore. Someone from Reality, I believe, getting the knock onto him. Down to just 2 players of Titan Gaming. And I think this is that idea I was talking about. When they start making these 2 and 2 ideas, they got separated on that push, and now they're just, you know, biting the bullet, so to speak, of we're kind of just falling apart right now in Miramar.
Definitely a challenge here. Payne going to be tossing a grenade out there. Nobody there for the time being, but Payne with the M4 3 times, laying it down range onto the duo from Control, but they got something to say. They got the 6 times over here. Trying to laser Payne across the way, but now here comes, as you said, Daddy Blue Zone. That's new. Going to be applying some pressure out here onto Team Control.
This is the scary thing, though, Dave, is it looks like they don't even have a vehicle. It's not that late into the game. I don't know what happened to their sort of whip, sort of speaks, but they're just forced into just running it in. Titan Gaming slammed it onto STE.
Oh,
just now Rin, but I mean, it's 2v1 situation. It's just Rin right now, and getting close up with it. He's got the UMP, a bit of pre-fire, but it's too many angles for him to even be looking at. STE picking up the eliminations. Actually a duo here, so a bit of a chance for Rin to possibly win that, but STE coming out on top. 5 eliminations to their name. We could see it, though, the zone shift straight north. We're talking only 2 teams in this zone. The whole west side north of Picado is completely free. All this congestion, I guess you could say, is on the south and eastern side of the map.
Love that crossfire from Strangers BD too, not just piling through that one doorway, but instead trying to get them from both angles. I mean, I love when you see a play like that happen. But SLR out here in the open, holding it down. 5 eliminations. They're going to be in their own little skirmish down in the south. So got the duo from 4 Bros over there kind of in the general area. But SLR should be able to get the pickup on their squad mate, get some additional loot. Looks like they have some buggies to work with, some vehicles to make their approach in the zone.
This is the crazy thing to me, though, Dave. Look at the map right now. We can see on the top left, SLR actually had a solo player, basically that insurance policy, as you like to call it, already set up on the edge of zone. They took this 3v2 fight, getting the elimination points, and had the confidence of having a solo all the way in front, making sure that they don't get gate kept in zone because they had to go for the revive. They're full
Yeah.
4-man up and they have the vehicles. It's just a matter of if they're able to actually get into zone. And White Eulogy being able to kind of confirm that for him. I believe there's a bit of a lip there for them to play. Mikato's not going to be too much of a factor for him in my eyes. It's a matter of what this next zone shift's going to be like for them to start capitalizing on eliminations.
Safe spot, escape spot. So now it looks like they were able to pile on to White Algae. Like you mentioned, Kindness is going to be grouping up with them. But the Taco Lover is looking to be a little proactive here. Going to be wrapping in around the edge. Piling right through SLR. Heard a grenade slug get fired over here. Whoa. Yeah, you got to watch
That's a new
out.
one.
Looks like the follow-up with the Molotov should
Wow.
be burning them down. So Taco Lover's being proactive here. Trying to wrap behind SLR. 24K not done yet. Going to be piling in the buggy. Going for some crazy moves. Trying to get some runovers over here. Definitely got my eye on Koi, though, on foot. Trying to see what they can do here. And, oh, massive grenade right there from Koi. Yep, that's who I had my eye on. Perfect angle from them. Thursday is also going to be hurting right there. Was able to get the heal off. Has the UMP. Is going to be swapping on over to that grenade. Trying to take out Koi in the back line. Koi knows exactly what's up right there. Going to be tossing a Molotov. That grenade Thursday is going to be applying some damage. Here comes a revive down there as well. So SLR with the high ground. What are
The scary thing, though, is, Dave, is that a lot of these other teams are starting to notice it. Four Bros down in the bottom, starting to work up the mountain. Koi's trying to do the best he can.
Grenade.
He's playing dodgeball out here, actually. Taco Lovers still on that back foot. 24 gig getting caught out, and now it's kind of just down to SLR cleaning this up. I was worried about them for a sec, kind of throwing this away.
Yeah.
But coming in and actually be able to hold their grounds, and look at the map. I mean, Nemesis is literally across the entire zone right now.
Yeah, they are all over. I saw Spec getting really thirsty a couple of moments ago trying to backstab Taco Lovers in that engagement. So Spec definitely has the intel and kind of called over J7 to provide that support. So they're going to be holding them down. Meanwhile, the other duo up in the north trying to hold out Strangers BD and Hayuya. So they're just trying to dominate this end zone here.
Well, I mean, it's looking like they're setting themselves up for it. J7's got the edge of zone. Spec can hold it to make sure that no one's able to make that late rotation onto J7. Realities to the north of SLR, kind of gatekeeping them a bit as well. So a lot of these teams, I think they're going to opt for that eastern side, when in actuality, this western edge of Nemesis is the only spot that you're really going to be able to try to pressure point into. Ooh.
The laser out here from Spec.
Disgusting.
Reality are just grouped up over there, aren't they? Just packed, four up, surviving that late game. I guess that's why you don't have muncher trucks, because it gives away your position, because you're so far off the ground here. White Algae was able to pull up to their squad mate. Might be able to get the revive onto Kindness. But Spec not trying to let that one go. Is going to be pressing the envelope here just a little bit. Koi holding down the back line, making sure the revive is possible. Was successful.
I'll be honest, they're looking like Titan Gaming in the last match. One person's making one. Yep, Nemesis. They're making 1 point after another, one in front of the next, and they're just walking over every single squad. They've got over double-digit eliminations now. Everyone else in the lobby, we're down to just 4 teams in stage 6, all because Nemesis, they were able to apply so much pressure on that western side in zone 2 and 3 that everyone else was just forced to brawl it out.
Here comes Reality now, pushing out of their compound. A little 2-2 split going on here. They got a couple eliminations, but Koi from behind on the hilltop with the UMP. Can we get it done? The pre-fire going back and forth, dodging, ducking, trying to avoid the bullets here. Swapping to the M4, getting a nice one right there. Getting the confirm as well, and Payne, yep, Payne also bleeding on out. But look at this backfilling right behind Reality is Strangers BD.
Wow.
And Koi is not stopping. anytime soon, Enigma.
Yeah, that's crazy because he's a solo on his squad. He should have been eliminated there, but Strangers BD just egoing him in the open, getting knocked in the process. Koi as well, getting that other elimination. I mean, he's doing wonders for his squad right now. They have 9 total eliminations, 4 of them on Koi. And unfortunately, now it seems like Nemesis has a read on it. They're going to try to hold him to just those amount of points, but
Got him.
damage is already done.
Yeah.
These other teams just really gave Nemesis this opportunity of just walking up and steamrolling you.
Nemesis win all day. GG's to Koi, though, really holding it down for SLR.
Wow.
Definitely the playmaker this game. Now here comes Spec popping in their heads. Fate in the front lines as well. Spec with a fadeaway Molotov to try to secure that one over there. Fate in the front line just applying so much damage, so much pressure. And now it's 4v2. Strangers BD on their mountaintop. We got Flash God. See what they can accomplish here. 13 eliminations on the side of Nemesis. Bird talked about this team in the pre-show. Veterans when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Now's their time to really combine all their skills and show up here in this lobby. And they're doing just that.
I think the experience speaks for itself. Miramar is the favorite map, I think, for every competitive player that has played over the years, because when you start getting in the groove and exposing people's weaknesses, you get to moments like this where I think this match is finishing as close as Sandhawk times. Usually Miramars are long sort of zones and stuff like that, and they just get completely steamrolling the competition. So Nemesis, I believe that was, what, 15 eliminations to the squad, Dave, showing that they have the experience.
Let's go. 15 eliminations, almost 2,500 damage done from Nemesis. And you were kind of talking about like their play style and just the fact that they were holding down so much terrain, right, in that mid game, just making sure to get as much intel as possible. But they also have the ability as solo players to get into fights. They're not just like getting the intel and playing the worm strat and not making a move. No, they're popping their heads up. And they're getting some damage on the board as well. PB, what do you think about that?
We're really going with the worm strat. We're going to make
Come on,
this
let me
game
have it. This is the
3
year.
years
2024,
We're going
man.
with worms. All right, fair enough. I got to compliment Nemesis that game. That was really, really impressive. You guys called it out. The spread that they had bisecting that zone, literally they had people outside of the circle on both edges and players posted up in the middle. They completely owned that game from start to finish. 15 elims. They needed that one. That's going to put them towards the top of the leaderboards, I think. Again, big shout outs to Nemesis and that one. We've got a replay package queued up, ready to go for Game 5. Our first game in the desert, and it did not disappoint. Felt a little bit bad here for 4 Bros, getting bullied once again. Gatsby goes down early as well. And unfortunately for them, they are now 2 Bros trying to make it work. They did get up the leaderboards all the way to 6th, but this is not the way they were hoping to start the game, Dave.
Yeah, we're starting to see kind of the repeat customers when it comes to who exits the lobby early, right? And not something you want to be seeing here this early on in the tournament. But I do have to give it to 3 Sheep Gaming. Although they didn't really get that many placement points, they got 5 eliminations here. And I think it's one of those teams that we keep talking about. Like, if you're a team at the bottom, you got to kind of flip the script, as you showed us before the break. Flipping the script. I think 3 Sheep Gaming is doing just that and kind of playing a little more aggressive here, and it's paying off. I mean, 5 eliminations, I'll take that all day.
Absolutely. You saw how Schwan there getting picked off by a Molotov. You got to think that SLR would have loved to have had more people alive towards the end of the game here, because quite honestly, Koi, the man on your screen right now, went off. His play towards the end of this game, for me, was the standout solo performance of the entire tournament so far. So incredible how he was picking people off. You can see him taking down 4 Bros all by himself here, just holding off teams left and right, and then ultimately getting in a 1v3 with Reality. Just absolutely insane here from him.
Yeah, for the most part, I mean, Koi here especially, look at how he takes this 1v1. It's all about him staying on his side of the mountain because he knows Strangers BD's on the backside. He gets down both of them, running out of ammo, which is super awkward, by the way, but he wins the 1v1. He's looking at the kill feed, and his teammates are saying, hey, Payne just got knocked from Strangers BD. The only problem now for Koi is Strangers BD, and he ultimately ends up winning the 1v1 long range, securing himself that extra time and placement for Reality to get eliminated. But the main story, of course, of it all is just Nemesis having virtually what it seemed like 90% of the zone starting from zone 3.
Well, here are your match rankings. Nemesis, a big performance here. Again, we're liking the big gaps between first place and the rest, essentially, after each match. That's gotta bode well for Nemesis on their quest to achieve top 3 status. We'll see how close they get in just a moment. But one team I want to call out here is Strangers BD. We haven't talked about them a ton today, but we did point out the Flash God play earlier today, and they have been consistent. They're finishing near the top in almost every game. No crazy standout performances from the elims, but they've been sneakily consistent today. So Strangers BD, I want to keep my eye on them as we turn our attention to the overall rankings. Let's see where things shake out after 5 games of play, and the gap has closed. Titan Gaming still sitting on top with 62 points, but only 1 elim this last round, and we're seeing the likes of Super Lazy Reflex and Nemesis, a newcomer to the top 3. They have closed the gap. Dave, what are your take on the overall rankings?
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at Strangers BD. I mean, you made a great point. Super consistent. I think this is a team that when they get into fights, they give it their all, and say it's not going their way, they kind of send off Flash God to try to survive, try to get those placement points. And it's been keeping them in the running. I mean, top 5 so far with only 1 more game to go here tonight. I kind of wish we saw other teams kind of use that insurance play. Almost when things aren't going their way, they got that solo player who knows how to survive.
They do. And Enigma, here's the bottom half of the standings. Take a peek. Tell me what you're reading here.
I mean, my favorite thing for the most part, at least, is KR Esports having the most eliminations on the bottom half. Yeah, it's 14. They only have 2 ranked points. But in terms of the squad, you're getting the eliminations. It's just you're not putting the pieces together maybe for that end game for these maps where you're wanting to rack up those placement points as well as the eliminations. But obviously Black Mama's 4 bros, it's really just looking like a struggle in my eyes of we're just not getting any sort of ball rolling. And now, I mean, we're going into the last game. We're already after this game coming up. We're going to be a third of the way done with the tournament. You're needing to start getting these games going, and you can't give a freebie of a day to anyone in the lobby.
You really can. I feel like the top 7 have started to kind of separate a little bit. You saw that 8 to 7 jump being about 7 points. And again, the same kind of teams have been pretty consistent on the top half of the table. Titan Gaming has been impressive. And I really feel like the team's ability to pop off, right, and put up 15 to 20 elims in a game. We've seen that from Nemesis. We've seen it from Titan Gaming. But who else has the ability to go off for big chunk point totals? And that's going to be the difference between getting into the top 3 and perhaps missing the mark. We see 5 teams with 5 different chicken dinners so far. It's been pretty spread out so far in this tournament. We'll see if we can get our first double chicken dinner winner today. Dave, I'm going to come to you, my friend. We're making our predictions for match number 6. It's our final match of the day. Who are you picking to take home the final chicken dinner on Miramar?
I mean, I have to say Titan Gaming, but I'm not going to say Titan Gaming. I'm going to go with something crazy here. I'm going to really spice it up, and I'm going to go with KR Esports. Why not? I mean, they had 5 eliminations that game. They're feeling Miramar. Let's see if they can end the night on a high note and get a win to go with it. KR, let's go, baby.
All right. KR Esports, the choice from Dave. Lock it in. Enigma, who you hitting us with?
I'm going with ICU. I thought they were doing it game 1. They kind of fell short. They've had a few pop-off moments, but for the most part, it's been kind of downhill ever since after game 3. I'm hoping they could bring it back, because if they don't, they're going to start really seeping down the leaderboard when at the start of the day, they had a great performance.
I like the pick, my friend. I picked him myself last game and was sorely disappointed. I hope you are not as well. But my pick for game number 6, I'm going to lock in my choice at the start of the day, which is SLR. And the reason why is not just that they're second place in the overall rankings right now, but Koi. That's all I got to say.
Yeah.
That man, his play last game, I was screaming wow into the microphone, and I wasn't even on air. Koi made me a bigger fan than I already was. Play of the day so far from me, so we're going to pick SLR in game number 6 Lock it in. So there you have it. Our predictions have come in. Here is, my reaction to ICU going out after just a couple of moments in game number 5. As you can see, I am already going against my own advice. I did not, in fact, pick Titan Gaming because that's just too easy to go with the front runners. But production, perfect. Nice work capturing that moment and putting me on screen. Well, here we are, getting ready for game number 6. The players are getting ready. They're putting the suntan lotion on and getting ready for battle in the desert. So we are almost ready to go. Again, Enigma, coming to you for your professional opinion, all of that experience under your belt. We've had one match now on Miramar. What does the adjustments need to be for those that did not finish on top in this first game?
I think it's a matter of getting all of your heads kind of lined up. Some people seem like they're maybe too ahead of other teammates and stuff like that. Maybe they're not really picturing the idea of teams camping rotations. Nemesis, of course, was just steamrolling Black Mamba in the first zone, and no one was even batting an eye to it. Some of these teams seem like they get away with too many things because of passiveness from other rosters. So I'm hoping these teams, especially on the lower half of the leaderboard, really start to tune things up like what Dave wants to see of. We need to see aggression, and you need to do it now.
Well, it is the final day, or final game of day number 1 here in Phase 2. Again, the top 3 teams on the leaderboards after this weekend's play will be moving on to PMSL Americas going on May 22nd through June 16th offline in Brazil. Very excited for that. 250 grand on the line. And so these teams have everything to play for. And I will say, an 11-point gap has opened up between 3rd and 4th place right now. Titan Gaming, Super Lazy Reflex, and Nemesis right now sitting in the driver's seat. Like Dave mentioned last game, it does not matter if you win this tournament. It doesn't matter if you get 2nd or 3rd. All you're trying to secure is top 3. The top 3 teams will move on. And right now, we've got a few front runners. We are getting ready for our action. We are just moments away. Chat, I want you to tell me who you are rooting for. Is it Titan Gaming? Is it Super Lazy Reflex? Is it someone else? Hit us with those emojis in the chat. Give us some hashtags. Insert your team here. We want to see it. Anyways, make sure you guys are following PUBG Mobile Esports on social media to get all up to date on the action. But with that, I leave you in the capable hands of Mustache Dave and Enigma. This is our final match of the night. Match 6 of 18. Despite what your screen may say, enjoy the game.
Match 6, day 1, Enigma. All right, this is a 3-day event, 6 games per day, best of 18, the PUBG Mobile Super League 2024 North America qualifiers. We will be sending 3 teams here from this lobby on Sunday to Americas to compete with the big dog, baby. So let's see. I would love to see the taco lovers go there. And if they do make it, I need some merch, bro. I need that little taco on a shirt. You know, I need it. The guy's so cuddly, you know, such a vibe. So let's see. I mean, I'm bringing them up because taco lovers, they've been consistent all night here.
Yeah, they've been getting the elimination points. I think one of their worst performances was 0 placement points, but they pulled out 8 eliminations to their name on one of the Erangel matches. So the squad itself, hopefully they're able to finish strong tonight. And that's the main idea for a lot of these teams coming into the final match, because Miramar, kind of like Erangel, you're used to playing it, but it's a lot more of making sure you don't let anything go to waste on the map, because we saw it last game. SLR almost bit the bullet when it came to that taco lovers pull up. We saw teams like Nemesis not getting pressured and ultimately being able to push everyone away. So this map, I don't know what to say that. Well, I don't know what happened here, but this is looking like the first Erangel where we don't even have anyone. I don't even think anyone can land in that zone right now.
4 bros just gave up. You know, they looked at the circle. They're like, I'm just gonna sit here for a little bit, and yeah.
What do you think?
IGL, what do you want us to do? It's a hard decision, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, though, if I was in the shoes of the 4 bros, hold on, we'll have to get back to that because we're watching the Black Mamba. We're watching Summer. We saw Summer with a beautiful grenade about 2 games ago with the 2 Pete's. Black Mamba, one of those teams at the bottom so far, looking for that comeback here, that comeback game to kind of get that momentum going for tomorrow and just that feel-good game, you know? And it looks like
Yeah.
they're going to be up against KR, the team that I had picked for the winner chicken dinner. The gamble out here. Oh, Blinky, though, from behind with the UMP. Catching her off guard.
The scary thing as
Mamba.
well, Dave, was Summer had a sawed-off. That's not even a real shotgun. That's one of those pistol shotguns. You gave up the first knock, and now Black Mambas, as much as I kind of like their position, maybe got lost in where people landed because KR Esports is the team you eyed. I'm loving their position right now.
See what they can do here. 4v3 situation now. Hearing a bunch of footsteps. All these players just trying to find whatever they can to help them in this battle. Maybe a helmet, maybe a vest, maybe a grenade. Blinky here. UMP, still no helmet. He's going to be spotting Summer here. Any moment, the pre-fire through the window.
Oh!
Summer able to dodge some of these bullets here, but eventually was caught by the AKM. And now here comes KR just flushing
Wow.
room by room here. 3 eliminations to start their final match of the evening.
Yeah, and look at that idea. KR Esports knew Abigail was across the street, specifically at that building. Didn't even rotate to that side of the sort of compound, I guess you'd say, going all the way around. And Black Mamba, unfortunately, now having to just kind of tuck tail and run. But with this being such an elimination format, how much is a solo going to be able to do? We talk about it time and time again.
Yeah.
We've seen some people pull off 1v2s and stuff like that, but you're not seeing that every time. KR Esports, I don't even think they're going to look for this player because it's, hey, you know, there's so much we have to loot. We got our 3 points. We know this player's not going to run around. And look at this, ICU. They actually saw the fighting, Dave. They're camping up on top, trying to camp the rotations.
Yeah, ICU, they heard the action, and they were definitely pushing the envelope over here, trying to get a nice little vantage point on a San Martin. And I know you're talking about KR and their potential plans. It looks like they might be trying to hunt down Abigail, actually,
Really?
which isn't good for the solo of Black Mamba. Some nice air right there. So ICU... last game, 0 points, right?
Yeah.
This game, they had the one up on the potential third party, but I want to get your take. Why do you think they're pulling off?
I think the main thing
their
is
game right now. Like,
they
why
remember.
pull off?
I think they remember what that plane path looks like and kind of how it kind of, I guess, all unfolds out if you stay. But this is a little bit of a replay action. We're seeing a bit of jump shots and stuff like that. KR Esports was able to loot multiple automatic guns, so the pre-fire was nothing special. And unfortunately, Dole's last player alive against 4. You're going to try to get out for Abigail to help you, but unfortunately just isn't the case. But ICU, they've got to make the rotation, and it looks like on our map feed, so to speak, we've got about 3 or 4 teams in the zone, especially with this being towards Impala. I'm going to say it. I'm wanting it to end on those islands that are out in the water.
Never.
Yep, I'm wanting it to be there. We've seen
Okay,
some on
okay.
Vikendi. We've seen some stuff around Erringale. Other than that Zarky finish we all want to see. But my Miramar spot is everything to the east of Impala. Those little islands, I'm wanting it to end there.
Ooh, what we got? What we got cooking out here in the garage? 24K from the Taco Lovers. Pulling out the whip, looking fresh and clean. Ready for the final map of the evening. In style. You love to see it.
The skins are awesome. I love it. And every pro's got them. So it's like you always see just the drip every time. And even in the qualifiers, what's nice is these players kind of like rocking their ranked outfits and stuff like that. So you always see something crazy going into the competition
Don't
and
get
stuff
stuck
like that.
on a rock, though.
Well, they're not in Emirado. Maybe that's why the monster truck. Oh, okay.
Okay, parked. Valet right there. Oh, and 24K. Yep,
Oh,
yep.
scanning
Okay.
it. Yep.
The flex. Oh, this one too. Okay, yep. Okay, we're good.
See, maybe it's
All right.
harder to shoot people out of the vehicles for that. I'm not too entirely sure. Maybe he just wants everyone to have drip.
Gassing
And
it
he's the
up.
one that paid for it all, but
Yeah. It's on me, fellas. This game, it's on me.
I like
And we
it.
got the smooth jazz. I mean, this is what I like about the Taco Lovers, man. And listen,
They got
that
everything.
little taco guy, I'm telling you, that vibe, the whole squad's got the vibe. All right? Only smooth tacos will be listening to smooth jazz.
See, and I'm happy I'm not a player anymore because back in the day they used to have that. I believe it was like an Alan Walker mashup.
I used to love
Ariana
that song.
Grande.
All right, I'm just saying.
And no,
that was my jam.
there
for about
wasn't
2
an
years.
option, I think, to remove like the music in game for like the first month, and we would have to play with it in our ear because you'd be driving so much. And man, I mean, I really got annoyed at that. But the smooth jazz, I think I can get behind. It's kind of relaxing when you're trying
I
to
just got
focus
word
and
that the
stuff like
taco
that,
lovers have the power bang voice packing game as well.
Well, you know, we've got some player voice packs too. I wonder how many of these people are actually using it, like the Tensa one from Knights back in the day. We've got obviously the PB one and stuff like that. But I'm kind of wishing they would add more voice packs. That'd be kind of sweet.
We need your voice pack.
Hey, I'll do it.
Bring it.
PUBG Mole.
PUBG Mole, hook it up.
You got my line. You've got the number.
You guys'
You
number.
got the number. You got the
All right,
direct contact.
if this game ends, I was gonna say if it ends on those 2 circles, we'll get the contract sent.
There's
but,
still an island. No, I don't want to
it's
hear
not going that way. It's
the
way
small
too
one,
far off.
the mini one, right down to the west. Of
Oh,
us,
the mini
that
one.
bottom
Okay,
Yeah,
this guy says
one.
the
That's
mini
what I was
one.
saying.
We can't
It's
even
still
see
in.
the mini one. It's
Well, maybe
too
that's the
far
point.
off. It's too far. It's too far off. We almost had it, but 3 Sheep Gaming. Gonna be pulling up here on the cliffside here, playing the coastline for the most part. A little soft 2-2 split.
Ooh.
Looks like they were trying to make a play on to straight out Nepal, but kind of getting caught off guard right there. QZZ crawling back to their teammates, looking for the revive.
Yeah, it's kind of the scary thing is when you play this. I think this mountain, a lot of people are able to make it work, but I think this spot's just bait. I don't
It's
think
tough.
anyone really is able to play this spot that well unless the stars align for you, because it's hard for you to get up the mountain, just like we saw straight out of Nepal camping you out. They already actually had someone on the very top, so it wouldn't have mattered if you got up there. But it's like you're not getting much out of it. Now you got to waste the meds. You lose the armor. And we do see how maybe they get that care package way out in the distance on the road, but kind of just stalling yourself, having to wait.
Definitely look cool, though. You look cool.
Yeah, well, maybe. Well, if you're Wolf,
yeah,
you look cool because you're above.
Look how much ammo we got in the mini, by the way. Like, Wolf could chill up here all day. The thing is, even, like you said, even if we get a knock, like, are you going to get the confirm? Right?
Yeah.
Like, you're just kind of being a nuisance at that point. And if their squad gets crashed upon, can you really support your teammates from this vantage point, who are going to be in the compounds? And if they do get into a skirmish over here, a lot of the sight lines from Wolf are going to be denied, essentially. So it's like,
Yeah.
is it really worth?
I think
that's
this is
where
kind
you're
of
going.
hindsight with me. It's always going to be 10 out of 10. But if you're straight on Paul, maybe you let that player get up on top. You know, Wolf's up there. If he got the knock, he would have definitely been able to thirst that player. But, you know, everyone's right when they have the sort of information we got.
Yeah,
after the
true.
play
Like, we
happens.
see
If we could turn back time, of course, you would have let him go up and then had, obviously, Wolf go for it. But that's not the case, unfortunately. Now it's just kind of people really wanting to blow their armor and meds, it seems like, peaking everything. You're not going to be pushing that SLR. I'm sorry to break it to you if you get the knock. But as of right now, 30 seconds left.
SLR, though, definitely feeling it. I mean, just kind of looking at their numbers from last game, they had 9 eliminations, almost 2,500 damage. You know, almost. I'm saying almost. Meanwhile, Nemesis had 15 eliminations with almost 2,500 damage. So, I mean, it just goes to show you, even with less eliminations, the impact that SLR was able to apply to all the players last lobby when it comes to, like you mentioned, just taking those pot shots, inflicting damage on your opponent's armor, their helmets, and just forcing them to dip into their med reserves. I mean, that's just SLR in a nutshell.
Yeah. And I'm kind of sad because now the island, unfortunately, isn't in play. But Dauntless, though, must have heard what we were talking about in the pre-show and stuff like that. They're opting to tank Blue Zone in the first 1 or 2 stages, finally coming in, hopefully, to get that sort of late game going on. But a lot of these teams are crowding around Impala, and I'm liking the fact you talked about it earlier. 300 rounds of 5.56 on Wolf. He's the only player up here. As long as he doesn't get knocked, I could picture him, if it centers into Impala, making this position work.
Well, that's why he's open.
Everyone prays for it.
Yeah, he's like,
And
he's gonna
on
watch
me.
his back and be like, yeah, Enigma gets it.
Yeah,
Gets it.
we get it.
We get it. Nemesis down there on the shorelines, up against, once again, ICU.
Oh,
These two
gosh.
teams, they're just a magnet for each other. My
Well,
goodness.
Wolf might, put a few pod shots into it, depending on who gets the knock. I can see this really turning south for ICU because Nemesis, I'm seeing it as them being able to win the gunfights over ICU. I'm seeing it as
whoa,
straight
that's
out
a
of
hot
Nepal.
take.
Yeah,
You said ICU in the
yeah,
pre-show.
I was saying it, but I'm not liking this early
Oh,
game
wow.
position right here. They're on the edge. They don't know that Wolf's up there. If one team gets knocked, you're either going to get immediately thirsted by straight out of Nepal, or you're going to get a secondary knock from that random player on top of the mountain. Like he's a mountain goat or something, and then you instantly lose the fight because everyone knows they're watching that sort of elimination feed of this is team 12. This is team 12. They lost a second player. We're going to full send this, and then you're out for the rest of the game.
Such an underrated skill too, right? When it comes in game, just kind of keeping tabs on your opponents. So crucial, especially when you get to the higher levels. And it does look like ICU kind of doubled back, going back to where they came from, essentially putting a stop to that push. They're going to be kind of locked between on the roadway now, between Nemesis, between Three Sheep, and even Titan Gaming. We saw moments ago in the elimination feed getting involved here just a little bit. So everybody, for the time being, feeling okay, feeling confident, feeling comfortable. But let's see. I mean, that's Miramar in a nutshell. The terrain, the dips, the bowls, the trees, the bowlers. There's so much cover to be had, and you just never know who might be on the other side.
And this is the scary thing, too, is it's not like we even have a lot of water in play like the previous few matches we've experienced. This is mostly just mountains. And a lot of these teams are really able to fill in spots and kind of not leave any sort of wiggle room because we're seeing it. We're only in stage 3, but these teams are completely spread out like spider legs, so to speak. And it's just like Titan Gaming. Everyone's looking at you in every position, waiting on how the zone shifts. And ICU kind of getting blessed with the zone shift. They're not really having to move. Maybe they almost turtle up at wherever Zuko's compound is because the rest of the map, they're all going to have to start really fighting each other around the mountains.
I believe an inactive right here is just taking advantage of their position and just popping those tires, just kind of being that nuisance to make sure that although ICU, we can't really take the shots onto the players, I'm going to make sure it's going to be difficult in your next push across the road. So you'll love to see it. Looks like they're going to be swapping on over to that UMP, opting to save those scar bullets for the time being. Got their teammates up there above as well, kind of playing the oversight. So
less bullet drop, a bit more damage and range. You're wanting the scar more than the UMP. Especially this being Miramar, I'm actually surprised we're not seeing more mini gameplay. I know that was an avid thing Hot Cheeks like to talk about is Miramar. That gun is severely underrated. We wanted sniping maybe to come back into it, but until then, I think the sleeper gun is especially going to be the mini. But a lot of people now opting to go for the UMP plays. TP actually getting a few knocks on the 4 bros. So a squad that's kind of, they were in that middle ground, not really performing too well. They've been in the slumps. Maybe finding a bit of a stride here, thankfully, in the 6th match tonight.
And you know what? End on a high note. Day number 1. That's all that matters right now at this point in the game. So 2 eliminations. They are going to be smoking up this little building, trying to block those sight lines, get those crates to get that loot. But we're going to be popping on over here because it looks like Dauntless are also on the move. A lot of teams just trying to find a position to call home. You see one of the squad mates set that little brown indicator. That's one of the teammates from Titan Gaming, doing some scouting of themselves. But coming back over here to the Panther. So Panthers, 2 eliminations so far. Decent spot.
Yeah, I'm liking it. They got a lot of cover. I wish their vehicle was on that backside of the smokes so they wouldn't lose the tires and stuff like that. But unfortunately, FSLR just basically elbow to elbow with you right over the hillside. You're not really able to play freely. And for them, they are kind of more centered up. They're not towards the edge of the zone, but it's a matter of, if you're still in the next zone shift. And a lot of these teams, they're having to make those sort of full send plays. Taco lovers, I was about to say it being one of them, having to really struggle getting into the zone. SLR, though, still kind of fishing for some sort of knock. Because if they do get a knock here, I could see them taking the fight to them.
Oh, for sure.
But it's a matter of, do you want to blow all your frag grenades? Do you want to use the utility? or maybe just wait?
I think it's worth, because one of the downsides of one of those buildings that the Panthers are holding down, they got like a little soft 2-2 display. One of the downsides is that giant crack in the side of the corner.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, that crack in the corner. That's where Kindness is really trying to thread the needle when it comes to their grenade, to get right in there to get that splash damage going. So we'll see what ends up unfolding over here. We still got Koi from last game. I mean, my dude's feeling it for sure. Gonna be just kind of buying themselves some time here, making sure that little ravine is gonna be clear for their squad mates. But yeah, like you said, everybody awfully close to each other, a little too close for comfort. And looks like the Panthers feeling that. Kindness going for another grenade.
Oh.
That's gonna be right on top of the rooftop.
Just
The
a quick
Panthers
look.
getting scared. You could tell they're like backing up a little bit. Like,
Yeah,
rushing,
we could
looking at the
see
vehicle.
some bodies though, right on the smokes. I think they're gonna try to refresh their utility and stuff like that. But a few teams along that north side and on the east having to kind of squeeze together even more. It actually looks like Nemesis getting a full finish onto an ICU player. A little bit of a return knock, 3v3 situation currently, but now I think, is that a squad wipe onto ICU? Berlin absolutely beaming him. So I think they're out, Dave.
Yeah.
The team that I thought was going to maybe pull it together kind of just falling short in the end.
Back-to-back 0-point games right there. They really got pinched though in that little dip that we saw inactive, kind of holding them down moments ago. So it was going to be a challenge regardless, right? Because you had Nemesis to the north looking at him. You had Titan Gaming from the south looking at him. So we'll see what Nemesis end up doing, because they did backfill that position essentially. And you have to assume Titan Gaming, they're going to be aware of all that happening. It's over there on the east side. But looking ahead here, got a lot of teams in the north and the west that they need to start making a plan here as we get to that mid to late game.
Yeah, and everything's kind of just free pickings for whoever's on top of the mountain, sort of speaks. I believe that's Titan Gaming on the south side being able to overlook most of that western side. TSG as well. I mean, they're even stuck kind of just inside this warehouse. You'd figure that with a spot like theirs, they'd be able to kind of peek out and stuff. No, there's too many angles. Titan Gaming is completely enveloping your south side. While on the east, we're looking at Nemesis just really start to creep over the east. It comes down to kind of that zone shift, and you wonder, was this spot really worth taking if you're not even going to get any elimination points yet? So a lot of these teams are starting to really congest, and we're down to just 12 teams, 39 total players.
Yeah.
And we can get a nice little overhead view of it where it's Nemesis. They're playing this water edge. Titan Gaming is actually forcing themselves on the eastern side of TSG's warehouse compound and really trying to apply pressure, forcing Nemesis not to take this eastern side.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge fight. I hope the Three Sheep Gaming try to third party and really backstab Titan, because it looks like Titan are just kind of driving a wedge between the two teams right here and taking advantage and trying to get these eliminations themselves here. And Spec, once again, in the front lines, tossing some beautiful grenades. It looks like it will be missing the mark right over Rin's head. The second one, though, did apply a little bit of damage.
Oh, I think they saw each other.
Rin going to be pulling back here.
This is the problem, is it's kind of a who's playing chicken kind of game, who kind of oversteps it. Spec being able to spot, hey, you know, Rain is this close to us. We need to focus this player. Overwatches are going to start moving angles and trying to act like they don't see each other to get that opening knock. But we see it. The zone shift is about to happen as well, Dave.
Wow.
And that centers
SLR.
directly onto SLR. We like that TP spot as well. The rest of the people, this Titan Gaming fight, this Nemesis fight, they got to worry about TSG now being in front of them.
Yeah, it is do or die, essentially. Spec with one more smoke, no grenades, no Molotovs, a couple meds to work with. Rin is going to be cooking a grenade themselves. Spec going to be taking some free shots right there with the M4. Here comes a grenade right on top of his head. Going to be applying some damage, but here comes the follow-up. Going to be missing the mark right there. Meanwhile, QZZ in the back line is just with the Molotov here and all the action, deciding to play passive. But here comes Nemesis trying to clean up Titan Gaming here. Thing is, Titan Gaming, they got a ton of utility to work with, but Spec now in the soft cover, in the smokes, pushing up just a little bit, but now going to be pulling back.
I think they know
is that
the
Wolf from behind, third partying? The mini Wolf finally showing up here. being a nuisance in the back here.
Look at this. I mean, they're just stuck in this little bowl. Crow, his teammate Redox had actually been baited by J7. Now going for a heal. Spec doesn't see him, but his teammate still cleans it up. Titan Gaming, I believe now to just inactive. Fate already on his heels, so to speak, trying to stay on top of the player. And with 2 minutes left in the zone shift, I feel like Titan Gaming is going to have to just look for the zone rotate. Nemesis won his fight. It's a matter of if you can get into this next zone now.
Inactive. Opting to pop that heal, pop in the buggy, and just reposition. Probably hug the zone here and just go all the way, possibly to the west, and just call it what it is. Let Nemesis focus on 3 Sheep Gaming now, pushing the envelope, pushing their way into the zone. By the way, KR, I know I called them, they're out, but 9 eliminations.
Wow.
Yeah, they were putting in some work up there in the north. So shout out to them. Here comes Nemesis. Here comes the 3 Sheep. QZZ caught in the crossfire right there. Immediately taken down. 3 Sheep down to just that. 3 Sheep, 2 eliminations. QZZ was kind of playing that off angle, you know, in the back line. So was outnumbered, unfortunately.
Yeah, and some of those warehouses, they have that 2nd story level you can jump up, but that warehouse specifically doesn't have it. Kind of just ISO'd himself out. Nemesis, maybe not even recognizing it, wanted to play the spot that no one was at, getting a freebie. But Spec now, and this is Dauntless here coming in, actually running away from Nemesis. Another free point for Nemesis.
Dauntless in the bowl right here. Banger catching Spec off guard, but Spec immediately popping out their vehicle, taking those return shots. I believe we got one more. Salty from Dauntless, still alive in the bowl, active. Meanwhile, 3 Sheep just big chilling in their compound over there still.
Yeah. Well, they didn't opt to take this western one. They chose to stay on the north, which I'm not really too much of a fan of. Dauntless, I believe, had Salty, had Sightlens on Spec, but didn't want to give away his position. We can actually see on the top right now. The zone shift, it centers again. On to SLR. But Dave, I want to make note, TP has been able to stay in this compound. I'm expecting them to have at least 2 or 3 smoke grenades to their name. But I expect them to just be raining terror, making a D-Day almost for SLR coming out of their compound, because this is the moment now. TP has been able to sit there quiet all game. They need to take the fight to them before the zone starts eating away.
Whoa!
Oh! Wait a second.
Salty. Missing the first mark right there. Gonna be swapping to the UMP. Is gonna get one. Can we get the other one? The pre-fire through the window. Berlin saving the day for their squad just in time to get the revive.
Yeah, that's big too. They keep the 3rd player up, J7, obviously. Unfortunately, not having eliminations yet to his name, but something's better than nothing. He's putting the damage in. He's getting the baits for Berlin, and we see it. Berlin with 6 eliminations himself. Now we're talking about TP's making the play out of the compound. It looks like they actually opted into the Golden Eagle side of it. Now Super Lazy Reflex exposing it all. Another free point for them. So SLR having the dominant position on this north side, Dave, allowing these teams to kind of start rotating in. Never mind, they're holding them to it. Not letting anyone get by for free. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but I expect SLR to be the only team to get a reset off.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. He's out of zone. I'm not seeing it. I want to see the wait a second.
Here comes another one. Overthrown once again. Here comes the 3rd one and the 4th one. They are trying to get this ravine with the grenades, but like you said, Koi was able to get the pickup onto Kindness. Same could be said on the side of the Golden Eagle, still with 4. One of the best games so far for this squad here this evening. There goes an inactive. 5 eliminations on the Golden Eagles here, so really trying to give it their all here in the final match of the evening. Yeah, I want a ton of grenades.
Dave, I want to make note. We're talking 4 Bros, Golden Eagles, and TSG all alive. Now, obviously, 4 Bros only has 1 player with 1 elimination, but them at least making it into the top 5 is something better.
Progress.
Than the previous statements, but we're talking 2 teams in a pretty good position in my eyes of potentially winning the game.
Almost.
How is he living
got him in the buggy. The zone.
I mean, he basically did.
We get the pickup. We get the pickup. Yeah,
How many
gotta
more
get Koy up.
nades though does Golden Eagles have?
They
throwing
they
what?
toss
9,
at least 10.
10?
Yeah, they toss at least 10. So I gotta assume not much left. As I say that, they're cooking another one. So they're immediately traded. So Koy is going to be picked up. Golden Eagles, they need to be cautious though, because I do see 4 bros. They got clock behind them. So don't get too tunnel vision here. But now here comes SLR. They want revenge on the Golden Eagles. They are sick and tired of the grenades getting tossed their direction. They're looking to flush them out.
Yeah, and they're wanting to do it now before the zone even connects to itself. SLR was the 4-man up. They actually noticed they didn't get knocked from the off player, kind of eating blue zone. Big save on SLR side, because now they're actually able to kind of push up the mountain, I'd assume. Maybe even spot the Golden Eagles rotating down in. Oh, wait a second. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, and he won it still.
You saw how quick he turned around. Whoa! There's a guy.
I mean, a bright neon suit. You know,
Yeah.
maybe he thought he was blending in or something, but he wasn't even worming it.
Yeah.
He wasn't
So it
worming
looks
it.
like 3 Sheep Gaming down to just 1. 5 points going their way. Still a really solid performance from 4 bros, like you mentioned, showing up in the late game, and now 3 Sheep as well. But let's see the Golden Eagles. Can they get the win? Koy!
Oh!
Almost getting the run over, jumping out. A little 360 spin right there with the tire pop. Now it's up to Kindness. Let's see what we can accomplish over here. Golden Eagles, they did lose 1 in the mix.
This is a big fight, Dave. 2v1 situation. I think SLR is going to go for the reset. Golden Eagles will at least get another one up themselves, making it a 2v3. But it's not just them. There's TSG's fight on the eastern side against Spec. 1v2, actually. DNK's going for the nades, but
Yeah.
he's not getting the connections. He needs to be able to pull something off right now. And SLR might actually get all 4 players up.
That's wild. Yeah, that is wild.
Oh.
More grenades still getting tossed their direction, so we might be able to get a flush over there. Kindness having to pull off that one in the Molotov here. But the Golden Eagles back against the blue. There they go. SLR, winner, chicken dinner on the final Miramar map of day number 1. Things were getting a little hairy there, Enigma, not gonna lie. But regardless, they came out on top.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it was all about those knocks on the Golden Eagles on the south side. They were able to pressure up, and even though they were getting knocked making the push, they knew that this is the moment. We need to get it done. I want to get your opinions with it, PB. SLR, were you expecting them to be the team that was getting that sort of 2 wins in the day-to-day, or are you having someone else in mind?
Well, it's a great question. I did, in fact, predict them this game. And I also predicted them at the beginning of the day. So thanks for setting me up, baby. Yeah, I predicted it. Of course we knew this was going to happen. And we get our first double chicken dinner winner of the day. And I am so happy that it was SLR. Again, Koy kicking things off in that final fight there with the beautiful gun skill. And, you know, he did get return knocked right away, but ultimately it was the focus that was put on him from the rest of the Golden Eagles that allowed his team to just roll through him and ultimately turn that into a man advantage there. So SLR getting it done, again, picking up a nice zone for the second time today, but the good news for them is that they were able to capitalize on that both times it happened. So heads up play to them on getting the position, and also a great job actually capitalizing on the position once we get it. So really nice work on Miramar. Interesting zone again today, though, Dave. We saw everybody was on the west, and you got a feel for the people that are dropping in El Pozo and Chumacera and everything over on that west coast, and then seeing the circle pop in the ocean, essentially. Not super common on Miramar, but it happened. What did you see teams do to adjust there? That was crazy.
Yeah, the journey right there was 100% real for a lot of these teams, but I got to give it to SLR, kind of recognizing that they want to take a position on the east side early. They did just that, and we saw throughout the mid-game as well, the Panthers kind of doing the same thing, and both of those squads just kind of playing nice up until that late game when we saw the Panthers finally forced to push out into the zone, getting caught in the backside from SLR. But SLR, when it comes to teams and just being able to kind of I'm not gonna say predict the zones, but have a heads up idea on where they might end up, SLR, they're always in the final zone when they are surviving and alive towards the late game. So GG's to
They really are, and it's a good heads-up play, honestly. Good leadership on that team, and ultimately, I think what that comes down to is just experience, right? Playing in a lot of these tournaments and being around in the esports scene for quite some time, you start to get a feel for what is, maybe the odds of a zone popping up when it hard shifts all the way to the ocean early on. But again, we take our attention to Nemesis here early on, really being aggressive, getting those elims, pressuring Dauntless, pressuring ICU. Really a nice job from them over the final couple of games today. They turned it on. So I expect Nemesis, with all of the eliminations that they got in this game, to be near the top of the tables. And of course, Super Lazy Reflex, with their second dinner of the day and already hovering in the top 3, they've got to be challenging for the top of the table as well. But Enigma, one of the teams I didn't see a lot in this final game today was Titan Gaming. What happened to them?
Yeah, I think for the most part, it's just they maybe got a little too overzealous after those Erangel games, the back-to-back high kill eliminations, and then they come into these matches where they're not the only team feeling the map. Nemesis looked like they just had every single step of the way in the palm of their hand when it came to fights. Titan Gaming maybe thought of the same way, but it's like I noted, they get out into these solo spots. Maybe they're not as coordinated as they think they are, and then they start losing players one by one. We saw it in this Miramar. We saw it in the last Miramar. We definitely saw it on the Sandhawk game. So right now, it shows for itself right now, the match rankings. SLR and Nemesis near that top of the ranking. Golden Eagles, though, that was one of the teams I noted to Dave. Those bottom-end teams that needed those points, and they were thankfully able to finish the day strong with this match.
You love to see it. Dave hitting us with a cacao. We'll come in tight on you here shortly. But, one thing I noticed for the top 3 here, it's pretty close. There wasn't one team just distancing themselves, but bad news for the pack here. Nemesis and Super Lazy Reflex already in the top 3. They put up big points here. So let's go to the overall and see how that affects the overall standings. And as kind of predicted, Super Lazy Reflex has jumped into the lead with Nemesis following them up. Both teams hopping over Titan Gaming. But Dave, I'm seeing a clear top 3 at this point with a 22-point gap now between Titan Gaming and 4th place. What do you think?
Yeah, it's huge. And if Titan Gaming can tighten up their Miramar come tomorrow, they're going to be looking a lot better when we are in game number 6. Because Miramar, in general, I think they got like 3 points in total, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely some room for improvement, but those other matches are able to keep them afloat here in the top 3, like you mentioned.
Absolutely. Well, we are just about wrapped with our first day. We have 6 games in the books. There's some teams on the bottom of the tables, Enigma, that need to do some work. If you had to give some advice to the bottom couple of here, what do they got to do to tweak things coming into day number 2 tomorrow?
You got to look at the games where if at least you made it past that zone 3, maybe eliminated in zone 4, you got to look back at what the errors were. Was it the same person over and over, maybe not paying attention? Maybe it was the rotations. Can we get to a different spot sooner in the game? Or is it just that our game plan isn't working? Maybe go back and look at the Titan Gamings of the Nemesises on their strong maps and be like, hey, these teams are going to be able to really show us how we need to be playing because they're doing something right and we're not.
Absolutely. I got to wonder for the teams that, again, are at the top of the tables, there's a gap starting to exist, right? They're stretching their lead a bit, and those middle of the pack teams, I wonder if they start to hunt the 4 bros and hunt the Black Mambas that ultimately have been food at the start of games. Look at the drop spots, right, that have been consistently occupied by those teams, and maybe start doing a little bit of headhunting to get those elims rolling. I don't know if that's the case, Dave, but give us your final thoughts. What did you think of day 1 action here for phase 2, the NA Qualifier Finals?
No, definitely agree with you. Like those bottom teams, tomorrow is going to be a huge deciding factor on whether or not they want to be viewed as like the bottom dwellers, the food, like you put it, or are they going to be able to defend themselves and really push off any of these top teams looking for some easy points. But I want to give a shout out to the Golden Eagles and to 3 Sheep Gaming because the last 2 maps on Miramar, they've been picking up the steam, right? And ending on a high note. And that's what you want to see going into tomorrow's Sandhawk. So I don't want to see a team kind of ending the day, in the slump. So GG's to those 2 squads in particular for really turning it around here.
Yeah, you love to see it. Golden Eagles jumping all the way up to 11th, with that performance there. And again, hey, there's still a long time to go. We're through 6 matches, but there's 18 to be played, right? That's 12 more for those that can't do math out there. I just wanted to, mansplain that just a little bit for you. Enigma, give us your final thoughts on day 1 here.
For day 1, I mean, a lot of these teams show that they have the experience and the competition in themselves to really be getting these sort of point gaps. And we saw at the top 3, their elimination points total, I believe, was 44, 48, and 44. That alone is tying, if not doing more than the 4th place team. So the point gap is already being made. And it's a scary thing coming after day 1 because that's the top 3 with the gap. You need to finish top 3 to make it to the LAN event because that's what everyone's aiming for. And we see it with Titan Gaming, we see it with Nemesis, and we see it with Solar, the 3 teams that have all international talents previously. The only team that we're seeing struggle right now is ICU Gaming. And I'm hoping tomorrow they're able to clean it up a bit after those first 2 matches like they did today and be able to finish strong to finish in that top 3 tomorrow.
Plenty of opportunities for all of these teams to succeed tomorrow. We've got 6 games in the books today, and we'll be back tomorrow for 6 more. If you guys haven't subscribed to all of the channels for Esports, PUBGM, NA, definitely do so. Keep it locked for all of your PUBG Mobile Esports news. And for Powerbang and the rest of the desk here, thank you guys so much for tuning in today. We'll be back tomorrow with day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Super League North America qualifiers to see which top 3 we are sending to Americas. Take care, guys, and have a great night.